A pleasant good morning, ladies and gentlemen, both here face-to-face and online. I am Sean Thorpe, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing here at University of Technology, Jamaica. A pleasant good morning to you. Hearty Heroes Weekend, pleasant good morning, right? Because we're on the heels of that. And welcome to our inaugural Microsoft Day. Let's put our hands together for that, right? Yes, man. Inaugural. We have to speak things into being. I have the distinction this morning of serving as both your master of ceremonies and other activities to guide the proceedings. And it is my pleasure again to welcome you all. Today, October 14, really marks a very special day in the life and the history of the university, in the fact that the Faculty of Engineering and Computing here at UTech Jamaica has been a long supporter of Microsoft, and in particular, Microsoft academic education. We have had over a decade of history between us in terms of the support for what they think is very helpful to the curriculum, as well as providing the kind of on-the-job training to support our students and our graduates leaving the institution and entering the world of work. And hence, the qualification that Microsoft would have normally supported in terms of the various exams that they have help to buttress the quality of the student outcomes from our curriculum. So kudos to that. I really have a situation, and I'm going to speak very frankly, that many of our graduates, some of them sitting before us here on this panel, right, are distinguished candidates from this university who are now leadership in Microsoft. Let's put our hands together for that too. Yes. I'm not your orthodox speaker, so you have to see with me. What obtains is that today should represent an exciting day of activities relating to what Microsoft, and more independently, what these individuals who will actually introduce in a few will bring to the table to help all of us, both in terms of the academic staffing in the universities, the students, as well as the wider student communities across this country, appreciate in terms of how you should build your careers. Today is really a career moment, and we have a very good team to share in that journey. In giving you the history still of UTech Jamaica and the relationship with Microsoft, and particular the academic education, it has been a wonderful one. Not to say that we do not support other academies and vendor products in terms of advising our students in the curriculum between engineering and computing, but what I can say today that Microsoft has been there from the inception. It has helped the university, and in particular the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, to support the quality of the outcomes in our curricula. And I'll give you an example. We have developed courses and curricula in enterprise computing that leverage technologies such as .NET and the .NET Core provisions and platform. Many of our graduates, when they leave here, they are in such high demand such that we don't think we are producing enough of these graduates for the market. It is really a happy dilemma problem, for want of a better word. And hence, we are in very good company today. The idea today is that we should be learning and appreciating what is required in 2022 and onwards as a part of that career build-out. I'm here to learn as well because of how quick the technology presents itself before us. I would normally have said in the past that every 5 years is when the technology changes. Now, you cannot say that anymore. You have to say almost every year the technology is changing. And our ability to keep up with that is extremely important. And you will agree with me if you have also been doing the assessments yourself. Here at UTech Jamaica, what we also pride ourselves on is that we have always had the opportunity that through Microsoft, they every year extend themselves to the university to share in what they would have been doing in terms of their technologies, and they would provide the latest in terms of those provisions to the students and the instructors. Mark you, this is also something I expect in the high schools and the colleges, who also embrace the use of Microsoft, as we know, as a product line in many of the computers that you have before you in those institutions. And hence, having them here today, and particularly having a Jamaican face to Microsoft in terms of personnel who are here, and Caribbean personnel who are here, to explain to you what are some of the trends and the opportunities is really a delightful pleasure. It's really a delightful pleasure. Against that background, it means that the future for all of you as students and even as faculty looks very bright. I myself find a lot of pride in also following up on the latest technologies in Microsoft. Even just in the last weekend, I went and did a dynamics training session, right? I actually left the island and did a quick session on the weekend and came back, which I thought was extremely powerful as it relates to the type of things that we should be doing in the classroom, as well as to preparing the candidates and graduates for the market. And hence, I do think that you and I are in great company today. These are my opening remarks to you, and I do want to say a very, very special welcome to the Microsoft team, and a very special welcome to you here in person and online. Give yourself a round of applause again. All right? Yes. Sometimes they say you shouldn't be patting yourself on the back too much, but when you decide that you want to be in good company, it means you should do so, right? You have permissions to do so. I will use this opportunity for the next few minutes to bring greetings on behalf of our president, Professor Colin Gyles, who unfortunately is unable to make it this morning. He's not in his best, as he just advised me a few minutes earlier, and I could hear it. So against the background of that, I'm going to bring greetings on behalf of our sitting acting president, Professor Colin Gyles. Masters of Ceremony, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, other deans, heads of school, members of academic and administrative staff, keynote presenter, Dr. Peter Walker, Corporate Vice President, Commercial Software Engineering at Microsoft, the panel of expert presenters, specially invited guests from the ICT and engineering fraternities, students, members of the media, a pleasant good morning to you all. It is my pleasure to join in extending a warm welcome to everyone who has joined us for this inaugural Microsoft Day here at the University of Technology, Jamaica. Let me at the outset commend the Faculty of Engineering and Computing and the key organizers of the Microsoft Day event. By mention, Mr. David White, the Program Director for the MSc in Engineering and Information Systems programs offered by the faculty, as well as the Masters of Ceremonies, as indicated. Today is an exciting opportunity for our students, members of faculty and administration, as well as for our specially invited students and guests. The opportunity is to learn more about the latest computing technologies and engineering technologies and the myriad of technical career opportunities in these areas. The University of Technology Jamaica is pleased to be collaborating with Microsoft for the staging of today's event. We view this partnership as a win-win, as both of our organizations share in the mission of empowering others through knowledge to achieve more and to ultimately making a difference in this world. Today's event is quite timely, as Jamaica and the rest of the world seek to rebound from the ravages of COVID-19 pandemic and to rebuild their economies. Before 2020, no one could have predicted the extent of the global upheaval to our normal way of life, and subsequently our now greater dependence on ICT technologies and digital platforms as a part of the new normal. As we are now emerging out of the 2+ years of the global crisis, one of the most powerful lessons I think that we have learned is a bigger appreciation of the vast power of information communication technologies to keep us connected and engaged with others virtually anywhere on the globe. Resulting from restrictions in movement and physical contact, the way we live, work, do business, and engage in teaching and learning have changed forever. As Jamaica makes efforts to keep pace with the global march towards the fourth industrial revolution, characterized by advances in ICT and new and emerging engineering technologies, and by the virtual blurring of boundaries between the physical and digital worlds, we wholeheartedly welcome the opportunities such as this Microsoft Day to inform the way forward. At UTech Jamaica, we are committed to playing our role in contributing to national and regional development through high-quality teaching and learning opportunities, research, and value-added solutions to government, industry, and communities. In this context, this partnership with Microsoft for Microsoft Day at the university is in alignment with this mission. A core function of universities is to conduct impactful research that will spawn innovation and solutions to problems in the society. In conducting research, we have been looked to the past for answers. With the power of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, dubbed STEM, we have the capabilities to look to the limitless possibilities of the future and to predict problems before they occur and to find solutions to missing problems. In this room lies the problem solvers of the future, our students, and I can say with confidence that the future is in good hands. At UTech Jamaica, we have learned the enviable reputation of producing work-ready graduates who hit the ground running with the knowledge and competence to immediately make the difference to the organizations they join. This outcome has not occurred by accident, but because of the consistent hands-on practical approach taken across all courses of study at the university, whether it is in the health, engineering, computing, or sports sciences, or whether in disciplines in the social sciences or the humanities. Additionally, technology and experiential learning opportunities are infused into the curriculum across the board. We have been able to sustain this outcome with the support of close collaboration with corporate industry partners like Microsoft. With this approach, the benefits to students go far beyond just passing a course. By working on real-life projects within industries, our students are able to make a better connection between classroom theory and practice, and also gain a better understanding and insight into the profession they wish to pursue. This is a part of the quality assurance process at UTech Jamaica, and this process also supports the ongoing reevaluation of our academic offerings in line with industry workforce needs. Many of our students and graduates have been recognized and awarded locally and internationally for their innovations and application of technology to solving problems. For example, facilitated by an MOU with the Sagicor Group for Cooperation on Research, over the last 3 years, our students have been showcasing impressive technology-based innovations in the annual Sagicor Innovation Challenge. Their innovations have included web-based applications to alleviate identified issues in commerce and banking, in public transportation, in e-learning and other areas. In another example, by way of a student, Ryan Stewart, he has received international attention for his innovation in Zermosol, a device which uses ultraviolet technology to kill bacteria on doorknobs. His innovation has been featured in the local and international press as a possible weapon in the fight against the coronavirus. So in this context, we are excited about this partnership with Microsoft for today's Microsoft Day. It is our hope that this event will continue to be hosted at appropriate intervals for the benefit of our current and prospective students who have an interest in the engineering and computer sciences. We are looking forward to the wealth of cutting-edge information that will be shared today by our keynote speaker, Dr. Peter Walker, and the cadre of expert speakers from the leading local IT firms lined up for today's presentations. I note that many of our speakers are either UTech Jamaica graduates or employers of UTech Jamaica graduates in their firms. I also want to take this opportunity to extend sincere gratitude to Dr. Walker and the team from Microsoft, who in addition to partnering with the university for Microsoft Day, has also offered to provide valuable training in the latest Microsoft technologies to be delivered free of cost to our computing and engineering students, faculty members, and staff in the upcoming weeks. As the Microsoft team here is aware, UTech Jamaica recently switched over to Microsoft 365 platform, facilitated through the leadership of our Vice President and Chief Information and Technology Officer, Mr. Antonio Anderson. The feedback from our staff has been overwhelmingly positive, with expressed appreciation for the now improved efficiency, teamwork, and collaborative capabilities provided by the suite of software applications, and in particular, the improved capability for working remotely thanks to the cloud-based system. In closing, I again extend my very warm UTech Jamaica welcome to our partners from Microsoft and all participants who have joined today for this time of sharing. Beyond today's discussions, we welcome further opportunities to collaborate with Microsoft on mutually beneficial initiatives. Do enjoy your participation in this Microsoft Day event. Thank you. All right, so this is a special message from the President, and I think it is more than appropriate what he has said, and I'm sure he's possibly listening online as we speak, but this reflects the sentiment, and I endorse again what has been said by the communique shared by him. So thank you, Professor Gyles, for that very well spoken welcome. At this point, as we move through the program and for sharing, I'm going to invite, Yamile Bustamante, all right, very dear friend of the faculty. I mean, she has a very strong record of supporting our students. Even her own sibling is a recent graduate. And Yamile will come forward to share very specifically in her role and what Microsoft is doing with UTech. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thorpe.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. And after such a wonderful speech and start, I got to lift up my game, isn't it? First of all, thank you so much for being here. It means the world to me and to the rest of the team to see you guys showing up for a Microsoft Day at UTech. I had a lot of plans before I came for the presentation, and I thought about so many things. And then now, in looking at everyone and hearing some of the very good things that I heard this morning, I think that my speech is going to be a little bit more personal. because I really want you guys to understand and to believe in the opportunities in what is in front of you, ahead of you. Before I start, I want to say a big thank you to my colleagues. I want to thank Androski, because it was a dream, it was a vision, and when we got together, God knows how we got together, but we did, and then we started to talk about certain things. Then someone, known by Dr. Peter Walker, right here, he reached out for a different reason. Being myself, Jamaican, but Latino, I just went like, woo, do you know what I'm doing in Jamaica? And he's like, no, what are you doing in Jamaica? I'm like, let me show you. And he gave me probably like 20 minutes, and I'm like, let me present in my 20 minutes what I'm doing in Jamaica. It was a OneNote, and then I'm just going through my OneNote, just describing how I want to just conquer the world in Jamaica. To my dismay, he was bought in. And he's like, I want to be part of that. And he was gracious enough to allow me to come up with a name. He says, what's the name? The code name. And I'm like, hey, what's the name? Oh, it gotta be something high up there. It had to be something that is, uphill, difficult, but achievable. And I'm like, hey, Blue Mountain, what do you think? And he's like, hey, you got it. So, I'm Cuban by birth. My mother is Jamaican, my grandparents were Jamaican, and I came here 21 years ago to visit. There's a reason why I stay over my visit. By the way, immigration isn't looking for me. I am Jamaican citizen through my mother and my grandparents, so I'm good. But when I came here, I came with the idea that this would have been reggae, Bob Marley, music, beach, what it is. And I was so surprised to realize that it was corporate world, that it was hard-working people, very smart people in Jamaica that I didn't know. But then I connected the dots. I am Jamaican descendant, and I know that I'm not that, slow. So there is a reason behind it. And I loved it. And I never left. So I'm graduated from cybernetics mathematics with a master's degree in Havana, University of Havana. And I started my doctorate when I was in Cuba, but then I left. And I'm not gonna go into the details why I left Cuba. I'm just gonna jump and say I left and I came here. Remember, I'm in the research industry, so I'm looking for what to do in Jamaica, and suddenly realized that I could just turn into software development, and it was fantastic. And I learned so much in Jamaica, in the corporate world, writing applications for payroll, human resource, you name it, and I love it. And then I discovered that there was connectivity and there was all these things, fiber and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be there. Then I did a lot of stuff around that, same thing. It was fantastic. And then, how does that connect with everything that we want to talk today? First of all, it's the opportunity that Jamaica gave me. It was right here. I didn't go anywhere. Most Cubans are going to the States, I stayed right here. There was a huge opportunity for me to develop my career in Jamaica. Unbelievable. Up to this day, I'm very much appreciative of what has happened to me in Jamaica. So I met someone a few years ago who thought that I would have been a good fit for working at Microsoft. I'm like, Microsoft? In Jamaica? Yes. Because Microsoft hired not only to do work in Jamaica, but to do work around the entire globe. Sir Androski, Peter, Monica, they are sitting in the States, but they are impacting around the globe. So you don't have to be in the States or Canada, elsewhere, to work for Microsoft. You could be right here. I haven't moved from here. I travel a lot, but I live here. I live here. I don't live elsewhere. And from here, I am developing and growing in my opportunity, my professional opportunity that I got here. So what is doing Microsoft at UTech? There is two main things that Microsoft is doing at UTech. One thing is UTech as a client, as a customer of Microsoft. I'm delighted to hear, I knew that, but to hear publicly how the feedback that Dr. Thorpe has just mentioned about migrating to Office 365. I haven't told you what I do at Microsoft. I'm going to connect that with that now. Up to June 30th, I was the small medium business lead for the Microsoft Caribbean, all the islands in the English Caribbean and in the Spanish Caribbean. Remember, I'm from Cuba, so I speak Spanish, so I could juggle with things. July the 1st, I was promoted to a new position, and my new position is Modern Workplace and Security Lead for North Latam. That means Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean. Modern work. What is modern work? Modern work is a set of applications that include Office 365, Teams, you have heard about the things, Microsoft Teams, Office 365, then it comes with the M365, which includes all the Windows, Power BI, and security. So I have the honor of leading the business strategy for Modern Workplace and Security for North Latam as of June 2022. Was I expecting that? No. Was that opportunity given to me elsewhere than in Jamaica? No. Right here in Jamaica, I'm able to manage and to lead the business for Modern Workplace in North Latam. Okay? And I keep insisting because I want you to stick to the idea that if it was possible to me, obviously it's possible to the brightest room in the room for you too. Yes, and to me, that's the most important aspect. And I'm going to probably repeat myself a lot, but that's the whole objective. So I was saying that what is Microsoft doing at UTech? The two things. As a client, we mentioned you guys use Office 365, you use Teams, and for sure you use .NET. I'm sure that most of you here, and even the students from high school have heard something about .NET, and if you haven't, don't tell me, just go and check it out. Really good. Or you have Sir Androski there, who has a very wonderful story, and hopefully he's going to share a couple of stuff around that one. And you use SQL Server, and of course you use Windows. So you are a full Microsoft shop. What's the second thing that Microsoft wants to do or we are trying to do at UTech, and we are currently doing at UTech? I think, and to me, being a customer, yeah, most of there is not hard to recognize that most of the population and companies use Microsoft technologies. But it's a second thing that I believe is really the kind of important thing, which is working, supporting, and enabling UTech to become the transformational leader in education in Jamaica. And to me, that's the most important part. And it is important because we recognize that the future, as Dr. Thorpe saying, the innovators, the big transformations of the societies are sitting in our schools. And it's not a secret that what we are having, or what UTech has been doing, is influencing the outcome of the computer science in Jamaica. I remember when I used to work at Jamaica National, Management Control Systems, rather, MCS. I was heading the project and the consultancy unit there. And I remember that when we sat with the developers, they have a huge preference for the UTech students. So here we come resumes from many universities. You know who are the other universities, and there will be a resume from the UTech student. And they will have the tendency to go through that resume. The reason is because everyone thought that the students from UTech were highly prepared to affront the work life. It was always very amazing to me to see how you guys were. You had that kind of let us see, there was that bias around it. So it's not a surprise. I do believe that it's not, it's the reality of the game. So, but today, Microsoft, what we are trying to do is just to continue and to expand and to grow the support so we can transform in an accelerated manner that transform you as a leader or creating the path in this innovative world. So why do I believe, or why do we believe that this is the way to go? Or how do we think that we can achieve this? I think that we need to work converting this towards to a center of excellence, and that's to be defined. A center of excellence, an entrepreneurship incubator, because you gotta leave this place thinking that whatever you do is gonna be innovative. By the way, you have to write way less line of code than when I started. So that's another term. But we want you to believe, and we want you to feel that that's what is gonna happen in your future life. So you're gonna be innovating, turning your idea, your bright idea, into something that is socially beneficial, but it's gonna be profitable to you. We want as well to make sure that as a center of excellence, the curriculum that is being taught at UTech, it is updated. And guys, I have to say again, pointing to that gentleman over there, because that's his mission. I was thinking about doing different things and whatever. He says, no, we gotta update that curriculum. I don't understand what we're talking about Azure this and that. And then of course, Peter saying that, of course, I remember my days when I used to thought, no, we gotta get up. And it was amazing to see how these gentlemen they have this vision how the curriculum gotta be transformed so it can achieve what I mentioned before. Because the reality is that we need to transform the culture. We will not get there if we not make a huge transformation how we think and how we act. And through the curriculum, we will be able to achieve that. Okay? You gotta remember that math, STEM, is not the monster that we all think of. No. It is easier than what you think. So you gotta believe that you got this. You gotta believe that that's important for you to become the next innovator. Just think about where we are being today, us, if we never had a Elon Musk or a Bill Gates or a Jeff Bezos. There were people who had an idea. They believe in their idea. Their idea has some social impact, but the technology was at the center of it. They never stepped back and thought about, I'm gonna do this with a piece of paper and a stick. They realized that what was important was just to drive their idea through technology. So I think that one of the I envision UTech, one of the things that I highly envision UTech doing is helping us to amplify across the entire ecosystem the rationale behind the economies, how technology impacts the economy. Technology is increasingly driving the world's economy, and countries with fewer natural resources or sports are seeing the need of to create a knowledge economy to grab a larger share of the technology market. That's about us. Today, one of the biggest resources that we have in Jamaica is the brains, the people that we have, the smart people that I mentioned we had. This is what is gonna move us to the next step. This is not about, we will not, if we don't have oil, we just don't have oil. We cannot be searching for, we don't have it, but we have the people. And in my opinion, we have one of the brightest people on earth. So why not to use that one to develop the world? Why not to use that and think of every single thing that we could do to ensure that the people that we have today are the people that can drive the future? And that's exactly what Dr. Thorpe was mentioning in his initial remarks. You are the future, and it sounds like a cliche, but think carefully about what you're doing today, and think carefully about the impact, and just imagine if anyone in this room becomes the next Elon, Bill Gates, Jeff, because not with the same idea, with a different idea, but with the same passion, and with the same belief that no matter what, I can make it happen. And I don't need to just travel, well, you can travel around the world, it's really fun to do that, but the idea is that always contributing and putting back into Jamaica. So what is Microsoft doing today at UTech? We are here because we believe in UTech. We believe in you guys. And we believe that our contribution, and we believe that our passion, and with being supported by a company like Microsoft, that just by mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to do more, we are going to get to the next level with UTech. And we are going to make the society the innovative and the brilliant society that we are expecting today. So the two things, we have you as a customer, that's good, but what is more interesting is just to having you on the side of the story where we turn you guys into a transformational unit, into a center of excellence, like I said. That's what it is. Into this generator of incubating entrepreneurs, people who think that they can conquer the world. Thank you to every single one of you. Thank you so much.
I think that was a nice Heroes Day gift. I didn't expect that we would come and get a Center of Excellence. I'm elated by that, actually. But I'll give them a round of applause for that again. That means we can take all the students from the high schools and the colleges and so on and start incubating them, not only when they reach UTech, but prior to UTech. So that's good news. Absolutely, that is extremely. Yes. This is good news, man. Yes, yes. Yeah. You know, Bustamante was a hero, right? Bustamante was a hero. I don't know if it is coincidence or luck or what, but you're a living hero, right? You're a living hero to make that kind of introduction. Excellent. All right, so welcome again, everyone who is here in person and online. And I am Sean Thorpe, your Master of Ceremonies and Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. I do know there are a lot of students, staff members online, not only local to UTech, but from other institutions here in Jamaica and across the region who are participating today, just to let you know. So welcome to you all. A lot of gifts and goodies will be given away today, so I hope you all will be listening to what is happening. I see some people's eyebrows went up a while ago. I see 2, 3, 4 eyebrows just went up, right? I will not tell you when those gifts and goodies will come, so you have to stay for the event, for the day, and you have to be keenly listening to what is going on here, all right? So just putting you on early caution. And as you put your notes and so on, this man, you're nodding your head with me in approval, right? Reassuring approval. Excellent, excellent. All right, so at this point in time, and as we manage our schedule that we have before us, boy, I tell you, it's a major set of goodies coming. Let me just tell you one of them. A laptop is going to be issued. Hold on, you put your hands together for that already. I don't qualify. Unfortunately, I don't seem to can qualify for that, right? You know, I have to stay on the sidelines this time around, but you can't leave the room if you want to get the laptop. So let me ask a quick question. Those online can get it too? Or they have to come from online wherever they are and get inside here quickly? Oh my, yes. They need to be available. So you see, all of you who are here now, you're really in a prime position. You came with nothing, and now you're likely to leave with something very what? Significant. I like how this Microsoft team is working, They have the gifts and goodies. Listen, and it's not cheap business, These are expensive things. Students, if I were you, I would make sure I sit in the front row, even in the reserve section, if I have to, right? So I don't leave. I want to thank Mrs. Bustamante, the GM for Microsoft here, for telling us what, Microsoft is doing with UTech. And what is a great takeaway is that Center of Excellence that will help you. The most important thing in any organization is the people, It's not the building, anywhere at all. So the engagement here is an opportunity for you as the persons and the students and the staff coming out of this exercise. Anyway, at this point, I'm not going to hold up the proceedings any longer with my dribble. I'm going to now defer to Mr. David White, the program director for the Masters in Engineering and Computing programs, the Taught Masters programs in the faculty, to introduce our keynote speaker. So, Mr. White, the floor is yours. I defer to you at this time.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thorpe. Good morning, everyone. All right, and good morning to the hundreds of persons who are online. I wish I was young like you. You know, I feel the excitement, and I was actually outside. I was monitoring the proceedings from outside, and you know, I feel the passion. All right. Dr. Walker, Professor Thorpe, Mrs. Bustamante, Allen, well, Prof. Gyles is not here. Prof. Thorpe apologized for him earlier. He wanted to be here. He said, David, I have to be here. All right. Mr. Spicer, and all the officials, right? Other officials from Microsoft, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from UTech, and those who are visiting us from other institutions, other universities, and students. Today, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing to you someone who is a son of the soil. And you know, it's appropriate that he's at this place. Our president always reminds us that UTech is the birthplace of greatness. Right? And, you know, President shared a story with us, how persons from all over the world, and one particular country from the Far East, came and said, why is UTech producing so much world-class persons? You know, the fastest man in the world, can you tell me which university he studied? The fastest woman in the world, can you tell me which university she studied? The second fastest woman in the world, can you tell me which university? The current police commissioner, can you tell me which university? You know, heads of the army, heads of corporate business, all over, regionally, and of course now internationally. And today we have one of our own. Guess what? Guess and tell me where he studied. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing to you a son of the soil, someone who started his early career in electronics at St. Mary High School, and he likes to highlight Mr. Dwyer, you know, who was his electronics teacher. And he unlocked the world, you know, of limitless learning for him. Then, of course, after St. Mary, there was only one institution he saw he could come to continue his studies in electronics and engineering. And guess and tell me which university that was. All right. So he came to UTech. I believe it was then CAST, College of Arts, Science, and Technology, where he pursued a diploma in engineering. And he will tell you, when he gives you his own story, that he built a computer monitor, a graphics monitor. Anybody remember the MCA and the CGA and the VGA, right? Okay. Well, this gentleman, this esteemed gentleman, put together, right, a graphics monitor from scratch, right? Birthplace of greatness. Then he moved on next door, you know, because UTech was a budding tertiary institution at the time. We were growing, so he had to move next door to complete his studies, where he learned to amplify the whys and the hows. And finally, he moved to Brown University, where he completed his doctoral studies. And one key thing he learned, of course, you know where he learned that, right? You can do anything. And I see some of my students smiling in the audience because you know where I got that from, right? Mr. Walker, right? His mantra is you can do anything. And of course, he's at the right place. He's at Microsoft, where with Microsoft tools and technologies, you can do anything. So he rose quickly to the position of corporate vice president for commercial software engineering at Microsoft. But he also has been doing some very pioneering work. And you know we Jamaicans are, right? I remember talking about Mr. Walker and others like of his ilk. And I was saying to this Canadian professor, when he asked, what is it with you Jamaicans? I said, Prof, we never saw snow before. A certain team of 4 persons. You know they practice? In mud and water. But they went to Canada and took on the world. And though we didn't come first, you know, we made it in the top 10 in the bobsled team. So we have with us today Dr. Peter Walker. He has spawned several innovations and pioneering work in video encoding, coding. He built a lot of middleware in the middle of the recession, the COVID pandemic. He actually started a lab in cloud and video games. He formed the, I hope I'm getting this right, the Jamkazam app, which is a social media app that plays music. And when we started the discussions, you heard Mrs. Bustamante Allen, her vision, you know, for the Blue Mountain project and of course the strategic linkages with UTech, and then Mr. Spicer. They said, we know the perfect person to invite. We're going to offer training to UTech and so on. And they said, we have to invite Dr. Walker. So they put Dr. Walker in the chat, and Prof. Thorpe and myself were talking to him. We thought he was going to agree to do a session for us online. But when Dr. Walker heard that it was UTech, he said, David, I've booked my flight. I'm going to be in Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to help me to welcome the Vice President of Corporate Software Engineering from Microsoft, at one time the largest software company and the largest company in the world. Everybody has to interact with Microsoft. Ladies and gentlemen, our own son of the soil, Dr. Peter Walker.
Just give me a minute here and get myself set up. That's quite, just want to make sure the tech team is seeing, are you seeing my, my content? All good? Okay. All right. Are we going to project here on the screen? Are we good? All right, while they, okay. It's just me on the screen, I think. Just okay. All right, awesome. Let me see if I can control it. Apparently I cannot control it this way, so I need to stand by here and move with my clicker forward and back. I was hoping to move a little bit more, and I will try to do that. Let's see. Who's controlling it? Is it me or is it someone else? All right. I'll ask you to help me navigate then as we have this conversation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
Unless you get a moving mic, another person's listening online.
Yeah, I want this to be interactive, unless you want me to stand here. Okay. I want to have a conversation with you this morning. It's really an honor to be here. As David said, I'm a son of the soil. My years here in the early 80s at CAS was indeed one of my most fascinating time. It really anchored me in the field of engineering and made me want to just go as far and as deep as I could in this profession. And I'll tell you a bit of my journey as I get going here. Thank you, Dr. Professor Thorpe, for having me. Thank you, my Microsoft colleagues, for your passion and belief in Jamaica. You know, one of the things that I am involved with, a couple of years ago, the Governor General asked my wife and I to be part of the I Believe initiative. And the I Believe initiative, the thesis of it is, the Governor General says he believes that whatever is wrong with Jamaica can be fixed by what is right with Jamaica. And I think Yamile said it as well. The thing that is right with Jamaica is our people. We have the ability, we have the talent, and so this morning, my hope here is, the takeaway is that I can inspire you and that you will feel inspired that the world is within your grasp, literally within your grasp, okay? So, with that, let me take a little step back, and so I'll be talking with you, if you don't mind sharing on a little bit my own story. The title of my talk is about disruption now. Why now is the best time to be an engineer? And I know there are others of you maybe in the room who are not engineers. You're teachers, you're in the educational space, probably in medicine, etc., in media. But the truth is, the way the world is going, everyone, to some degree, needs to be an engineer. It's not an option anymore. All right? And so, when I was in my early years here, one of the classes that was required at UTech, CAS back then, that everyone had to take, and I hated it, to be honest with you, was communication in engineering. I was like, what the hell is this about? I mean, I want to do math, I want to do, circuit design, but communication engineering was about the ability to write reports and be able to communicate your thoughts clearly. And I cannot tell you how fundamental, how transformative my ability to frame my thoughts and express them has been to my profession. Much more, I am not saying some in many ways, much more than my ability to write a math equation. And I think where we're going now, just like back then we had communications engineers as a requirement, every class, every student of an institution these days should have literacy in computer technology in some programmatic way. So anyway, I hope with that context, with that framing, you'll feel like you'll see yourself in this story and in my story. So I'm going to restate a bit about what David shared about me in my own words, my own story. Next slide, please. So I'm a graduate of St. Mary's School. I'm very actively involved. My wife and I met my wife there at St. Mary's School, and I often joke and said, hey, see, I paid attention in school. I paid attention, right? It's been an amazing journey with her. My wife is Lisa, and I have colleagues who work here. I just met one of my colleagues, Carlian, who is also working in the IT department. It's one of the most fascinating periods of my life as well. I met Mr. Dyer. Mr. Dyer was our electronics teacher, and Mr. Dyer was one of those teachers who believe that you unleash a student to learn at the pace at whatever they want to learn. Mr. Dyer used a book in electronics, Hughes Electronics, which I looked it up today. It's still being reprinted. even to this day. And there are things that I learned in high school, even when I was doing my PhD, I was relearning. Because Mr. Dyer believed that, hey, if you are hungry for it, let's go for it. Calculus, solving equation for RMS equation, right? Root mean square and all these things. Things that most students would never have done, we did in high school because Mr. Dyer said, let's go where and as far as you want to go. When I came here at UTech, UTech is value proposition and is this, that when you leave here, you are ready for the world to work. Very practical, very hands-on. And I worked at Jamintel, a telephone company, doing internships and all that. Again, the courses that I took here, the exposure we had in terms of lab, in terms of all that, was very hands-on, very grounded. And indeed, for that time, it was exactly right what the world needed, in many ways, right? However, as I was talking with Professor Thorpe yesterday, there is a need for the school to evolve. And I could see that evolution happening, right? And we will talk a little bit more about that as I go on later on. I went to UE, and UE back then, this is in St. Augustine, not across the street, not, right? St. Augustine, literally down the other end of the island chain. And back then, there was a notion that people who came from UTech or CAS, they were good at hands-on, but you know what? They come to UE and they struggled. I'm thinking, hell no, that is not going to be my brand here. And, I can't tell you again how much the practical hands-on that I got here in terms of my projects that I did, in terms of how it made me show up and engage at UE in St. Augustine, how that made my experience there in terms of knowing why I was doing it, but how to do it was really a fundamental transformation. Of course, when I went to grad school, I did a master's, two masters and a PhD at Brown, and again, the same thing Mr. Dyer taught me, it came full circle. Limitless learning. My diploma here was electronics telecom. My undergrad was electrical engineering. My degrees were computer science and computer engineering. And the thing that I realized, and I love electronics, I love hardware, but I learned something in Brown that I saw the world was moving towards a software-centric world. And after I graduated, even though I did my PhD in computer engineering, fundamentally, all the work I've ever done since then is centered primarily in software engineering. So that's one, I say that. So quickly, my next slide. So I'll tell you a bit my story here. A little further in my story. Next slide, please. Ideas are born of the most simple places. I was watching my son playing his video game console back in the early 2000s. It's Nintendo, GameCube. Probably you guys don't even know what that is. Some of you too, right? Right? And I said to him, hey, Matt, what if you could actually play this game and have it streamed, have your friend play with you, but they don't need to have a GameCube. Just have it streamed to them, like a video from the cloud. And he would say, Dad, that'd be so cool. That'd be amazing, blah, blah, blah. And he was so excited. And I thought, damn, there must be something in this. Right? There is something here. I mean, Warren Buffett, I like reading Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett says, if you want to know where the future is, look up what the young people are excited about. What story they're going to buy, right? In their clothing and what electronics they're gravitating. That's the indicator of the future. And Matt's excitement around this said to me that there was something here. And so I started doing an investigation. I was at IBM Research at the time, and I realized that most people felt like if you could do it, it would be an exciting thing to do. But most people felt it could not be done. It could not be done. And I said, well, as a computer scientist and engineer, I love solving real problems. I don't really play video games, but I felt like, damn, this would be a great idea to pursue. And so I started. To myself initially, and then with one of my Jamaican colleagues, he's a hardware engineer, we started working nights and weekends, right? Working remotely, building, we're on Skype late at night, doing design development. We found what we needed on the internet. We built a team in the middle of the Great Recession back in 2008 when people were panicking. Now here we are in another recession, right? And I always believe this is the soil, this is the fertile soil in which ideas and companies are born. When you have money and money is flowing easily, hey, everybody seems to contribute. But when you have cash constraint, and companies need to find novel, resourceful ways of solving problems, aha, this is your moment to strike, okay? So here it is. This is a picture of what our initial test rig in my living room looked like on the left, right? A tangled mess of wires and all that. And by the time we were finished producing this thing, this is what it looks like on the right. And this piece of device enabled you to do today, if you play video games and you go to Microsoft website and you say xCloud, and you can stream an Xbox game and have it play to you like Netflix, or you can go on PlayStation Now. This was what this was back then. It pioneered that entire space. This company was acquired by GameStop. If any of you play video games, you know by GameStop. My company, Spawn Labs, was acquired by GameStop. We led the development of GameStop cloud gaming platform, right? And indeed, today, cloud gaming is a thing, but it started with two guys. Really started with a simple conversation with my son to say, what if you could? This is a conversation you can have today with anybody. You can have a conversation, and it's within your grasp to say, what if you could? What problems are you trying to solve? Here in Jamaica, what if we could? All right, next slide, please. I left GameStop and we started another company, as David mentioned. As the pandemic hit, we started this business of cloud jamming, which allowed musicians to play music live and in sync across the internet from anywhere. You know, musicians are very conservative people. I didn't realize how conservative they are, right? They don't like to try new things. But as the pandemic hit, Jam Kazam was the lifeblood of musicians across the world because they could stay in their living room and play music from anywhere, from Germany to the United States, from East Coast to West Coast, unbelievable, from Jamaica to, to Miami to New York. It's amazing to see what this platform could be. And again, the idea for this came. After I left GameStop, my friend and partner in business said to me, hey, Peter, we did this thing for cloud gaming, but I'm not a real gaming guy. What if we could do the music? I love playing music. Do you think we could do some music? So I did some research, and I realized, I think we could, right? We have solved some very fundamental problems with latency and jitter and all that to make this thing happen. But again, the genesis of this company was from a simple conversation. What if you could? So, next slide, please. So here I am at Microsoft. As a corporate vice president at Microsoft, I lead a team of nerds. Nerd is a cool word these days, right? We work with Microsoft's most strategic customers, solving the largest and most complicated problems with them. Right? Banking, energy, right? Manufacturing, automotive, right? All around the world, globally. So these customers come to Microsoft and say, hey, thank you, we're grateful for your cloud ecosystem, we solve, all that, et cetera, but we need a level of co-engineering, a partnership to get us to the next level. Can you help us get that? And that's what this commercial software engineer does. We work with those customers to help them take advantage of the cloud, because that's the future, and that's where the world is going. So let's keep moving. How am I doing time? I'm good, okay. So Satya says, if any of you follow Satya, if you don't, by the way, if you don't have a LinkedIn account, every one of you should have a LinkedIn account. High school, start in high school. It's about building your network, right? You should have that. But I follow Satya on LinkedIn early before I joined Microsoft because I just love the way the guy thinks, right? It's amazing, right? Every company is now a software company. Every company. Why? Because everything we do essentially is enabled by computer systems. If you're doing retail, the logistics around how your supply chain is managed is all software, right? How you manage your resources on your shelves to make sure, how you manage your payroll and your HR, right? It's all software, right? How you manage your marketing, it's all software. Every company, no matter where you are, if you're in mining, right, software is in the key of how your systems are managed, how you track your inventory, how you manage your maintenance schedule. Software, software, software. Because software enables you to optimize and get more out of the value chain than if you didn't have that resource. right? So, software. So, when I say that, as a teacher, I said earlier, if you're a teacher in high school, I mean, I see this even sometimes. The teacher wants to get something done, and they think, oh, I've got to go to the IT guy to get this done. No. You know, those days of trying to arbitrate your request through this one person or whatever, that would gate you forever. That can't scale. Teachers need to know how to do these things themselves in many ways so they can take advantage of the ecosystem. Right? You cannot wait for this centralized authority to arbitrate because, again, that is not a scalable thing. And the way the world is going with software, today the coding is a little bit more hands, but we're moving towards a society that is called no-code, low-code, where AI is enabling us to do so much more, right? So much more by just being able to talk and express your requests to the systems, and the system generates it for you. So anyway, digital transformation, right, is software-centric. Jamaica's digital transformation, its payments, its transportation, its energy, its sustainability, right? Sorry, go ahead.
Sir, I have a question. Sir, earlier you mentioned about evolving high schools. How would you evolve high schools in the pandemic period, and how would you describe the effectiveness of implementation of technology during pandemic?
If you don't mind, I have towards the end, I have some practical call to action that may help answer some of those questions. You do, okay? Thank you. It's a great question. You know, I'll give you my mic for the moment. And then yeah. Go ahead.
All right, sir. Earlier you mentioned about evolving high schools, sir. So I have two questions. How would you evolve high schools in the pandemic period, and how would you describe the effectiveness of the implementation of technology during online school?
Thank you. I'll speak to that. Indeed have the panel speak to that later on. Right. I'll also share a little about some of the work that I was involved with at St. Mary High School. All right, very much on the ground during the pandemic, in helping with that as well. Okay, so if I may, where are we again? So software-centric, we're moving towards that. Next slide, please. So you need that software capability in a society today to be able to create differentiation. You just need it. It's essential. Every branch of engineering, I mentioned, every part of society, but especially engineering, right, is impacted. Electrical engineering, for example, when I was here at college and I was doing a circuit design, you write on paper, right, you draw your circuits, you do your analysis, blah, blah, blah. Today, if you're doing a design in a circuit, you know how it's done? You write software. It's Verilog, it's VHDL, right? It is hardware description languages. It's all done via software. Your simulation is done via software. If you're doing chemical engineering, the bonding of molecules, the design of molecules, the analysis of molecules, it's in software, right? Software-centered world, right? If you're mechanical engineering, AutoCAD and stress analysis and numeric analysis, all these things, software. Almost all of it, your wind design, stress design, everything is done via software, and finally when you hit the field, you put it on the ground. But until you get to the physical implementation of it, it's all software. And of course, computer science is all software, right? So again, every branch of engineering that you can think of is impacted and implicated in this transition, right? So the challenge is, as when you think about how we have grown over the years as a society, right? In engineering, we started with craftsmanships or professional training, right? You get a professional certification. Then you go to college today, right? You are in college and you have to get a degree and, on campus, right? And you can get, Cisco certification or Azure certification. And now we're moving towards massively open online courses or MOOCs, right? The channel by which you access the educational capability or resource to get you ready for this intersection with this opportunity, it's evolving very conveniently so. In fact, if you would go to most colleges today, almost all of their coursework is open. I mean, if you want to go to Brown or MIT or Stanford, you can literally go there today and look at the course material and do the assignments if you wish. All open to you. You don't have to wait to get to somewhere to learn these days. Those days, I'm sure you're aware of it, but those days are behind you. The question is not access to information. I think there's a larger question is what do you do with information once you have access to it? But anyway, but we have, historically some barriers to entry in Jamaica, and, it's limited access to the basic required education. I know, for example, we're talking with teachers at St. Mary's School, rural schools in Jamaica, that math is a barrier. Math is a filter for most students in Jamaica. High cost of tuition onboarding, most people can't afford to come here, right? The need for relocation to a central campus. If you live in Westmoreland, if you live in Port Antonio, why do you have to come here physically in a world where remote learning and so many things are happening? I know there's an experience that happens on campus, don't get me wrong, it's valuable, but almost all schools are evolving to say, we'll meet you where you are, right? To manage costs. So, and also historically in Jamaica, there's a limited sense of the opportunity that comes with being an engineer. It used to be like, hey, if you want to be someone in Jamaica, you got to be a doctor, lawyer, and what else? A businessman, right? Those days are behind us, right? Bill Gates and so many others have showed us that nerds rule the world. Elon Musk, right? All right, so there are three disruptive winds that have changed, and I'm going to speak to this quickly as to what rationally I see that says this is an opportunity for it. This is a moment for us to seize, right? First one, the rise of the internet, the PC and internet, right? This is a first win that really enabled us to be where we said this is a software-centric world. I still remember to this day, one of the talks I went to at Brown, and the title of the talk was something like complex computer architecture, the oxymoron of it. Oxymoron, and oxymoron means it's a statement that is self-contradictory. Because this self-contradictory sense was that they felt that computers are going to be everywhere, ubiquitous, in your fridge, in your microwave, whatever. And if it's that ubiquitous, then what's so complex about it? But that's the truth. Right now, today, every single device, that is almost being manufactured, have a Wi-Fi or internet presence. So the rise of the PC, Silicon Valley, right? We know this story. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, started with the PC, right? Next slide, please. And then, what has really happened over the years is that you find that with Moore's law says that the cost you can get, essentially for a fixed cost, you can get more power and capability from your computers every 2 years on average. So you see this logarithmic curve where you say, hey, what used to be a supercomputer is now in the palm of my hand, right? And you can imagine as we keep going forward that you're going to have more and more power, more and more software capability. So the question becomes, what do you do with that? And it's only limited by your imagination. That is the open door for us. The second thing here is the rise of the internet. When I started at Brown, the internet was like 1992. It was like, what the hell is that? I mean, it's like, it's like, today you take it for granted, right? But it's like a few campuses are connected and all that, right? And now you have this thing that literally has collapsed the world into almost a single point, right? Thomas Friedman, in one of his books, if you have a chance to read this book, it's an old book now, released back in early 2000. Thomas Friedman is a New York Times journalist, well-renowned, love his way he thinks, very brilliant author. He wrote this book called The World is Flat. And the thesis of that book was really the effects of the internet. How it really, level the playing field in terms of how developing economies can compete with developed economies on a level playing field. Jamaica's proximity to the United States is a really huge advantage. You don't understand how powerful that is. You see, when I mentioned earlier about my team, the commercial software engineering team, one of the things that we look for in trying to build a team of people that can work is time zone alignment. If you're going to work with big banks in New York, you want to be able to work with them with a team of people who are in the same time zone as them. So even though you could get access to cheap labor in India, cheaper labor in India, it's not time zone aligned. Jamaica is time zone aligned. There's so much opportunity in terms of, because of our proximity to the United States, that we can tap, right? That this flat world effects has, that it's amazing. So next slide. And of course, the third disruption, I mean, there are many other disruptions, but I'm giving you a quick summary of them, right? Is this the rise of PC, mobile, right? Big data, cloud platforms, and AI. All of these things kind of go together. Mobile phones need the cloud. In fact, for every one of these things, there is, I think like almost every 10 of them, there's a server that backs this up in the cloud. Without that, you don't have this, right? When you have big data, right? All the data that is collected from this, from your photographs, your movements, your buy-sell activities, whatever it is, all of that becomes asset that in many ways used to be all centralized by Google and others, but many countries now are saying, hey, my data must stay in my country, must be processed here. What does that mean for you as entrepreneurs? What does it mean as a country? When those laws and requirements come, what are the opportunities for you, right? And so the democratization of computing, cloud computing, now makes it possible that anyone, anywhere, have access to the same capabilities and can build the solutions. You no longer have to be in the United States. You can be in Costa Rica, Jamaica, Trinidad, wherever, and you're building solutions that runs equitably as if you were in the United States or Germany or anywhere else. Amazing implications for what you do. Okay. So, and of course, AI. AI is the big one. And, sometimes people think of this as it's this amorphous thing. This thing that sometimes, you watch Arnold Schwarzenegger movie and, and all that, you have terrors of AI and all that. But the AI that we are talking about today is much more, well, when rightly used, right, is a very useful resource. So you look at, if you, for example, as high school students, college students, if you go to the Khan's Academy and you use Khan's Academy appropriately, they have AI that track to see how well you're learning certain things, and it will then recommend modules for you to go back and fix and address the learning gaps or learning challenges that you're having. Because you know what? You're learning, your interaction with the system generates data about your learning and and then the AI system learns, we see this pattern enough that says students who do this, blah, 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 get uplifts. So you have these systems, and so code, when you go to, if you're writing code today, at Microsoft, we talk about Copilot, which is a software, an AI assistant that you will say, I want this function, right, to render a PDF or something. Anything will generate a function for you. You don't even, right? Now, you have to be careful because you need to know enough about coding to also know whether it's right or wrong, right? Because these things are still developing. But it is there as an assistant to help you move and accelerate your learning in such an amazing way. So anyway, so here we are. We have this perfect storm, right? A connected world, low-cost entry, a PC, that costs relatively, little. A shift in corporate policy that says, hey, we are prepared to work with you remotely. That did not used to be the case. We're also prepared to work with you, right? Even if you don't have a degree, as long as you show proficiency. And the question becomes, where do you show proficiency? So most of you, if you're going to engineering or software engineering, any of you graduating here from in computing, you should have a GitHub account where you're showing that you can write code and checking in and showing that you have activity that you can point a prospective employer to and say, see, this is what I'm doing. This is no longer, it's like used to be the case that if you're trying to audition for music or anything, that you go on, people never heard of you, and people say, no, these days, show me your YouTube channel and your Pinterest and other channels to show that you have ability. You no longer show up and just, I'm brand new. No, the world, if you want to be known, show evidence that you are known, okay? So So we have, and then this perfect storm, that we have a shortage of talent. And I will speak to that in a minute. So call to action. Some practical steps for seizing this moment. Next slide, please. So for those of you who are in high school, the Jamaica College guys here, right? And others who are online, get up with math. As I mentioned earlier, math is a filter for most students. You know, why? I mean, to some respect, I am probably the least person to be able to understand that challenge, because math has always been the easiest thing for me. The thing I struggled with most, you know what it was? English. I felt English was too nebulous. There's no rules to it. I was like, if I say this way, you say that way, what's the difference, right? Right? But math had rigor to it, and I love that. So it has always been easy for me, right? But if you start a math club, because this is the filter that is blocking most students, and feel like when they go to college, they need to choose soft areas that avoid them having to deal with math or calculus. Don't run from it, run towards it, right? Create or join a math club. Second thing is, you know, as a starter computer club. These days you can get a Raspberry Pi. I heard this mentioned. A Raspberry Pi, an Arduino, or whatever it is, device that costs very little. And you can learn so much from it. So much that is not just academic. If you have a farm, can you control your sprinkler system? Can you do a rain sensor, wind sensor? Can you do solar? There are so many practical things you can do with these things that as a club, right, where you are saying, hey, let's learn to fix computers and actually give them to our students, right? You know, there are things that can be done here that is very hands-on, very relevant, that will make you build your proficiency towards seizing this moment. One of the challenges that I've seen, like at St. Mary's School, that most schools, in rural schools in particular, don't have good internet access. So this remote work and this flat internet thesis that I mentioned is a theory, because they don't have access to it. But what can you do? I know your people say, wait for the government. I mean, I personally, I'm one of those people, Androski will tell you, I don't believe in waiting for governments, right? You have a network of students, your alum, lobby, this is leadership. Actually, you're building leadership by these things. Ask the school to find out where are our past students, where are they? Reach out, lobby them and get their help. I know this is very important, one of the things that we did at St. Mary's School, to help. For those guys here at JC has an amazing old boys network that has done so much. So lobby your alum network to help drive the change in the organization. And buy a computer, not a tablet. Buy one with a keyboard you can actually write code, right? I always think that tablets are good for people who consume content, not create content, right? So, right? And learn a programming language, learn it. Python, whatever it is so important. Once your appetite is wet and you realize, oh, this is not so hard, it unlocks a world of possibilities for you. All right, for those of you who are in college, you're here. There's two challenges I mentioned. When I was here at UTech, I learned how to do engineering. You know the thing I didn't learn how to do? How to turn it into business. That must change, right? For you who are here, partner and learn, get into an entrepreneurial thing, course that you figure out, hey, I have an idea. The project that I built when I did it back then, it was a great idea, I learned a lot. But the question becomes, what can I do with it afterwards? That was never clear to me, right? Partner with your business colleagues here and say, hey, I have an idea. I'm going to be the engineering lead. I'm going to be the chief technology officer. You're going to be the business person, right? I'm going to be whatever, the CEO, whatever. But here's the idea we're going to pursue. Let's go test in the market. It is more feasible than ever before. Because quite often, it's software. You don't have to buy things. It is software. What you need is an account, and quite often it's free. You start, and you learn how to build a solution, and only quite often, when the customer start paying, do you start incurring charges. So it's the barriers to entry today is so low. It's unbelievably low.
right? So, all right, so invest in learning the cloud. Androski will talk about that, right? It is the future. It's not even the future. It is the present, right? So you must learn that, right? And as I mentioned before, invest in building something that is anchored in a need, a business need. So your summer internships, when you go out and you're working with an insurance company or whatever, look around. And anytime you see one of the ways to get ideas for where opportunities exist, I always ask, why is this done this way? If you feel like it's hard or inconvenient, ask, why is it done? Why is it so hard? For example, yesterday I was just listening and we were talking, and they said the cafeteria doesn't take credit cards. I'm thinking, what the hell? Well, you can complain, but I thought, is there a business opportunity here? That's friction. Who can actually go talk about installing a system, building a system that allows them to take credit card and get a revenue share from that? Why not? Anytime you have friction in the system, that's an opportunity. Right? You can complain or you can seize the moment. So wherever you are, right? You know, where you are in a plant, a factory, wherever you are, in the business place, look for those points of friction and realize that those are opportunities to do innovation. Okay. All right, my next slide, please. So, where we are, engineering salaries have been climbing constantly, even during the recession, the Great Recession. It dipped a little bit there. In 2008, you can see it right there. Right? But in general, in terms of constant dollars, it's going up, at least in the United States. And I would say here in Jamaica as well. It goes up because you know why? Because the supply-demand ratio is out of balance. Demand is high, the supply is low. That is always an economy for charging more. Okay? And you can see it here, right? That the experts are predicting in 2025, there'll be at least 5 million short in terms of software engineers. In the United States, for the next 10 years, 200,000 engineers short. 200,000 every year, annually. The opportunity before you in terms of seizing this moment is unbelievable. Now, I say this, right? I'm a dreamer. Dream big. I heard Androski mention Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and these people. I'm thinking, why the hell? Who's my Jamaican Elon Musk? Why are we using those people as references? Who are the people here that you can look and say, aha, that's my Elon Musk. That's my local Elon Musk. You could be that person. You could be. Right? Work hard and smart. Eh? Sorry. I said Androski, Yamile, sorry. Sorry. It's a challenge, yes, a challenge.
So the other one is the challenge that we could be the ones.
We could be the ones, absolutely. Right? Nerds are cool. You know, it used to be, back in the day, that you say you're a nerd, people think, you're a freak, right? Now nerds rule the world. Okay? For better or for worse, right? But they do rule, right? Develop and nurture a growth mindset. This is key for me. One of the things that I felt, right, and I've said good on time, is that in Jamaica, for historical reasons, we measure people, or we measure ourselves by our grades. So who is top of the class? Who is whatever? Who gets to how many A levels, right? And those become indices by which we measure how smart we are. That is a trap. Because people can get confident in that because I passed my exams and I was top of my class, it means I'm smart. It doesn't mean diddly squat. What we should reward people and recognize people for is effort. How hard did you work for? If learning comes easy for you and you get top of your class, that is not to be celebrated. How much effort did you put into this? Effort needs to be celebrated. And if you take that as the operating premise, right, that we celebrate effort, then it means that when we face barriers, when we have these hurdles, what will you do? You will lean into it, not run from it. People who consider themselves smart, quite often, when they come to hard challenges, you know what they do? They back away because they don't want to be seen as a failure. People who recognize that hard work and effort is what counts, not my smarts, they lean into it. They have nothing to lose. So, a growth mindset, develop and nurture that. That is key if you're going to see this moment. And, as I said before, every job will require, every job, not some, every job, just like my communication and engineering class, that says, hey, you're doing engineering, but you must learn how to communicate by writing letters, right, etc. Every job will require, or does require today, an understanding and appreciation of computing systems and how to program them, how to use them. If you do Excel, for example, if you're a teacher and you do Excel, sure, you can do little things that say sum the columns and do your average, but the truth is, Excel is a programming environment. You'd be amazed to see the things that people can do in Excel and do with those macros. It is a programming environment, right? So everyone needs to do that. A world of great opportunity awaits you. All right, my final slide. Yes, I hope you'll agree with me. The disruption is now. Not tomorrow, now. And yes, it is the best time to be an engineer. Thank you. Now, if I may, I want to respond to his question, which the question was about how high schools, how the pandemic affected us and how prepared the high schools were in.
How would you involve high schools in the pandemic period, and how would you describe the effectiveness of the implementation?
Okay. Okay. So, so you asked a question which also implies that I was present and understand the implementation and the friction that was done. So there are certain politics involved with that I'm not sure I'm privy to in terms of what happened on the ground. What I do know is that most governments were caught off guard. Even the United States, believe me, most schools were not ready for the effects of a pandemic. And particularly in poor communities in the United States, the digital divide became so blatant, the haves and the have-nots. And in a developing country, right, like Jamaica, that became even more stark. And so, as I engaged with St. Mary's School, we started working with St. Mary's School because the lab had burnt down before, and we were helping, and then the pandemic came, and it became so blatant. It's like, holy cow, how, if I put myself and say, if I were a student in this environment, how would I survive? You know, I came from a part of St. Mary where, internet access or cell phone access is like unbelievably, well, I don't know what it's like there, but back then there was no such thing. And I suspect because it's so hilly, probably still very spotty. How would a student survive? And so, there are infrastructure side to this that says, hey, if we're moving towards a digital economy, there's some infrastructure needs that the government and the private sector needs to have put in place to create a more equitable ecosystem. Now, with respect to the implementation, right? So my first question is that generally most schools and environments were not prepared. And for those who have resources that were prepared, they fared better. For those who didn't have it, it just made it obvious that, right? And what also happened is that when you, in a cash-constrained situation, one, you have revenues are going low because people are not buying and selling and whatever. And so in a government situation, it's a perfectly negative storm because you are losing revenue, tax revenue, because the business is not working, and your investment requirements are you're asked to invest more. It's like, where are you going to get it from? Government don't print, well, they can print money, but it doesn't, you know what I mean, right? So anyway, it's a really difficult situation. One of the ways I think about this is also to say, what's the business model? Nothing is for free. If you're high school, and I know this, if there has to be a revenue, some kind of model where the investment that is needed to build out this ecosystem, that somehow students and government and parents and everybody kind of pool in order to help create it. Because if you keep looking to the government to do it, I have seen time and time again, Jamaica's situation is such that the recurring needs, the pace at which technology changes, and needs to be refreshed. It's very hard to depend on government to do that. You need alternative methods in order to do that. So anyway, I would say to your second question, hopefully, this moment, this inflection point that we have, recognizing that the world has moved into a world that remote work, remote learning is here to stay. That we will invest in a proactive way. That is the motion of the day. And so it's a question now you should ask, what are we doing now in order to really ensure that we create this broad access across Jamaica and broad enabling capabilities to take advantage of it. And finally, I say this, if I'm in St. Mary and I have good internet access and I live in Orca right there by the beach, why do I need to move Kingston? Right? It's like, it's a perfect thing if you have good connectivity. All of a sudden, the need for people to move into the city to have certain experiences and access is deflated, right? And you have a better way to actually elevate the whole society rather than concentrate it in pockets in Kingston and Montego Bay. Did you have a question? The mic, please. And I know I have to respect the time here.
And I think before we close, because I know that the question was for Peter.
Sure.
Yes. I think just to kind of complement that we got to think as well about reprioritizing our own way of looking at things. How many of us had a very good phone, but probably we never had a tablet? COVID came, and then you realize that with your phone, you were not able to do stuff like online school, et cetera, et cetera. So today, I'm sure that every single person here now is kind of rethinking the way before. I'm saying, I have to make sure that in case that, if this happens again, I'm going to be covered. So to your question, I think that that's as well, and it's not only at the personal level. At the institutional level, adoption of teams, et cetera, it comes with that. Standardizing the technology, making sure there is, if something happens, we can all jump back on it and there would be no disruption. And at the government level, I don't know if you saw the news about Starlink being authorized now to provide internet access. That's not a coincidence. It's a satellite network. Let us not mention the owner of the network, but it's a satellite network. And there's things behind that. And all that came after and realizing that, as Peter mentioned, and as we all know, COVID came and we were caught off guard. It's like, oh, even in the most developed countries, this became a nightmare. And this is the way now. So when you think about, this is how we are doing it. And then there could be more talks about efficiency and so forth, but I think that those aspects are very important.
Supply and demand issue with regards to engineering, and that's why the wages are so high. So as we move to a world with online courses and AI helping people learn, eventually more people are going to get into engineering. It's going to be easier. And then we have these no-code platforms. So the barrier to engineering is going to fall. So do you think everyone doing engineering is a good long-term solution to the problem of employment and getting proper wages?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Oh, Travis Williams, final year electrical and computer engineering.
Thank you, Travis.
Yeah.
That question, thank you for that question. I think it is a very insightful one. So, in a world, one of the reasons that, let me go back to the argument I make with Thomas Friedman around the world is flat, right? And the thesis that as the internet became ubiquitous, work that used to be done in the United States, one example he uses, for example, taxes, right? People go to and get their taxes done, and they realize, oh, it's no longer economically viable to do it in the United States because people figured they could move that work to India and et cetera. And so what they had to do, companies in the United States had to do, they had to move up the value chain, right? And do more complex things and more complex things. In a low-code, no-code society, yes, there are certain things you can do, but there will always be more complex things that needs to be done. Right? And so, and in fact, the more connected it is, the more challenge it is to be able to address those engineering situations. And what the world pays for and pays a premium for these days is expertise. Not broad-based knowledge, expertise, right? And so, if I used to, I was an executive at Visa, and I used to, as I interviewed people, and I saw they put on their resume, and they'd say, "Hey, I'm a full stack engineer." I'm thinking, what the hell is that? Full stack? It's like, what do you do? What is the competency that you have? And it's a joke I run, because I just, want to poke at them to say, tell me, what is it you really do? The world pays for expertise. So when you go deep today, like in cloud computing, what aspect of cloud computing do you know? At time, you can see the evolution in the cloud. At one time, you could just learn how to move VMs to the cloud, and that was kind of lift and shift is good. And now you have to know AI, you got to know, data management and network, and there's a complex set of things that needs to go together to make it work. So yes, the entry-level opportunities will be easier, but the complex opportunities will continue to require deep engineering expertise that will not be in oversupply anytime soon. Yeah.
Can I interject as well?
Sure.
Just to piggyback on what Peter just said. So I'm Androski Spicer, part of the Microsoft team here. It's easy to write software. You can easily print "Hello World," right? Everybody can do that, all right? Yeah, everybody has done that, right? It's really hard to write thoughtful applications that solve challenges. Elon Musk said at the last AI Day, it's really hard to create a robot that is useful. And the reason why it's so hard is because the intellectual ability to write a complex task that looks easy is really hard, right? So when you ask, if we flood the market with talent, wouldn't that reduce the cost of the wages, right? The answer is no. When I was at JC, where I first fell in love with computers, by the way, I realized, at that time we had floppy disks, right? And data was like 10 kilobytes. If something was 5 megs, I mean, you were like, oh my, that's so huge. Today, applications generate gigs every day. And at the end of the month, we have petabytes of data, right? Google alone, I mean, the amount of data they generate on a daily basis. 24 petabytes. I mean, if you think about 24 petabytes a day and storing that, right? But not only storing it, but securing it, so you can be compliant, for different industry regulations. I mean, that is hard, right? What's even harder is using that data. How do I actually get insights from that data? That is really hard. And people who can actually do that, right? The people who are dedicated to the field and decide, you know what, I'm going to get as good so I can actually create value from this data. Those people are very small. So if you look at companies like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and I was with AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, for almost 7 years, and I left as a principal. And a principal is basically the pinnacle of engineering, right? When I was hiring at Amazon for engineers, I would go through, we go through hundreds of applications, hundreds. And the reason why we didn't hire, most times, had nothing to do with your ability to code. It had to do with your bias for action. What have you done? Yes, you're in university, but what have you done, right? You're leaving university, what have you done? What did you use those 4 years to do? All right? Yes, you work for this company, but how did you change that company? So when you look at software companies like Google and AWS, these companies are looking for people who have the bias for action to keep evolving. Because when you enter these companies, you don't necessarily, you have a job description, and your job description says solutions architect. But when you enter, you have the ability to effect change across the entire organization. Actually, the globe. And for people who enter an environment like that and don't add value, and when we say add value, beyond just doing your job, right? You realize that they're quickly weeded out. I mean, it's so today when I get into my talk, I'll share a little bit about my story. Yeah, and
All right, thank you, Androski. Thank you, everybody, for the time. I know I want to respect the time because I'm a stickler for time, so thank you very much.
Okay, we look like we have one more question just now.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. Who is that? Who is that? Oh.
Good morning.
Good
Can
morning.
you hear me?
Sure.
Very quickly. I'm responsible for bringing those gentlemen from Jamaica College. I'm their teacher. I teach them sociology. And it's odd that they're here as sociology students.
Who is that? Who's that?
These boys right
Oh, okay, okay.
college men, sorry. And they're here because, to some degree, they have either engineering or IT prospects in the next 7 years, and they want to know how sociology will impact that field.
Ooh.
And that is why we're in this space. I tell them you have to be in the room to understand what's happening in the space. And that quote you made about AI, so the intelligence it will take to make the robot do something simple is very hard.
yes,
It's exactly why they're in the room. Because a robot can't be human.
Correct.
And the humanness in engineering is what is required of you.
yes.
The sociology of the postmodern space that we're in.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for coming. I would just say quickly, what we have seen over the past 5-6 years is that engineers without good social structure will ruin countries, will ruin citizens, will ruin the world. When Facebook and the whole social network space developed, some of the social implications of it were never thought through. Never thought through. And only now we are retrofitting this, but it's really hard. AI can do a lot of damage. Feed biases, amplify biases, etc. Who are the sociologists who are in the room who are asking, what is the implication of this? What's this? What's this? What's this? How do you decide truth? How do you decide how to manage and restrain, right? The proliferation of things that can cause people not to look at science and take scientific facts as facts. Those are sociological questions. Those are engineering questions. It manifests itself in engineering amplified sense because engineers create an ecosystem. But how those problems are solved requires a combination of the social engineering of society and the engineering that is going on to create and enable certain effects in society. You know, you guys have a front row seat to saving the world, if you ask me that. Literally saving the world. So I'm glad you're here. Thank you very much again.
Let us thank the speaker again. This was a very, very, very good session. We would really like to thank Dr. Walker for these inspiring words that motivates the profession. It actually is a good precursor to the upcoming panel discussion that we're going to have within the next hour. We are now just up on the break. And I should point out, and I'm going to actually ask Dr. Walker to sit on one of our boards here in UTech very shortly, and to actually recommend him as an adjunct professor in the university. So Professor Gyles, please expect that to come very shortly. All right, I'm just declaring it into the public space today and immediately, right? Dr. Walker has done a sterling amount of work in the field, and it is really prime time to take back one of our own to support the continued build-out within the university. So at this point, we are on the heels of a coffee break. You can walk and stretch your legs for those who are here in person. Those who are online, please feel free to do the same. And we will reconvene in 15 minutes, okay? And when we reconvene, that should take us closer to 11:10 a.m., where Mr. Spicer will give you an introduction to Microsoft Azure in that session. But the break is outside, ladies and gentlemen. Feel free to walk, talk a little bit, use the restroom, etc., and come back, all right? And I will do the roll call at that appropriate time. Thank you. Use the mic outside and tell everybody to come in. So, because after that session, we move immediately into the career panel session, which starts at midday. All right, so we want to manage that time, and I will now defer to Mr. Spicer to do his presentation. You may need mic, sir. Here you are.
I'll try to hold these two. And clicker isn't working. Okay. Okay, it's working. Good morning. So we're still in morning. Welcome to the Microsoft Azure Cloud. Why am I presenting on the Microsoft Azure Cloud? Right? I'm going to get into all of that. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. At Microsoft, I am what they call a strategic account technologist, which is a long way of saying, I'm responsible for the technical strategy of a strategic account, which is one account. And I'm going to talk about all of that. But when I thought about this presentation, this gathering, I wanted a theme for it. You should always have a theme for something, right? If you look at all the big tech companies, there's always a theme for the event. And the theme of this event is limitless. What does that mean? It's a really broad, vague term, right? But what has happened in the past 2 years, or over the past 2 years, is a reordering of the human experience. We don't do the things we used to do the way we used to do them, right? And that is not going away. We work from home, which means we're around our family all the time, which can be a good or a bad thing. But it means that we're working remotely, we're doing more things via our devices. We're interacting in meetings like we do in person, but from your machines. How you think about working in general has become borderless. You can be hired by a company in the UK and work your hours. In tech especially, this is true. So when I say limitless, I'm referring to your ability to do two things. Work from anywhere and create anything. As long as you have the ability to do it and the drive to do it, you can do it. And this is why I'm talking about cloud technologies today, because everything is done in the cloud. Now, who am I? Well, I'll start with where I am. And I spoke about a strategic account that I'm responsible for. And when I say responsible, I'm referring to the technical strategy of that account. the way they innovate, the way they get things done, the way they think about the future. My team helps to do that. Today, the company that I support, that I work very close with, is Starbucks. I'm in those meetings when Starbucks need guidance on how to accomplish certain technical tasks and how to actually think about innovation for the future. Sometimes I'm the person providing recommendations on what those future technologies and the way customers interact with their locations and drinks and food, how that happens. Before Starbucks, before Microsoft, as I said before, I worked for AWS. And at AWS, I wrote applications and provided architectural guidance that impacted companies from Tableau, Disney, JP Morgan, and even the NASDAQ. So how did this happen? How did I do this, right? Sometimes you stumble up on an answer by accident. So when I was with AWS, I supported Tableau. And at the time, Tableau did very little on AWS. And it was my job to help guide them on that little that they did. I was a solutions architect at the time, entry level. Well, a little bit more than entry level. But one day, the right hand of the CFO said, hey, one of my guys is trying to figure something out and he's having a hard time doing it. So I said, sure, I'm happy to help, all right? So number one, always being open to helping is very important. Because when you're open to helping, you're open to growing. Because sometimes your growth lies around the corner and you have no idea that that's a thing that's gonna open a door to your future. So when I spoke to the engineer, he was trying to do things an old way. And because as an architect, I have to keep on top of technology and how we do things. And I provided guidance, but it wasn't enough. Which brings me to my second point. Always be willing to go out of your comfort zone. I said to him, okay, I'll write it. Now, when I said I'll write it, I thought it was very simple, the application. But when I started writing it, I realized that it was more difficult to create something simple that anyone can just use than it is to create something. I could have created something and say, hey, here you go. But at UTech, I was taught to solve problems in a way that's scalable. So what I did was to get my hands dirty. I learned Node.js. I learned how to interact with the APIs that I've been speaking about for 2 years. And I began writing. Now, when I began writing, I didn't know that this thing that I was writing was a problem for Disney, NASDAQ, Fox, and various banks around the world. VW called me from Germany and said, hey, we saw this thing online. Tell us about it. And I had to tell them about it. So when I wrote that application, I decided it's not enough to write it. I'm going to write a blog about it, and I'm going to publish it. Because at Amazon, you aren't encouraged to provide one-to-one interaction. You're encouraged to scale beyond yourself. So when you do something, you write about it. Peter spoke about the skill of communication. As an engineer, anything you do, you have to know how to communicate your thoughts. Because the ability to communicate your thoughts live beyond you. So when I published this thing, a week after VW called me, a month after, Disney, Fox called me. And people online to this day reach out to me about that one application. The thing is, I was just getting my hands into an IDE after many years of networking. So I had to basically teach myself all the new concepts, teach myself Node while I was doing this. Because of that, the application wasn't the best application. And if you look under the hood of most organizations' applications, you'll realize that they aren't written well. Many big names you see out there have applications that you use that were once not written well, but it was an idea. What actually caused all these companies to reach out was that I solved a problem, which I stumbled upon by accident. I mean, since then I've written many other solutions that are well written, but that is where I started. Now, why am I saying this? I am saying this because everybody's aware of a problem. Everyone. But the willingness to understand the problem and do the work to solve that problem, a lot of people aren't willing to do it. But the ones who are willing, change the world. And I'm here today to tell you that the limits that were placed on us as a people many years ago are now gone. And they're gone because technology has been democratized and given to the people. And those who are willing to actually use it to solve problems, the sky's the limit. So, before all of this, I was a graduate of UTech. Big up UTech. Before that, I was a graduate of Jamaica College. Big up college. And before that, I was a graduate of the ghetto. Now, there are many things I learned. The thing is, in life, nothing that you... Yeah, I'm good.
Keep going.
Yeah. So nothing that you do is wasted. Yeah. There's a lesson in everything. In the ghetto, I learned to survive. I learned to interact with people. I learned to live with everybody. And I learned that we survive as a community. And that's the thing that makes Jamaica. At JC, I learned to study. I learned to focus. And at UTech, I learned to change the world. So I am here to start small. This is a small event. The dream is to make it bigger every year. The work that we've done over the past 6 months, all of us, is to bring you this. We have worked within Microsoft to leverage those tools that Microsoft provides to everyone, but the knowledge isn't available to everyone. So, because of the business that UTech has done with Microsoft, we're able to provide you guys with access to the Microsoft student subscriptions. And we're going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about why we're here a little bit deeper, and then we're going to have someone from the Microsoft team, the LATAM team, present on Microsoft Azure fundamentals, an introduction to it. Because the fundamental training, as you'll realize at the end, you can actually sign up for, and you get certificate vouchers to do the actual exam. The idea is that when you leave university, you leave with deep cloud knowledge. And the reason why that's important is that universities across the world have not adopted to this new world. So students are leaving having no idea what the cloud is, and then they go into a business and have to do things in the cloud, and it takes 6 months to ramp them up. If you can go in and add value day one, you're unstoppable. All right, so let me see a show of hands as to who knows what the cloud is. Yeah? What's the cloud? Huh? Somebody get this gentleman a mic.
So the cloud is basically a means of computing in virtual machines on a server outside. For example, different infrastructures use it depending on the needs of the company. Banks stay away from it because it have a risk of fraudulent activities.
Yeah.
And other institutions use it because they can protect it using the necessary protocols that are available today.
Correct. Yes, and he's absolutely right. There are many things he said in that that's absolutely right. But it's not true. So many companies stay away from the cloud because they don't understand it. And it's your job to help them to understand it. The reason why they don't understand it is because it's new. And when you go into these organizations, you're going to find a lot of people who are just cruising. What that means is this. In the beginning, when technology was created, it was created to solve problems. But just like things that are new, we didn't fully understand it as a society, as humans. So we created complex architectures around technology, and we ended up having to manage that complex technology. Most of our time was spent doing that. Today, we're at a point in time where we're able to get the value out of technology that we were meant to get out of it. So the cloud has actually taken away a lot of the heavy lifting that has to do with getting your applications up and running and available. So the cloud basically says, hey, I'm going to create a network of computers globally. You can launch your application today all over the world, right, in seconds. People in China, Japan can see your application and use it. Limitless, borderless. So when this happened, there's a deficit of people who can actually think about the next generation, the future. What do I create? If I don't have to think about the infrastructure and managing that, and my job is just to launch my application, what can I create? When the cloud just started, it was just virtual machines. Today, you have so many GPUs in the cloud that you can write as complex neural networks as possible because you have it. It's just there, right? All you need is a creativity, and that's what's missing. And that's another piece to the puzzle that a gentleman asked earlier. If there's an influx of people into the system, isn't the price going to come down? No. The price never goes down for somebody who's creative. And that's the truth. Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Facebook, they'll pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars if you have a track record of creating solutions that solve problems. And that's just the truth. I've seen it. I've been the one to recommend such people. So when the cloud started, it was a networking terminology. It was a way to actually simplify networking globally, or simplify the internet, something that at that time seemed complex. Compared to now, that was nothing, right? The Azure cloud provides 200 plus physical data centers. And these data centers are actually split across 60 geographical regions. I mean, wherever you are in the world, you can launch a virtual machine, or launch a web application, or launch an application and make it available in your area or the other end of the world. These regions are actually split across what we call availability zones. An availability zone, the concept of an availability zone is very simple, but what it allows you to do is powerful. So the availability zone is just a cluster of data centers. And basically what they've done is to create at least 3 clusters of data centers in a specific geographic region. So within, on the East Coast, they have at least 3 set of data centers that are all connected via fiber optics cable, but they're connected in such a way that if one goes down, your virtual machines that are in other data centers will make it appear that nothing has actually happened, right? And that architecture, I can talk about it quite simply. You can build a Hello World app, and on that Hello World app, you can actually split it across those 3 clusters of data centers. And you can use a load balancer to connect all of those virtual machines to a single point and expose that single point to the internet. What that does is to take care of fault tolerance. So if one of those machines fail, the load balancer itself will move the traffic to an available machine and present that to the user. And if you architect that environment well, where your session data isn't stored on that web application server, then your customer can actually reestablish that specific session if it's not expired. That's a mouthful. But on these virtual machines that Microsoft and other cloud providers have actually created, they've gotten creative and they've created platforms out of them. They've created services out of them. One such service is the Azure Kubernetes service. And what they've done is to basically simplify the management or taking away the management of Kubernetes from you and give you the ability to launch your pods however you wish across the Azure platform. In the realm of AI has never been more accessible than today. Today, Azure has created natural language processing models that you can easily add to your applications. If you're familiar with OpenAI, who's familiar with OpenAI? Perfect. OpenAI is actually reducing a lot of the work that goes into artificial intelligence. One of the platforms that they've built is DALL-E 2. And what DALL-E 2 does, it allows you to tell it what art you're trying to create. Describe the art you're trying to create, and it creates that for you. A piece of art that has never been created, ever, created for you in an instant. Now, let's actually talk about where that's going, because this is really important for engineers and social study guys. We're getting to the point where we will be able to actually speak the code that we want, and the machine will create it. That's not science fiction. We launched that this week. No. So, if I can speak my code, right? If I can tell my IDE, I want to build a function that creates a randomizer from a range of 0 to 200, and I want to actually read a file into an array, this file, and I want to basically generate 7 random instantiation of data in that file, and it does it. I am free to think and create. I don't have to write in code, because the truth is, guys, writing code is just an avenue we take to get the product we want. And technology is moving in such a way where you don't have to focus on the unnecessary pieces of what you want. You have to focus on the product itself. So, this is a visual representation of a region where all of these different data centers have multiple different fiber optic cables going between them, and they're separated in such a way that if one region fails, that failure or if an earthquake happens in that availability zone, it's not going to impact. Starting small here means we will provide you, or we have provided you, with the ability to create your own Azure student subscription. And a subscription is just an account, right? Using your student email address, your UTech email address, you can go into the Azure platform and create your own Azure student account. And in that student account, we offer two things. We offer two flavors of the student subscription. The starter offering, and the starter offering gives you unlimited access to a subset of the Azure platform. You get Azure App Services, Azure Functions. I'll talk about all those things a little bit later on. But the idea here is, with this subset, you can get your foot wet, you can get familiar with the cloud, you can start building, you can start doing and experimenting and creating your own products. Your projects, you no longer have to actually go out and search for things like MySQL. Those things are readily available to you. Right? You don't have to actually ask anymore, what is DevOps? Because we are exposing Azure DevOps to you, which is a complete developer ecosystem of tools, which includes your which includes integration into GitHub. So Azure DevOps exposes GitHub, so you can create your repositories there, and it handles the connections for you. If you want to track work among your team in terms of when you're on a project and you have to write, everybody has to write their code, you can track what everybody is doing using the tools that does that. People can open tickets if they find bugs and assign it to somebody in your team. You have in your hands what enterprises globally uses. The difference is the people in power understands the power of this platform, and they've hired creative people to build products that sets them apart. The reason why the banks can't keep up with Square, can't keep up with PayPal, is because they understand the cloud, they understand technology, and the banks do not. And they do not have the people who understand it. Because a company is as strong as the people they hire. The second flavor here is a student subscription, not the starter, but the subscription. In this one, you're given $100 Azure credits, and you're given access to free tier of services within the Azure platform. If you're not familiar with Azure, I would recommend starting with the starter offering, because that gets your foot wet, gets your feet wet, without any risk. If you choose to go to the Azure native student subscription, you have to sort of have an idea as to what you're doing, because you have to stay in the free tier. If you go outside the free tier, you're going to be charged. So before you do anything, understand what these two offerings provide, right? The safety net is for the Azure Student Starter, and you get fundamental services that makes you build powerful applications. We have companies today that I work with that uses the services in the starter. That's how they incubate their applications. They don't have starter packages, but they use the services that are exposed to you. Now, again, we provide app services, Azure Functions, and one of the most powerful things in computing to ever happen is the ability for an organization to remove your need to think about a server. What does that mean? Does anybody know what that means? The most powerful thing that has happened in computing, or is the ability for a company to remove your need as a software engineer to think about servers. Not quite. Not quite. What this means is companies like Google, Amazon, Microsoft Azure, what they've done is to create these event-driven platforms. Azure calls it Azure Functions, and what it basically does, it allows you to bring your code. That's it. You bring your code and say, hey, I want to run this code in response to X, Y, Z. Which means that I can just write my code. If I'm thinking about something that could be cool, and I want to actually get it up and running and expose it to people to see how people interact with it, I can do that. I can easily build a proof of concept. And I'm not thinking about servers. I'm just thinking about how people are going to interact with it. So a lot of companies, their backend code is actually serverless functions. So they basically tie their API gateways to send the payload that APIs are capturing to their serverless functions because there's seamless integration there. And that's how most organizations do it. It's also very cheap. I spoke about Azure DevOps, but one of the things that you get is Azure Notification Hub, which allows you to distribute messages to your customers or to other aspects of your pipeline. Any questions? Okay. I'll skip all of this. You guys can look at all of this when you're ready. But Azure Functions exposes 5 languages: Python, PowerShell, Java, powerful language, Node, and .NET. So if you're familiar with any of these languages, you can write Azure Functions using that. We can talk after. Azure DevOps, again, the tools that you get, you can create your pipelines. And I would actually recommend, guys, that you start with a starter package and you learn Azure DevOps. You learn how CI/CD pipelines work. And you get very good at that. So, why are we here? Are we here just to tell you that we're giving you student starter packages and that you can do this? No. That's not why we're here. We are here to tell you that there are no walls blocking you anymore. We're here to tell you that if you're serious about life, right, and the good thing for you is that time is on your side. I started my cloud journey at 35. If I had this knowledge at UTech, as a matter of fact, if I had these tools at UTech, I would have created so much more. Because this gentleman here, Dr. Thorpe, said to me in final year, he gave us a project. It was a security project. Different from anything we've done through the entire time at UTech. And he said to me, good, you did it. Now figure out how to monetize it. The truth is, the thought of monetizing it never occurred to me. Never occurred to me. The thought that I could actually get money from what I've created never occurred to me. And that's because at the time, it was so hard to find tools, right? So we weren't even thinking about that. Today we're giving you these tools. And whatever you build, you can expose that to the world, right? Zuckerberg started with just an idea, and he created this simple thing, and it took off because he solved a problem he didn't know really existed, right? And that's why we're here today. We're telling you there are no walls anymore. The walls are down. Do you believe that? There are no walls. You asked, how would we solve the challenge? Peter said, and he was right. Nobody knew how to adjust to COVID. No one, right? Everyone thought that going online and doing school from online was not possible. But when we were forced to make it happened, right? So that's it for my presentation today. I have before we go, so as I said, yes, before we go, I have, I reached out to teams internally. One of the guys we're going to come and present, his name is Angel. And I reached out to, guys in that area. And we have a Microsoft Education Fest that's actually happening. And I've gotten UTech access to that. So you guys have access. It's two days of training. One of the training gives you Azure fundamental training, which is just the core products, the things that are going to be in the starter package or starter student subscription. And when you're finished with the training, they're going to give every single one of you a voucher to actually do the exam and become certified in the fundamentals. The second two-day training is Azure AI fundamentals, where they go through all the AI tools that Microsoft exposes, provide very introductory knowledge on how to use it. And at the end of that, they're going to give you the vouchers to become certified as an Azure AI fundamentals, not expert, but just entry-level person. And this is the start. The dream is that when you leave, you can become Azure professional or expert certified. And your job opportunities prospect isn't Jamaica. Because these skills, the world needs and the world doesn't have it. And people are looking for, even here, you'll hear today that here in Jamaica, we don't have people who are certified and able to do the work that exists here in Jamaica. So, call to action, register for this event. David White, he has all the links. And activate your student starter subscription.
Well, I think Androski has outdone himself. Between Dr. Walker himself and myself is a generation of teachers and students. Many would not have known that. Dr. Walker taught me a course in computer architecture some time ago. It was one of the hardest courses I've ever done. And now by transitivity, Mr. Spicer did a similar course with me in cybersecurity. Yes, he was a year mate. Yeah. Anyway, it's time to start giving away the gifts, because I have to go into a panel discussion shortly. So, sorry? So I need, with permission, Microsoft, I need to start giving away the gifts. So here we go. Could anyone tell me the name of this lady here and her role at Microsoft? No, you're not. Hold on, man. And you have to come to the mic and declare, whoever first reaches the mic. No, that's not fair. No. I thought something else was still out. I have to change the question. You tricked me. I was tricked there. It was a home book test, right?
Yamile Bustamante, Allen.
Agility. Well, all right, let's give her the award. Thank you. Hold on, I can't use that again. I have to do this quickly now. So hold on now. The keynote speaker made mention this morning. It's going to be a little bit harder to get the next one. The keynote speaker, this time I'm giving away a flash drive right here. Keynote speaker indicated that you need to be able to build out your opportunities, seize your opportunities. Give me one characteristic of what that should include. How are you going to seize that opportunity? He made it known in his presentation. How are you going to seize the opportunity? Yes, sir, come to the mic. Well, you look like you're ready to go. Go ahead, sir.
Morning again.
Morning.
He said we must lean into the challenge. A lot of persons shy away from those things, so leaning into the challenge.
Yes, move to action. Yes, all right, very good, sir. Oh boy, listen, I have to make it a little harder because all the names are up there, right? Okay. Another quick question. When I started my presentation this morning, I indicated that Microsoft Academy has been here a while. Do you recall how many years I said it was? That's a tough question. My gosh, all right. Oh, yes, sir. Wait.
10 years?
Man, you're bright, but. All right. Oh, hold on. He wants a picture. Sir. I want a photo shoot here, yeah. All right. All right, good. I might have to reserve some of them until after. Yes, all right, fair enough. All right. At this point, one more time, indicate for me anyone. The presentation that was just done by Mr. Spicer, right? He indicated that there's a definition for cloud and cloud computing. Anybody quickly want to tell me what his definition was now? His definition. That one probably is too easy.
Blah, blah. All right.
No, you're not supposed to go on the internet, you know?
No.
Oh, you wrote on your notes, okay.
It is a global network of servers meant to operate as a single ecosystem.
Okay, all right. You have it written down. Good, excellent stuff. There are some more precious gifts here, you know. I don't even start give them out yet, but let's leave the rest for now. We have to leave the rest for now and go straight into the panel discussion. But I could not sit any longer and have the gifts over there and don't start issuing them, so you have to stay for the rest of the session in order to support that. No, so based on the schedule, it says 12. It says from 12. So lunch. If you go lunch, you'll never be able to do this. So what is going to happen is that lunch will be interlaced between here and the fireside chat. So I'm going to start the panel because members have to go.
Okay.
Some have to go. We're going to move right into our panel discussion. We have a very vibrant and distinguished set of persons who are here. Some persons are at the head table. I want all the panel members to please go back to the head table who can. And we're going to have an open conversation about this topic of careers in engineering. Yes. You might have to get an extra chair for the panel. Everybody should be able to see the panel online. And I think I have Mrs. Hines, who is online. Is our online panelist here, team? She's not? Okay. All right. So a pleasant good day to everyone, and welcome to what I describe as a live panel session on careers and jobs in engineering. Now listen, guys, you have to keep listening, because some of those gifts over there, right, will still require you to make notes in order to pick them up, all right? And you are very good students, I know, all right? So here we go. Now the courtesy is that by introduction to my immediate left, right, is Mr. Chris Reckord. And I'm going to allow persons who had not yet introduced themselves just to say who they are, just for 30 seconds. I'm not here to give long bios. So I'll start with Chris, then I'll move directly to Courtney, all right? Everybody else has been declared on this panel. But go ahead, Chris. Just say who you are quickly before we begin.
Hi, good day, everybody. First part of my introduction is that I'm a past student of the College of Arts, Science and Technology, which is now called UTech. So, very important, right? I actually just discovered that me and this gentleman came the same year and actually left the same year.
What you say?
I don't know who you longer than who. I need to find out the formula from him. Currently, my role is Chief Executive Officer for tTech Limited, Information Technology Service Provider here in Jamaica. And I do, and Sean knows, that majority of my team is hired from UTech. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Okay, my name is Courtney Walker. I'm from Calabar. I'm also a graduate of UWI St. Augustine. I did engineering, very similar to Dr. Peter Walker. So the first 30 years of my life, I was more into engineering, telecommunication, and data networking. For the last 10 years, more or less, I'm into software development, software engineering. I have a passion for software, for developing software. So that's who I am. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Onika Casanova here. I was really excited when I heard sociology because I'm the non-tech person that works at Microsoft as a senior manager. I work in the finance department, but how it all interrelates, I love to hear the stories here because after all these amazing solutions are done by the engineers, I work closely with the salespeople to ensure that the customers and partners can actually implement and afford these digital transformations. So great job everyone that's here, and I'm a past student of Holy Childhood High, so that's really
excellent. A lot of well-established schools in Jamaica are established here, man. High schools and all. Okay, now this session here will run until about 1, and Mrs. Hines is now online, right? Are you going to allow her to be able to project in the background for the purposes of those of us to see her? I would welcome that. She is. Good day, Mrs. Hines, how are you? Just quickly say who you are. I know who you are already, but just for the purposes of the audience who is here in the background and online, we're just doing quick introductions. Stacey, are you hearing me? We're seeing you, but we're not hearing you. She's frozen on her side. All right, we'll soon get to that technicality. So we're going to observe that this session might run through until about 1 before we go for lunch, because we're going to be here until afternoon. So, yes, she's not hearing me at all. Will you be able to fix that problem up there for me, please? You're working on it. Thank you. You're working on it. All right, thank you so much. Just to keep WhatsApping her there for me, Chris, indicating. And if anything, we'll follow through. Now, the career of an engineer, based on the presentations we heard this morning and the very clear articulation from our keynote speaker, the question that I would like to put to this panel with the view of getting an understanding and for all of us to benefit, by identity, in your own experiences, who exactly is an engineer or software engineer in today's society by your standard? I heard Peter saying it could be anyone, it could be civil, mechanical, and all these areas. But let me get a perspective either from the business side of view or from the perspective. I have an academic perspective, but I would want to hear from a business or academic perspective. Who to you is an engineer in 2022 by the standards that you think are deemed suitable to determine those persons? Let me hear. It can be anybody who takes that. at starting. Okay. Oh boy, having more than one. Wait, this Russian roulette. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. So Courtney, jump on first. Then you can go ahead, Chris.
I will go. As I said earlier, I graduated as an engineer in 1985, electrical engineering, specializing in telecommunication and electronics.
Okay.
All right. The definition of an engineer is this. I'm just looking at the definition. An engineer is a professional who is involved in inventing, designing, and maintaining a variety of machines, structures, and data systems. So engineers are people who are designing, and that is key. That is very important. I want to focus on that. In terms of software engineer, pretty much the same thing, but you're focusing now on software. So software engineers are responsible for designing and developing effective software solutions to meet their clients' requirements, right? To meet their clients' requirements. And I want to emphasize the designing because we tend to focus a lot on the coding side of it. But as engineers, we need to make sure we design the system properly. And once the system is designed properly, then you can code it properly. So we need to spend more time on the designing part of it.
Excellent, thank you. All right, Chris, you are going to jump in and then followed by, Mrs. Bustamante, then I take Androski in that order. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to answer it from the business person hiring a team, but I'll also just add in first where I started. So when I left CAST and then I went out in the world, yes, I was actually hired as an engineer, but specifically to implement networking systems. That's kind of what one of my first jobs was. But I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know that that's what they looked at me as. I was just a technician. So sometimes I think we need to, and it's been 40 years from then till now, and so definitions continue to be tweaked and modified depending on the need. So let me just switch it now to me now hiring folks directly from this institution and just out in the market. I have a definition of the problem that I'm trying to solve, right? And my HR now gets technical with specifically what educational requirements that they're trying to, that they think they need to solve that problem. And so we have to now meet in the middle of sorts to ensure that the educational requirements are met. And then through the interview, is this person a right fit for the organization? So for me, my definition of the engineer is that individual that has the ability, meets the requirements, and can actually come in here and deliver. I heard,
Courtney?
No, it was
Androski.
Androski.
Yeah.
That's a science fiction sounding name. Anyway, I heard Androski.
When I taught him, I thought it was the same thing.
I heard Androski say earlier, dude, and I translated to say, what do you bring to the table? What can you do? Yeah, you tell me that I think it was Peter that said you're a full stack engineer. What does that mean? Yes. Where you come and ask, okay, what can you do? Okay, what problem can you solve? So guys, for me as a business person hiring, the world has changed. This pandemic has also created opportunities and put a different mindset to folks as to the timing of things. Do I really need to, and sorry, Prof, I'm not taking away your students for investing 4 years here, but do I really need to invest 4 years to get this degree, or can this 2-year certification allow me to be, to be,
he's a devil's advocate in the room,
right? No, seriously, we are debating that very thing in our organization right now. It's a debate. Right, yeah. and there is a debate between the business and HR around certs and certs versus yes. I came here, when I came here, class didn't have a degree. We had a diploma. I left. I went into the world of teaching. I taught first. I was a teacher, yes. And then I eventually got into business. But the fact of the matter is that right now, the speed and the technology, and a quotation that was made by Peter earlier around. Take a look at what the kids not calling you kids, but the gentlemen are doing what you guys are doing. When I take my daughter to school in the morning and she steps in the car, she's 15, she's this. It's 30 minutes drive to school. I try to have a conversation. So I am actually going to use that as research because I don't need to start to have a, thank you for that. I need to have that discussion with her through this holiday period here and next week to figure out what is she doing? What interests her? What problem can I solve with the engineering that I'm now learning? So for me, as I say, I've kind of just mishmashed the business and a little bit of academic into what I consider to be an engineer that I need to hire.
Still open? Right. I'm an old school. I believe that academic skills are very important. Proven over and over how to write a report, how to do certain things that are only taught at school. So to start with that, that's me. But in my own experience, what takes to be an engineer, I think that resiliency, you can't give up easily. It's a field where you gotta be very persistent in what you're doing.
You gotta be brave.
Very persistent. Creativity, you gotta come up with ideas, with things, how to fix stuff. And even when you're troubleshooting, you gotta be very creative. Sometimes you go like, that probably doesn't make any sense, but just go there because it's very important, right? Open-minded, that things might not be in the way that you were taught or even thought it would be. So you gotta be open-minded to do. And you gotta be a risk taker. You have to learn to take risk and don't feel like, you know, this is not the way. You have to be a risk taker and go for it. You know, sometimes some people will say calculate the risk. Sometimes you don't even have the time to calculate that, but you have to build that. Are we all born with that? No. Do we have the capacity to develop that? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So those would have been, for me, critical things in addition to the skills that you learn in schools and academics and stuff that are very, being smart, what we call them. But that's what
Okay, excellent. Going around the table, I mean, just want to hear the different perspectives of who.
Well, what makes an engineer? That's a really interesting question because there are different degrees of engineers. And I've actually seen, you know, okay, let's talk about this. So while at Amazon, one of the things that you have to do is that you have to interview people. You have to become really good at interviewing people. As I scaled through the organization, my responsibilities for interviewing grew, right? And because of so many interviews that I've done, I've seen people who are from top universities in the United States come in and couldn't do what we're asking them to do because they couldn't think. An engineer is somebody who can actually hear a problem and think about it. You don't have to know the answer right then, but in thinking, you can ask the questions that get you to the right answer. So for me, an engineer is somebody who can ask questions, who's not afraid to say, I don't know. When you say this is a problem, why is it a problem? Right? What are your constraints? When you understand the problem, then you can design. Again, the world is full of people who can write code. But somebody who can think about a problem and design the right solution and write the right code, it's not full of those people.
Yeah.
But thinking is something that you practice. Thinking, listening, asking questions. It's very simple. If you're gonna date a girl, are you gonna go there and just talk? No, you're gonna ask questions, right? If you really like the girl, or if you really, want her to be a girlfriend. It's a very simple thing. A lot of people don't do that.
I think you have to ask politely, though, when you engage.
You have to ask, right? So it's the very same concept with when you approach problems, right?
Okay.
Okay. well, what is the purpose of this, if I solve this, what exactly am I solving, right? And if I solve it, is my solution repeatable, right? If I add more variables to this, does my solution break? And then you're building for scale, right? So an engineer in my mind is somebody who can think, design, and build. And all three of those are really important.
Okay, thank you, Androski. Let me ask Dr. Walker now to give the final comment on this question.
There are two sides to this. If you when in an educational institution, one of the reasons that you come and say, hey, I need a degree to be a chemical engineer, electrical engineer, et cetera, is because there are things that you need to know that deeply enhances your confidence and your proficiency to say you can operate at a certain level. So it is about learning because, hey, the math, the physics, that goes along with many of these things requires a depth and an intensity of focus that quite often, yes, you can get hands-on, you can do, field-based learning, et cetera, but you do need the rigor of the academics in order to advance it. And so the intent of a degree, in many ways, is a statement of saying, this person has been exposed to this rigor, and therefore they're in a position to apply this, hopefully, in a way to advance the field. You have to make a difference between what I call the career aspect of engineering, in the sense that you can be hired into a company to be a software engineer without having a degree in engineering. And lots of companies do that. So whether you get a certification or accreditation or whatever it is, within the professional sense within the company, you can develop the competencies. So let's say you have a degree in sociology. There are people with biology degrees essentially who comes in and learn the engineering, and they are operating in the career sense of a software engineering role within the company. Now, are they software engineer by accreditation? No, but they are serving in the role because they have demonstrated that they have the proficiency to serve in that way. One of the things that, I look at my degree, my PhD, and I said, the only purpose my PhD serves, really, is that it's evidence that I can think. Once I left,
Interesting.
My PhD was in, was in large, I say that, yeah, because most people you find out, a lot of people do this. They do a PhD in something and they never practice that.
True.
My PhD was in parallel VHDL simulation. I have never used it. I've never used it. I started working and I've never applied it. And so the same thing would say, if you come to university and you walk away with an accreditation that says, hey, I'm an engineer, it should be evidence that you can think like an engineer, that you can go and apply yourself in the rigor that is required of an engineer. And so that, I think, you want to make sure that those things, yes, there are roles that have the title of engineers, but it doesn't necessarily mean that a person have had the rigor of training that you can trust, and for all kind of compliance reasons, all kind of things, that they would meet that standard, right? And at the same time, the way the field evolves and the pace at which it moves is such that if you're an engineer yesterday, by accreditation, it doesn't mean you can function as an engineer today, right? You have to stay current. You have to stay invested. Because again, all it was evidence that you could think back then. The question is, can you think now? Can you apply yourself now? And that is a continuous process of recertifying yourself and reapplying yourself.
Excellent. At the end of this panel, I see one lady put her hand at her jaw and said, Lord Jesus, this sounds like a lot of things I'm going to have to do to become an engineer or stay one. It could be argued like it's a silver bullet, but I guess the chase is in the journey and not the outcome.
Exactly.
right? And that is a well-observed point. You need to be able to think to write code, by the way, just to put that in there, right? So thinking is important as a part of the solution to also being able to write code. Now, here's the next question then, ladies and gentlemen on the panel. Is it reasonable to argue that as business innovation becomes more pervasive, I think that was a term Peter had used earlier this morning, as businesses become innovative, or they need to be innovative, they are applying this whole Industry 5 standard, which is an evolve from Industry 4, that is required for this engineering workforce. Could you comment a little bit on what that is for the modern workplace when they talk about Industry 4, Industry 5 standards for the engineers going out into the workforce, and what you understand or interpret from that, where you are and what needs to also be happening here in Jamaica and the Caribbean at large? Anyone can take that as a start. Who wants to take it? Androski, you look like you're ready to go.
I don't know what Industry 5 is.
Yes. So Industry 4, okay. Who can relate to Industry 4?
Yeah.
Professor Gyles used it this morning in his open presentation. So Industry 4 is the whole perspective that everything is interconnected everywhere. Yeah. Right? You're talking about smart devices, smart manufacturing, where you're interconnected to all these resources, and everything is a computer, as was suggested earlier. Yeah. And it's not the standard big computers that you normally have. The light switches in the room can dim at any time. It's controlled by a computer, which is smart. Yeah. All of these provisions are now argued to be in an Industry 4 standard of provision. And the services which are AI-bound are supporting that. So tell me, in terms of the actual competencies and skills then of the engineer, the hard skills, let's start with the hard skills to support the workplace. Who are these people that you're looking for in terms of hard skills? And not to say that the thinking and so on is not important, as you alluded earlier, and the risk-taking and so on is not important. But what are some of the actual core competencies now, from where you sit either as an employer or as a partner in a company? What exactly, or who is that? Courtney, you look like you're raring to go. Please take that one. Hope you're all making notes, I hope you're making notes because there are more gifts to give away. But go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, as I said before, the key thing is making sure we're designing good systems. And I think that is the big problem. Our systems are not properly designed. So we need to make sure we understand the various tools that will allow us to design systems properly. So those are the subjects that you're learning, like the mathematics, the UML, ERD. Make sure you master those things, because those are things that will make sure you're designing good systems. And once the systems are designed properly, then it's become easy to implement. Right?
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Walker, you want to go ahead? Stacey is now online, you said? She's available. Okay, we can bring her into the conversation at some point. But go ahead, please.
I was going to say one of the, in recent 6, 7, 8 years, there was an emphasis on STEMs, right? In schools, right? Science, technical, engineering, mathematics, sciences, right? Now, it is now the STEAMs, right? STEAM is now the thing, the arts. There's a holistic sense in which you realize that for a while that the rigor in math and all that is important, but the arts, the creativity, the design thinking that comes with having art as part of the mental frame is as important, right? And so when we think about what are the requirements, right? What are the requirements? I think it is still the case that math is fundamental. Mathematics is fundamental competency that you need, right? However, the creative side of it, the ability to look at problems and to design, anticipate, and imagine. I have this picture on my wall, in my office at home, and I had it in my office when I was going into the office as well, because it inspires me every day. It's Einstein. And he has this statement that says, imagination is more important than knowledge.
Absolutely.
That inspires me every day. Imagination is more important than knowledge, because knowledge is based on what you already know. The imagination is what takes you beyond, right? To see new possibilities and to create and design and really create the future. And so I think this ability to, when we say, hey, math and rigor and engineering rigor, but also, right, to get involved in, you know, hey, you're an engineer, hey, do drama, get into arts. I don't know, do something that really allows you to see the world from multiple perspectives.
All right, so Mrs. Bustamante and then Stacey Hines, who is online.
Yes, and I love what Peter just said. And I said that if we were to connect the dots, we were to connect everything, I would have think that, yes, imagination is very important, but in order for you sometimes to trigger the wildest ideas, you gotta have some reference, you have to see something. So I will say that in this industrial revolution at 4, 5, 6, and we have much more to come, you gotta keep on top of it. You have to be able to absorb and to learn every single day. The fact that you know something today, and I make mention of that earlier, it doesn't mean that it's going to stay like that. It doesn't mean that there will be any changes or other technologies or other things that will be. And the thing that will trigger that imagination and the next bright idea is because you saw something, you heard something, and then you connect in your brain, all those little things, and suddenly you say, what if? That's what it is. That's what it is. In my opinion, that's what it is.
And by the way, just to quickly chime in, Einstein's statement that is not that you can do without knowledge. It's just that it's more important. You need knowledge.
You need knowledge. All right, so Stacey, is it Stacey then Anissa, yes?
So I just want to add on something I heard here, and it's the soft skills, right? And I think that's another part of it, because when you go into the organization, you're working with other people. So they're looking for collaboration. They're looking for, and this big thing called diversity and inclusion, right? We're looking how you're going to relate to your peers as you work. You can have the brilliant idea, but you have to be able to work in a group to show how you can have everybody at the table be heard. And that's one of the amazing things about Microsoft, I think, because we live by those core values. So you could be amazing at what you do, but if you're not bringing everybody with you on that team, it's almost like you're doing yourself a discredit. So I don't want to also, lower those standards, because in that interview, those core skills are a huge part of what makes the difference between candidates.
Okay. Boy, the enthusiasm is there. It's bubbling up, man. Courtney, but Stacey's online, ready to talk, right? I mean, I have been. Yes, please. Okay, excellent. We are here. Stacey, welcome. Let's give Stacey a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody, or afternoon. I think one of the things that is sometimes overlooked for people in technology in general, in particular engineers, is the need to have that business acumen. So a lot of the conversation around the curiosity or the thinking, collaboration, those are typically skills that are taught to your business leaders. So you learn about strategic thinking, critical thinking principles, you learn about team dynamics, and it's not so technical, so to speak. But as we move into this industry 4.0 and 5 and 6, and whatever other numbers we come up with in the future, what we're seeing is a blending of all things with technology. So technology is no longer a bucket or a department that sits outside of how we function as organizations. It's now intertwined with everything and everyone that we touch, talk to, see, all the things that we do. And so it's really important for engineers, I believe, to also have an appreciation for business and just having business acumen. Because when you start now looking beyond just entry level and beyond just getting that first engineer job, what happens next is actually stepping into leading other engineers And oftentimes, by focusing on the design and the creativity of building a solution, doesn't address what you need to now lead other people to develop those solutions. And that's where I am experiencing the largest gap as somebody who sits in the C-suite and hires engineers. Luckily, when I went to school, I stopped at coding and I stopped at doing the more technical things. And so I ended up, whether it was accidental or not, in the more business side of leading technology development and solution creation and delivery to the market. But it has ultimately served me in the long run. So I think if nothing else, you guys take away, along with your technical skills and all the expertise that the techies are going to tell you need to have, make sure you don't forget about your business acumen and your leadership skills, because you're going to need that if you want to actually ascend in your career.
Excellent point. Thank you for that, Stacey. Thank you so much for that. All right, so Onika, you had a point on this as well. You made it already. Okay, so, all right, I'm going to play devil's advocate. Then it means a chemical engineer in the Faculty of Engineering and Computing should be learning how to write code. A mechanical and electrical engineer should be learning how to write code, because some of the solutions that they need to drive their skill sets in the industry will require that automation that is being spoken about. There might be a perspective on the island in the Caribbean that you should separate the two thinking. And I'm of the view that they should be seen as one. But anyway, that's up for debate somewhere. Hence, here's the fundamental next question. If you're saying the engineer needs to be a problem solver, a thinker, a risk-taker, all these things, why is the demand and supply situation so chronic? In other words, there is a heavy demand. So I want us to look at the hard cold fact. Why are we not able to produce enough engineers to meet the local, regional, and international jobs? If you heard Dr. Walker's presentation earlier, he said by the year 2025, that is going to move to about 5 million. We have a need for cybersecurity engineers, data scientists, and machine learning engineers, all these areas. What fundamentally is causing this lack? Okay, Mrs. Bustamante, you have the answer. Like a great student in a class going to get
very passionate.
Yes, go
very
ahead.
passionate about anything related with the so-called lack of talent.
Yes.
And probably I will start by saying that we need to transform the way that we think and envision and believe that engineering is, and how it's being perceived and how it's being presented. I believe that is twofold to that. And in my earlier comments or in my opening, I made mention of that. The transformation of the culture is very important. It's going to be critical. On that side of the fence, the students, the current students, and the students to be, they need to see and understand clearly what an engineering and what's the right time to become an engineer and what it is all about. And I think that sometimes we narrow the scope. So the idea becomes fixated. If I'm going to be in computers or in computer science, I can only write code. There was a question early on about what is going to happen if there is low code, no code, and everybody's writing code. What am I going to do? And that is telling us that the perception of everything and the scope that he could do kind of there is not there. So we need to help. On this side of the fence, we got to help to make that wider, to understand that there is so much more to it, because that is limiting the amount of students or persons that will be willing to get into the industry. And then it triggers the so-called lack of talent. There's other components to it, you know. There could be that people think that to become an engineer, I got to do math, as Peter was saying, and that's too difficult. And I've been mentioning story. If you hear the Boston words around the world now, you go crazy like, I don't want to do that. AI and robotics, that sounds like I will never make it because I don't like, and yourself, you trigger a lot of thinking behind, and you ended up saying like, if you ever thought about that, you kind of just throw the bottle like, no, I'm going to go to arts. How many people have you met that actually their undergraduate is not related to computers, but they know that along the face they want to become a computer engineer?
I know people with degrees in history and they are engineers.
Exactly. And why do they do that? It's kind of choosing the easier path in their mind anyway than running certifications to get there. And it's just like, it's just intrinsically. So when I looked at this situation now, as I was saying before, I think that is how it is being presented, understanding the wide scope that you have, the many possibilities that you have when you become an engineer. It doesn't have to be exactly doing, writing this code or whatever. There are, and probably some of us can attest to it, the amount of things that are happening within Microsoft, people who are actually working in agricultural things, sustainability, and there's so many things, and we are writing solutions, we are writing piece of things for every single area. So technology is impacting everywhere. So when you think about that, it's not only about just sitting there and writing a piece of complicated code or just having a function or a serverless function. No. It's way beyond that. Probably you will never do that being an engineer in some of the areas, but you are still in the engineering side of the story.
Okay, so we're going to allow Anika to make a point, but a student is waiting to also engage. But go ahead and make the point, Anika, quickly. You're going to make a comment then.
Yeah, so you asked the shortage, right? So another part, I'm going to speak on the business economic side of it. We went through a huge expansion when you think about the last 2 years of how much monies were thrown in the economies, right? So you're talking about state and local governments, all these corporations that never really had the resources, got those resources to make those digital transformation. So it happened at a pace that was so much larger than what we probably could support. So there's another side of it too. So it's not like we're not getting it, but how fast now we see the need, can we catch up to the monies that are out there that are ready to be spent on this digital
There's a big white elephant in the room. I'm going to come to it in a moment, but I'm going to allow the students to make a point.
If I may, just one before you make a point.
This is exciting.
One of my observations is, and I've seen this in colleges and through my career as well. In medicine, organic chemistry is a filter. There are a lot of people who want to be doctors, and they go and they say, they start, they have to do pre-med, and they hit this thing called organic chemistry, and they give up on their dreams to become a doctor. It's just too hard. Math in engineering is a filter. I know lots of students go to college, and once they hit calculus and the pre-cal, and they realize, this is not for me. And in high school, if you talk about the shortage, it starts in high school. How is Jamaica doing in terms of our high school graduation, in terms of math, and how well are we doing? My understanding and my sense of it right now, we're not doing as strong as we like, because it is one of the areas that lots of students bounce from because it is challenging. And there are ways, I really believe it needs to come back to the whole pedagogy of how is this being taught? How are we evolving?
The white elephant, and we are going to come to it in a minute. I know you don't want to talk about it because I'm the academic, I can talk about it, right?
Yes.
I love math because of my first
math teacher.
Because of your first
needs
math
to evolve.
teacher. All right, I'm coming to the point.
But that's the point. The teaching side of it, we need to do a much better job in order to keep students excited about it.
The devil's advocate, they're coming to that. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Can you hear?
Mic is not on. Press the button.
It's on.
Go ahead, don't speak.
Hi. It's actually, I have two questions.
Say who you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Alison Martin, and I currently do a bachelor's in computing at SCIP. I have two questions in regards to pursuing my degree, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Bustamante spoke about resilience and ignoring the no talent notion that people have, like, oh, I don't have the talent to do this. But something I realized that is prevalent amongst my colleagues in affects your performance, and is it that the intimidation will ever cease going forward? That's the question.
I'll take.
Oh, we have a lot of takers there, a lot of takers.
Yes, and I really, so give me just one second, Androski, and I do understand. I do understand how bad intimidation could get when you sit in the room and I'm going to say, oh, some of the persons didn't hear the question. Can I repeat the question? Okay, so I'm going to just make the summary, and it's about the intimidation when you are learning or going into computer science from high school, IT and stuff from high school, how you feel intimidated by the subject, and what can you do, to diminish math. And I will say, I can totally relate to that, and I think there is two faults to that. Is, as Peter said, the teachers, the person who are actually teaching you, the persons who are responsible for making you fall in love with the subject, and they totally failed to it. They just failed. And then you feel that, so you are allowed, and here comes the second part, as a person, we are allowing somebody else to kind of defeat and move us away from the dream, because you focus in all the wrong things that the good person has been doing, but perhaps you're not able to find a way to say, but this is something that I believe in it, and there is future on it. And then, and it's a very complicated way, because you're saying, but they're the ones supposed to guide you. How am I going to come with the idea about this? And it's about, as well, personality and how do you position yourself in life. There's ways to it. And hopefully, this will help with that, finding mentors outside that. Because not everyone can be that bad when it comes to those things. If you believe, you say that you came late, but there was a liking for it before, there are people like us. I mean, I'm going to take the liberty to say that he probably is going to share his LinkedIn or his information, and it's going to get there. There is some other process to get and to share information about it. And but I know that it could be very intimidating, but it's how do we personally look into that and approach that component of it? Because there's so many things in life that could be intimidating. Learning how to drive, that's just a disaster. I mean, you get there like, what's going to happen now with my life? I'm about to die here. And we ended up, most of the people will learn how to drive, and a certain amount of them will learn how to drive well, right? So it's intimidating at first, but eventually you find your ways to it. What I feel that we should probably do is just not to give up so easily. And culturally speaking, in Jamaica, there is a big fear to math. Yeah, you hear at home, in the schools, all the friends, everybody saying, math is so difficult. And you don't even try to say, is that difficult? It's really difficult for me? Maybe you're the brightest person in the room, and for you it's not that difficult. But guess what? You don't try because you left that external influence to take you over. And that's it. And as I said before, resiliency. And it all starts from, it was mentioned before, from early in high school, and I would say primary school as well. Just to overcome that fear to the things what makes you to be intimidated by. It's not how bad is so-and-so. It's that you have been wired to that. That's my opinion. And then.
Okay, so Courtney has a point, a couple more points. Are you still on your first question or on your second one? And Stacey is still here, yes? Yes, Stacey, you had a point you wanted to raise on this? You're still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Not separate from what has been said before by Yamile in particular. I think you're going to experience intimidation at different levels throughout your career. Even I still experience intimidation, and I've been in tech and been in business for a long time. I won't say the number of years. But just that intimidation is not something that you should take as unusual. It's more the norm than the exception, meaning the feeling of intimidation. It's really just indicating to you that you are stepping into something that's new and unknown, and that you are testing the limits of what your brain is comfortable with. So I would more say lean into the discomfort and expect that as you seek to get to higher and higher levels in your career aspirations, or actually any area of life, that you're going to come across this kind of threshold where it's testing the limits of what you already know versus the unknown that you're now faced with. So that's the only thing I would add.
So I'm going to allow Chris, then Courtney, then Stephen, and John, right? Yes.
So I'm happy that Stacey said that. Stacey and I are friends, and we've been talking about just development. And Stacey's also a coach that coaches women leaders, about how to actually break through that that barrier of intimidation. I have 2 daughters, and each of them have a different set of limiting belief or intimidation that has happened to them on their journey. One, Yamile, is actually learning to drive, and she might have been a little caused by me, because do not teach your children to drive. Anyway, and so she got intimidated, and Daddy, I don't want to drive anymore. And she literally refused. And I said, oh my God, I screwed up, And so I have to now find a way to motivate her and cajole her. Luckily, she was, all her friends are getting their license. So same exact thing that Stacey said a while ago, overcome that and pushed her, and she actually did it. The other one, the younger one, interested to become a marine biologist, but as Peter said a while ago, finding out that these subjects that she hates, she has to go through that, dropped it. And I sit down with my wife, and I'm like, how are we going to get her back interested in it? Simply because this barrier, I just read this book by Seth Godin, an old book called The Dip, which he speaks about it. And he tells you exactly that there are these filters, and the filters are there to challenge you. One of the things that I was discussing with Stacey recently is a book that I just finished reading like 3 times. Simple book that just came out recently called Be Your Future Self Now by Dr. Benjamin Hardy, right? I've been recommending it to everybody and their cousin, right? Simply because he pulls out all that stuff and talks about that to say, okay, what do I want to be? Here's what I want to be. Okay, what I need to do now to get there. And this whole idea of, failure now is actually better than failing the future. Just go through the failure, just push through it. One of the things that I did as I was moving up in business, yes, I started as a techie. I was fixing computers. I was dragging cables. I was doing all of the stuff. And one day, I was at some seminar in Florida, and the presenter just said, the person who uses his brain and is on the business side is going to make a lot more money than the person who's using his hand and is on the technician side. And that day, I decided I was going to switch. I decided I was going to do a business degree, an MBA, and I pushed, and all of these barriers that kept coming up, I just punched through them. They were intimidating. I remember the first time that, okay, I finished the MBA, out in business, and you have to do this, I have to talk. I was a shy guy. I used to stand up behind my father and have my little book beside me all the time because I'm a big reader. And I had to push through this. And I had to go sit down and be reading financial statements. Yes, I did all of it at school, but I was no expert. Luckily, my brother is a financial auditor. He's like a senior manager at Pricewaterhouse. I called him and said, Andrew, me and you have to go sit down and take me through all of this stuff. And so I went in one of the committee meetings and I put up my hand. I want to be the chairman of the finance committee. What the hell do I know about that? But I used it as something to push me. And I got guidance from him. And, when the financial reports, I sat down with him and I said, okay, look for this and these are it. And now, I'm no expert at it, I'm no auditor, but I can look at a financial report. And of course, there's all these books, buy the books, sit down and take a read, but get advice from people. Know what you want to do, design at a very high level your future self, and work towards it, punch through the barriers. Plenty of barriers are going to be there, just punch through them.
Yes.
So Courtney and Androski, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to make the point that, hello? Hello? Don't let anybody stop your dream. Just go after your dream. The other point I want to make is there's a great engineer by the name of Edison. He says that success is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. So you need to work hard. Work hard. Okay? Thank you.
I'll share something personal. I left JC with one subject.
One, Androski?
One.
These guys here are about 10, 15 among them. All right, give him
No.
one. Give him each
It's
of you
not,
give him one. Let's give
it's
him
not
one
because
right
it's not because I couldn't study. It's because I wasn't focused.
Yes.
I left JC, and when I left JC, I realized that the safety net of high school was gone. And I had to figure out, number one, how to get back on track, and number two, what I wanted to do. I knew I loved computers, right? So all my high school years, everybody said math was hard, right? Math is hard, but I realized that I had to do math to do computer science, right? And all my friends are in university. All my close friends are my friends or my family, right? And I had to sit down and really look at myself and decide, okay, listen, you're going to have to actually get really good at math. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you're going to have to be good at math. And I had a teacher, and he connected the dots in my mind for math. He showed me that math, everything we do on a daily basis is math. Our brain is calculating everything so fast that it doesn't seem like it's math, but it's math. Everything we did. And I started looking at, so when I pick up a phone, I'm going through complex calculations that I don't even understand, but my brain does it. And I realized that computer science was just mathematical formulas, right, at the lower level. And then I really decided that I need to get good at this thing. And what I did was to forget everything that I learned in high school.
Well, you're supposed to get a lot of motivation now.
And
One subject.
I went to Maths Unlimited, and I had a really good math teacher, and he was really passionate about it, but he was nonsensical. He wasn't gonna do the math for you. He was gonna inspire you and show you that you can do it. And I recognized that within math there were patterns, and I recognized that within life there are patterns. And one of the patterns in life is, if someone says something is hard and we have no idea about that thing, in our mind, we've created a fortress, right? And you have to forget what you've heard when you approach this thing and say, I am going to learn it. Math, computer science, you're going to hear everybody say it's hard. Right? Too much math. But they say it's hard because they themselves didn't try it.
Well, this is a wonderful segment, isn't it? It's going well so far. We have to
Right?
go over time.
They themselves didn't try it. They didn't fail. What they heard was somebody who tried it, failed, and gave up. They didn't hear from the person who tried it, failed, tried it again, failed, tried it again, failed, but then figured out, oh, I was going about this thing wrong.
Yeah, and this is a disclaimer. It's not mean that you should go to school and fail all your subjects.
No.
But Androski is a motivation. Which subject did you pass? The math?
Oh, I got a distinction in math.
Oh, that was the only subject you had passed, right?
But it brings you back to this point, right? To be good at these things, to be good at programming, to be good at designing, you have to do it and you have to practice doing it. I practice math every day. I got home, I practiced math for 2 hours, to the point where I could do all the complex calculations in my head. And when I came to UTech, I thought discrete math was easy. I was like, what is this? And I did all the calculations in my head in class, and I got bored.
So you have fully answered the young lady's question about intimidation.
Yeah.
What was your second question? And then you have...
Yes.
I have to remember that she had another question, and to observe that. And then there's another gentleman on the right here, from my right, who has something he wants to say. But please go ahead.
My second question was in regards to what was mentioned about conducting interviews. So as I said, I found out that I wanted to do computing late. So I don't necessarily have the steps mapped out that I want in terms of going into the working world as a third year. So my real question really was like, how do I get ready, or is there like any standard steps to
That could take another half hour to answer.
Oh, no, this one is very straightforward. So I had this guy, Niall Sheehy. And Niall Sheehy worked for Digital at the time. He was a director, and he was a director of the ICT division, which I was a part of. So I was a pre-sales engineer at the time. And Niall said to me, I don't care about somebody's degrees. If an MBA come and he can't design this network, he's useless. If a Cisco certified network engineer certification come and can design my network, he's the guy I'm going to hire. So this is it. To get ready for the world, you have to actually seek out certifications in the areas that you're planning to actually work. And the certifications, things like Cisco, things like AWS and Azure certifications, they force you to get hands-on knowledge of the actual things you're going to be working with, right? And when somebody sees that, they know right away where you are, right? It will also give you a certain confidence because you've done it. So to get prepared, start looking at the certifications. If you're going to go into networking, Cisco CCNA, Cisco CCNP, and DP, those certifications will set you apart from every other graduate. You have to be certified because even when you start working in these companies, you have to be certified. I went out of my way to get you guys added to the Microsoft training so that you could get vouchers to become certified for free. Well, nothing is for free. Your sweat, right, is what pays for it. So, yeah. Does that answer your question?
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so
And
much for
can I
that.
just to close, for the same person. That's very important. And I will say one more thing. Try to relate that to real world work. Offer yourself to companies. Can I review your network? Can I do this? Try to do that, and you will always remember these words. Okay?
All right. Excellent. Excellent. There's a big white elephant in the room, and this gentleman has to be allowed to speak. Colleagues, we are not saying something that the entire community needs to know. I will argue that when I served my time in industry, before I came to the classroom, I was writing code to the switches. How many of the industry practitioners are coming back to the classroom to teach the students? That is a missing part of the pedagogy. Why are we not speaking about that? Respectfully, some of our industry colleagues, not those who are here necessarily, but they will say teaching is, I can't bother with teaching. It's too hard. You students are, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Students are miserable. They don't have time to deal with students in the classroom. And I would dare say that that's where I think part of the solution has to lie. There's also another big problem in the classroom. You don't have enough industry practitioners in the form of teachers in the classroom today to relate to the students what is exactly happening out there. Can we get a round of applause for that? You're not having that. And I'm saying that against the fact that I am in the community of the academics. If the academic only reads the book, all of that is now on the internet.
For the record.
So they cannot apply themselves.
For the record.
For the record.
For the record.
No pun intended.
Right? No pun intended. On the record, for the record. Christopher Reckord has offered to him several times, have I not?
To teach.
That I want to come back to teach.
No, you're not. You
right?
Okay,
good.
Fine. Right, so I'm going to engage all of you to come and be tutors in the classroom. Because, listen, students, we're not telling any lies. Some of you, when you're in classes, some of you go quietly and say, this person don't really know the thing, Am I telling a lie? And when you set an exam and you go to the lab and a programming exam comes, some of the students come and they're sick or something, they can't come. Boy, sir, I can't write them code here, it's too hard. What I'm trying to say, there is a two-side to this story. You have to be self-directed and motivated for all the reasons, but I'm putting a charge out there to the community that the lecturers who need to be in the classroom need to be the industry practitioners. I'm in the classroom, but I'm staying current. But I might be an endangered species because if you have more persons who are not practitioners in the classroom, this engineering computing profession is dead. Anyway, that's a big white elephant in the room. I'm saying to students, I put myself on the line. I'm your dean. I'm a very controversial individual, you know. But notwithstanding, I'm telling you the truth. I set very hard problems. But I have to preface the chairman's privilege. The students need to be exposed to hard problems. Androski is an example. All right? Man with one subject, chief technology officer, that is a big deal. So therefore, all of you need to understand that the opportunity is yours, as he said, but there's fear. When you get those jobs out there, some of you say, I can't take the jobs. 20% of you who leave the institutions on the island go into the private sector. 20%. And that is a source of concern. And I think a major part of the problem at the university level and at the college level, you don't have enough industry teachers to provide the training and keeping up with the current knowledge. Not to say that you don't have bright students among you who don't do it and learn, but the students, I was a student too, and the students today say, you are not keeping up with the relevance. But they don't want to say it because they might get a bad grade, right? From a tutor, right? Anyway, please go ahead, sir. So I'm going to engage the community to come and teach. The industry has to be here. The chemical, the electrical, the industrial, all the practitioners need to come to the classroom and give some time to help cut the shortage that we are having. Otherwise, we're going to continue facing the problem.
One of the ways you incentivize industry is also to give them preferred access to your graduates.
Well, that is always the case. They want the best graduates at all times, right? So I'm encouraging the private sector to come back into the classroom and teach the students at the university and the college level as a part of that transformation of knowledge. Sir, go ahead. I'm the devil's advocate now, all right? Yes?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
So I must step back a little bit. So
yes.
Going back to what was mentioned about culture, yes, we have been suffering because of it. This whole math thing, it's created a quote-unquote math phobia.
Math phobia, you call it, okay.
Where we are suffering from it. Because growing up, our predecessors put it in our heads that the math was hard. So we were already losing from the beginning without even trying.
Yes.
So I believe us as young people
yes,
need to try to change the rhetoric and put it into the next generation that they need to try to expand so that we can move out of this. What we really call it.
And if a teacher tell you that the math's hard to report them. Yes, because you can't say it hard and them say it hard too.
Well, you know, so if I may, though, I would just say, you know, the truth is it may be hard for the teachers. There is a, so the way you think about math in particular, it comes back to something I said in my keynote about how you respond to challenges and how we reward effort in our schools, right? That if you come across a challenge, if you can't address it, how is student supported, how is the teacher supported, in order to make and create an environment that makes the student believe that I can learn this. Carl Dweck, who is book I alluded to
yes,
about
Carl
growth
Dweck, growth mindset.
She has a program, and I think we should I'd love to try this in Jamaica, called Brainology, where she works with schools and teachers to help them create an environment that helps students learn, and teachers, to make math fun, to make them believe. You have to believe you can actually do it. And I think it's, you know, you can't arbitrate, or you can't dictate your way to say, hey, you must learn. You can't break a culture by it. You need a systematized way of actually introducing the subject that give teachers and students new confidences and new skills that they don't have. And the question, where's that coming from? You know, and so I think maybe here at UTech, in the Department of Education, at UE, there needs to be a systematized way where we come up and talk about what is the methods by which we are teaching math.
Absolutely.
And how do we make this such that we can create more students who embraces as a, but your point is there. I've spoken with teachers who say, yes, they're afraid of it, and the evidence is shown also in the results of the students' performance in math.
I'm going to use the opportunity to kind of quickly tell you about my personal experience. For some of you in the room, I'm the mother of Carla Bustamante, or Carla Capote Bustamante. My husband is going to kill me. Carla Capote Bustamante. We are Spanish, so we use two last names. And she just graduated last year from UTech here, computer science. And thank you for the kind words that I have heard about my daughter. I really appreciate it. But let me tell you, and I think that we need to break the cycle. And for all in the room today that are probably parents or to be parenting at one moment, we have that responsibility. Carla, she wasn't like she loved math, and she was little from Cuba or whatever, and I took the time, and the time it meant that I came up with ideas. One time I smashed up the entire Christmas tree because I used every ornament to just show my idea about sets, because she was traumatized by sets, etc. But it was about the way that math was taught and communicated to her. Because obviously I was a mathematician, and I'm seeing my daughter struggling. I'm like, this is a problem. What I learned is that she never had what I had in my country of birth, Cuba, about mathematics. So I made my task to turn that into that. I found the opportunity to become that person, about making math fun. But we as parents, we have that responsibility as well. And if you don't know, because we all not proficient in math, find someone that can do that for you. Find someone. And today, with what is online, you can find a lot of resources online resources that can be used. And sometimes when you look at the cost, it's just minimal cost for you to, monthly cost to do things. That will help your child, to be the future engineer without being afraid of math, or being afraid of math. Without that component, which sometimes, as we have long discussed here, is pulling them out. Because resiliency, as well, is not being taught. How many times Carla came and say, I am giving up in economics, and she did graduate with 12 subjects. But it was a lot.
Give Androski one more.
But it was a lot. And when she was about to give up every time, I would say no, because it's not how many times you fail. I'm not counting how many times you're going to fail. I'm going to count for that one time they're going to succeed, and in the way they're going to succeed. And of course, I have a little bit of me saying that, did anyone pass? Yes, Mommy, did anyone did well, so you do. I'm like, what are you talking about? Yes, keep trying at it. Yeah. Keep trying at it, be resilient, and do it again. But again, the point is about how can we help the future?
Yes.
Don't transmit the same that was taught to you. How can you learn the future generation? When are we going to break the cycle? Can we start now?
Yes. Thank you, Courtney. And then, yes.
Yeah, I want to make the point that it is cool to be a nerd. All right? So you need to work hard, practice your maths. Right? Just practice, practice, practice. All right? And you'll be good at it. All right? Just keep practice. And take away all the other distraction, because in today's world, we have a lot of distraction. You know, you have the TV, the mobile phone, social media. Take that away and practice your maths, and you will become good at it. I promise you that. All right?
Okay, thank you. This problem is not local to,
No,
it's global. It's a global concern.
So you mentioned culture. Culture can actually be a powerful thing for good and a powerful thing for bad. And there are many good things in our culture. Jamaican people are like no other people on earth. And I mean that
absolutely,
as somebody who's traveled the world. Right? What we have here, many countries don't have it. And the circumstances in which we grow up actually give us a level of ingenuity, a creativity to solve problems, because that's how we survive. We solve problems, right? If a man have a mango tree and I'm hungry, what am I going to do? Eat mango, right? if a town next door don't have mango and one town have mango, the town with the mango go do what? Sell the mango to the next town, right? Some man go thief the mango, but that's beside it.
This has been a very lively panel discussion. It needs a part 2. It needs a mass phobia. Was it that was the only point? Thank you very much.
Hold on. I'm gonna finish. So there's a big elephant in this room, and Yamile touched on it, right? Change starts in the home. Young men, young women, right? And I mean, I'm talking to the men because I can. A father's role in the house is very important. My son, 7.
Don't cry on us again.
No, man. No. I'm not crying. My son is 7. And for me to actually set him up, right, I have to help him overcome the things that I had to overcome myself. So what I did early was to actually introduce maths to him. Right, first we start counting from 1 to 10, like it was 3. Then now he's counting by tens and 5 and 3 and 2. And indirectly I'm teaching him his timetables, right? But a man have to realize that being a man is not having 2 girls, 3 girls. A man have to realize that being a man is actually taking care of his family. And you have the opportunity, right, as young men and young women, to actually change the Jamaican culture to not reflect what is being drilled in our heads every day. It is easy for a man to have 2, 3 women. It is hard for a man to actually ensure everybody in his house is taken care of, which means that you understand the needs, you're listening to the needs, and you're helping everybody to achieve what they need to achieve. Your wife, your children, and in turn, them take care of you. You see me? So, in order for us to change Jamaica, or in order for us to change the world, we first have to change the family. So if you want math to be a thing, teach your son math.
All right, excellent. This has been an excellent panel. I mean, listen, I'm going to let this young lady say her point, but just to close it off, really, I would say the takeaway from the panel is this. The panel, and I'm going to extend it beyond the panel, they are willing to come and teach some of the areas in engineering and computing, right? So I'm going to engage them to take on special assignments, right? To support some of that knowledge transfer that is required. That's one. I'm also imploring the industry to invite the teachers who are in the classrooms in the university to get externships. Let me hear a round of applause for that. To go out there and learn the content. Because they are afraid, some of them who just get masters and PhDs and have only book knowledge and can't apply themselves. You think they want to go out there to work with you? They're afraid like a puss. Straight. Anyway, I'm a very direct man, so, I mean, I tell you, students, you know what I'm saying, You understand? You don't meet me for class yet, but I'm telling you straight up. What it means, therefore, the staff have to go and engage in internships and externships, so when they come back to you, they are filled with the same knowledge. You know, so I use Industry 5, and some people from Microsoft never realized what it meant. I feel real good about that, You understand what I'm trying to say? So, but it's good humor. What is good humor? It's good humor. Boy, listen, we have to close. The panel is officially closed, right? We are going to now break for about 30 to 45 minutes. But the panel, if you want to stay by and answer these good people questions, feel free to do so. But we are now closed for lunch for the next 30 to 45 minutes. 35 minutes, so we can catch back the time, right? But please, young miss, you have a question, go ahead. College man, you can stay and ask a question. I mean, if I can answer them, I'll answer them too. But the panel, you can stand up panel, you can stretch your feet. This is now a break. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And Ms. Bustamante made up a good point. He spoke towards resources. Let me put it this way. Unfortunately, I do not attend UTech. So this venture...
Oh, welcome. Welcome, man. Give her a round of applause.
I believe this venture is really a good one. So for those who the Azure is not available to, what are the resources out there for me as an engineer that wants to put forward to my employer that, hey, this is what I can do? And yeah, so resources.
Where are you coming from, miss? Oh, across the road. No, man, you can't say. That's fine.
So,
all right. She did that. All right. I get it. It's a special guest. She's a special guest. All right. Fair enough. Who's going to answer the question? You going to answer the question? Anybody's going to? Androski, answer the young lady's question.
That's a good question. Yeah. There's a yes. Let me give you the Microsoft answer. So, well, before, do you have a student email?
Yeah. Yes.
So I would actually recommend, because I'm sure the people next door have agreements with Microsoft as well.
Yes.
So use your student email and activate your subscription. Again, the subscription here is actually available to all universities, right? So once you can prove that you are a part of a school, you can actually get access. So, and how you prove that you're part of a school is two things. You're older than 16, and you have a domain belonging to the university. So, I would recommend starting with the starter offering. So Azure for Students starter, and get your feet wet. It's safe. You won't be charged anything, and yeah.
Excellent. Yes, sir.
If somebody have the link, just forward it to her so she can register for the Microsoft thing. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Everybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my question was kind of related to what was said before about students having some enthusiasm about maths. I was asking if it's a case where teachers should be held accountable for, students straying away from those type of subjects, because for me, I kind of have some interest in pursuing computer science because I love like website designing and the coding and everything. But due to my past teachers, I kind of dislike the subject and I hate like going into like computer science and those stuff because I don't think there's any passion. The teachers no longer have passion for the subject, and that kind of go into how students perceive the study of.
See, you start to touch the real issues here now, young man. It's touching the real issues, the passion. Yes, passion, the pay, and all these things come into it.
So your question is, should teachers be held accountable?
Yes. I know it's not only reliant on
a politically sensitive
the
answer.
parents and also the students, but sometimes students go into the classroom to learn things because they don't know themselves personally. So it's what they learn into the classroom that they kind of bring into their life experiences. So I think teachers should also influence students to, more embrace a subject because they look up to the teachers to teach them certain
right.
things. So is it that they should be held
Yeah. So let's talk about solutions. Right? You agree that there are teachers who are, not as excited or are skilled, and therefore they don't deliver it well. Remember one suggestion I proposed was, hey, form a math club. There is things that students can do that can bypass the teachers as a limiting factor. Right? Form a math club. Create teams where you can help and support each other. And I also point out to the fact that, if you have access to the internet, Khan's Academy and so much more is out there that can teach you. You can watch those videos and rewatch them, discuss them, solve problems together. There are so much resources online that if you have an interest, a teacher should not ideally be a limiting factor anymore. It is a factor you can, circumvent because, listen, I've had, all of us have had bad teachers, so to speak, right? And so it's a fact of life. But it also proves something in you regarding your resiliency, your willingness to face obstacles, find solutions, and power through it. So, that's one suggestion, because you can't, we're not going to fire all the teachers. So, or the teachers were quote unquote bad. So you have to find other ways of creativity working around them.
From my side, I don't like the idea of blaming somebody. Right?
Yes, yes.
I feel you should be driven. As Peter said, there are a lot of resources on the internet.
Speaking in the mic, Courtney. Speaking in the mic.
You have a lot of resources on the internet. So if you really, really want to learn mathematics, you can. So don't make any excuses. All right? That's important.
Okay, thank you.
One thing before you go. So
you have a line over here now.
Yeah, man, I know. But this is very important because this probably addressed enough things. I want you guys to realize that you have the power to go beyond the people that have been put over you. So in school, I, like you, had a terrible math teacher. She didn't know my name, and I went to class every day, right? As a matter of fact, she fell asleep a lot of times in class, like every day. So, but if I had YouTube, then, because if you're in a class here at UTech and the teacher don't know what I'm talking about, you have the ability to actually go on MIT YouTube channel and find the same exact course, because UTech mirrors MIT. So the courses at MIT are the courses that are actually here. You can actually find the same exact course with somebody who's even more passionate about the topic than the person who's actually teaching you. So if you're in a class and somebody isn't giving you what you need, go online, go on YouTube, search, for example, simultaneous equations, A-level math, and you're going to find at least 10 who can actually teach you what you need to know.
Absolutely.
Okay, I have a story. I want to tell my story. All right? I went to Calabar, as I said before. In my second form, my mother bought us a set of encyclopedia. That transformed my life completely.
These kids don't know what that means, no,
Right?
no, boss.
That transformed my life tremendously. That's a long time ago. All right? Immediately, I became a genius. I was good in science, extremely good in science. All right? I used to go to my class. I would know everything, chemistry, physics, before. That transformed me tremendously.
Okay.
I will say this, today, we have something much, much more powerful than encyclopedia. We have the internet. So there is no excuse whatsoever. No excuse.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much, college man. Yeah, the subject. Young miss, you had a, oh, sir. And then I think.
Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I want to share some sentiments with the math issue. I honestly don't think that math is the problem.
Okay.
Applying yourself and practicing is the way to get around the math problem. I mean, like, YouTube is college without accreditation. You can always go on YouTube.
That's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah, there's a lot of material on YouTube. The major challenge that I had while still in UTech, but the major challenge that I have while studying computing at UTech was solving problems. How can we solve problems effectively and efficiently? That was my issue studying computing. The way in which we nurture engineers is through passion and innovation and creativity. How can we fix this issue with teachers that don't have passion?
So we send them to private sector to get some externship. That's what I was saying.
But even when you bring those interns in, how can they communicate their solutions to problems in a simple and informal?
I'll bring back the private sector to the classroom and let them teach you. That's what I'm seeing. But I think that was the answer to that question. You know. But you're right, it's a big issue.
Yeah, that was the issue.
Are you still a student here?
Yes, sir.
Is there professors in the room?
Mr. White is here.
So what I hear you saying, I was going to reflect what you said, is that the solution mindset or methodology around how you systematically go towards finding a solution, that you don't have a good handle on that. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Okay. You know, the way, what's her name was online? Is she still online? Stacey?
Stacey Hines, yes.
Right. Stacey talked about this, that the fact that in business school, they talk about, business strategy and all those things, which are really, systematized way around how you go and explore an opportunity, right? They talk in business, Mr. Reckord here just mentioned he did his MBA. You do what they call a SWOT analysis, right? You do your risk assessment, your challenge. And there are ways, a systematized way around which in business people are taught to find and explore solutions and then build models, financial models. Is this a good thing to do? Is this not a good thing to do from a business perspective? Engineering, generally speaking, does not have that in there. And this is where it comes back to say, hey, if you have an entrepreneurial course, right, as a baseline, just like I said, communication, right, is needed. Every engineer, in order to have a systematized way of how you converge or explore opportunities and converge on what is a meaningful path, is essentially an entrepreneurial exploration. It's a business exploration, right? It's a business case exploration, right? And so, there is a need, I think, more and more, and I think Professor Thorpe mentioned that the school of the entrepreneurship, which I visited yesterday, that it is happening. But I hear you saying it needs to happen more urgent and probably early on, so people like you can feel that confidence.
Absolutely.
So that's action is on you in this case, as university, right, to see how you bring that entrepreneurial exposure, I believe, sooner into the curriculum.
Let's start
Dr. Thorpe, I have a question for you. Read this guy. How easy it is for a student to provide feedback on a teacher?
No, there are assessment instruments that the university provides.
But how do you measure? So one of the things that these social media companies have actually done really, really well is that they can actually get a temperature of their users.
Yeah, man, read the professors, yes.
At any time.
Yeah,
so how easy it is for you to actually see how the students feel about a specific course?
Well, the university uses an instrument. There's a formal instrument at the end of every academic term, from the time you were here until now. But the thing is, many students, or a few students, I may not say many, don't fill them out because some of them don't feel it's necessary. Am I not correct? Some of you think that way. Some fill it out, and some of you think it's not effective, which is something that the university itself has to treat with ongoing. But outside of that, so we do have an instrument that supports that. The opportunity that this young man is indicating is even more far-reaching in that, he may be solving problems, but he wants a lot more exposure to it. And I'm thinking if we get the combination of private sector and the staff doing more industry-related type initiatives, how I was able to provide you with hard problems to solve, I stay close to the industry. I've never left it. And hence, I'm using my reference as a point here to the question. Right?
With respect to the feedback that you spoke about, Androski, one of the things that we use in the organization, in my company, is something called Office Vibe. It's an application built by some people in Canada that each staff member, once a month, gets a questionnaire, 10 questions. You can finish it in 5 minutes or less. And you get a continuous feel of what's happening in the organization. So we have a score. We have an Office Vibe score. We have employee net promoter score, and it's anonymous, fully anonymous. So I get a report. I got my report this morning. The organization is whatever point out of 10 is just a rounded number. So I know what my team, because it's and I can go to any of my first reports and find out what their team feeling about them right now. And it's something that is actually on our management meeting report every Tuesday morning at 7:30. We look at the Office Vibe score, look at the issues and discuss them and solve them, and then go back to the business and said, we heard you, we're giving you free gym membership. We heard you, we're bringing in fruits in the office. We heard you. So is there a teacher version for that that's out there somewhere that you can buy or subscribe to, Prof, and the students can now give instant feedback about the teachers? I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think we need to be very data-driven in how we change systems and change and use the data. And there's no better data than the data from the students, right? Yeah, so we need to...
We might have to cut this off now. I want to thank the panel. Hold on. And please, gentlemen and lady who had questions, would you want to just come down here and just ask the questions and engage? But let me thank the panel again for their time, colleagues, students. They have went overboard here. It's now lunch. Please go and have some lunch and return about by 2 o'clock. I think it'll be by about 2:10 for us to continue. Thank you again. But please come forward. You have where the people are. We're going to resume at this moment. Look how many goodies you guys have. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm going to be doing that. Wait, you guys don't want the goodies? We have goodies inside giving away, you know. I'm about to give away the rest of the goodies now. Let us get back into the theme of things. A pleasant good afternoon to you. Trust that you had a good lunch and ready to go again. So let's get rid of some of these items quickly. Let's see who's ready to answer 2 or more quick questions as we move into the next segment. Yes. Our guest who came earlier, she left. I was just going to give her a complimentary gift because she was from another place, right? But I don't see her. She looked like she left. So hold on. Who is ready now to go? Sports buds. Sports buds. No, man, the question, that is correct. The question. So now you're ready for the question? Right? So those who are not here will not be privy to this. So tough luck for them, right? So here we go in terms of the question. Earlier in the panel discussion, we spoke about Industry 4 standards. Industry 5. Tell me what those 2 things are. This is not going to be so easy now, you know. It's what you have. A man busy Googling up and all kind of thing, but it has to be very clear to me what you're saying. Who is ready to go? Wait, a man moved to the table already. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Good afternoon. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, my name is Tyrone Wallace. All right.
Which school, which program?
Oh, I'm skate, 4th year.
4th year? All right. All right, go ahead. All right, go ahead. So you have the answer. Let's hear it.
I'm attempting.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I think you just spoke about Industry 4 being basically where we are right now in terms of how computer technology is integrated into basically all aspects of things of their life, like lighting, or phones, or glasses and so forth, right? And Internet of Things, I think is also incorporated into Industry 4. Industry 5.
Yes.
Right.
Industry 5. You guys not listening, man. You're missing the big prizes or you're waiting for the big one. Look at them over there. Yes. Go ahead.
I think we would take it a step further.
Yes. What is that?
Basically, allowing the...
If you don't get the whole of it right, he can't get this gift, you know. Yeah. We give him something of a lower order. Come on, listening. It's either you get the thumb drive or if you get the 2 parts right, you get this. But if you only get 1 part right, you only get the drive. Go ahead quickly, yes?
Allowing the computer themselves the capacity to...
No, you have to come again. No, you're not no capacity. You get the first part right. Come, give him a round of applause. You got the Industry 4 right. You have to come back to that one, right? You have to come back to that one. You get an award here, right? So Industry 4 and Industry 5. Going again one more time. Who else can give me an answer to that question? For a set of sports buds. Quickly, we need to move the things off the shelf before we leave here at this evening. Go ahead, sir. You look like you're ready to go. You know, we should have a young lady coming next, you know. Equal opportunity. But you are here. Go ahead.
So Industry 4 would be the proliferation of course, Internet of Things and Internet into everything. And then Industry 5 would be big data, AI, cloud computing, and that transformation that's happening.
You're still missing. But you know, but Industry 4 has in all of that too. Oh. So you're really saying the same thing 2 times, so I'm going to give you a drive. Nobody got my answer right so far. That means, oh, you weren't listening. You weren't listening, man. You weren't listening. Did you record me? All right, we have to continue now. We have to continue. One more quick question then. From the panel. Personalization? No, you're guessing now, man. You're guessing. You're guessing. You need to Bing that. A disclaimer there from Microsoft. You hear that? Bing. So, okay, I'll give you another shot at the sports ball. Another question. From the panel now, from the panel discussion now. All right? If you are looking at this whole space of Azure and Azure clouds, I heard Mr. Spicer did a good presentation earlier. Could you say what are the components, 2 of the components of the Azure architecture that he spoke to?
I'm here waiting.
The Azure architecture that he spoke to. Let me see who was listening.
All right, so.
Hold on, man is already at the wait, go ahead, sir.
So 2 functions of the serverless components of Azure is its functions and its services.
All right, give him a round of applause for that. Very good, very good, very good. Very good. Look like the question looked like it was too easy, man. But at least you remember. No, you have to stay and take a picture. No, you have to take a picture when you get the prizes. You know, the team that is here have to record the moment that you receive the award. All right? Very good. I should not give away anything else now. I should save some for later. We have to go into the next segment shortly. So there's a lot more goodies to be had, right? And I'm going to defer to our next part of the presentation, Mr. Spicer. Who is that? Who is that? The guy who's coming remote. The one who's in registration. So he's on now? He's on now. He's going to come in 2:45. Okay, so who do we take on now? I can tell him to come on now, yes. All right, so quickly, we're going to hear a little bit more about the vouchers that are available from Microsoft. Remember, you have to take note of everything because I'm mentally recording and writing. So when I'm giving out the prizes, I actually have some reference, right? So if you're writing better than I am, it means that all the awards are there for you, right? I can't get any, sorry to say, neither can my staff, right? You have to speak to that. You have that, so? One asking if you have a special, you want year-long subscription that you're going to give them for free. I don't.
The Microsoft Azure for Students starter. There's no end to it. Office. No, that's out of my scope. But doesn't UTech provide that access?
I think he's talking for his personal.
Oh, it's personal. Oh, sorry, man. That's not my area. Office 365 access on his desktop.
Usually you pay something like $59.99 for a year-long subscription.
Yeah.
But he wants to know if you have a gift voucher for that. No. Do you have any gift vouchers for that? That's what he's asking. Probably if he answers some of the hard questions, you might change your mind, you know. But I don't know, all right? Angel is ready. Okay. So as we continue with the afternoon segment quickly, please pay special attention, very special attention. A little bit more information about the Azure and the Azure fundamentals will be provided now online by our set of presenters there. They may take about 10 minutes, and from that segment, we are going to move right into the Fireside chat, then the virtual tour, and then the web apps Microsoft Azure Resilience presentation from Intcomex to conclude the evening. So you have to stay to hear all of that because there's a big prize at the back there. Look at those guys over the college there, man. They're planning out how to get the computer. That's what they're planning to do. Gentlemen, you have to listen to everything because you might miss the next set of prizes, right? So you don't want to miss out on any of the prizes. Is that a question?
No, just making an announcement.
An announcement? Okay.
They're going.
Oh, they're leaving? Yes. Oh, well, my apologies, boy, you're gonna... Do you know that they're applauding you that you're going so they can stay and get the prize that you probably would have been trying to win, right? So you have to go and figure out who's going to stay behind while the others go. But anyway, it's up to you. We have to continue with the session. But we really appreciate you coming. We thank you for coming. You had provided very good input to this session. And, all right. So you have a happy dilemma problem down there. Happy dilemma. Computers giving away from Microsoft, which costs a computer. Sorry, a computer. Yes, a computer. All right. So, boy, you sit back down. That's what I realized. Okay. Let's change your mind. Anyway, this is a very interesting day indeed, right? I don't think some of us are too happy to hear that part, right? But anyway, let's continue. Let's keep going now. So now, we want to hear about Azure fundamentals, and a team from Microsoft is currently online to share that for the next 10 or 15 minutes, right? So, how many? 10 minutes, 10 minutes, thank you. So, good day to you. I don't know what part of the world you're in, but you have our undivided attention here in Jamaica, and the floor is open to you to share with us at this time. I seem like he's enjoying our session as well. I see the smiles. All right, so please go ahead for me, sir. Just quick introductions and to share in the learn opportunity that you have for Azure with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we're hearing you very well. Excellent.
Awesome. I cannot see you, but I feel your passion, your excitement, and your positivity in the room. My name is Dubon Marchelli. I'm based in Florida. I'm a professor, like many of you guys, and I've been working for Microsoft for the last 18 years. My first 11 years in the company, I was running the education programs for Microsoft Latin America, including Jamaica. So some of you may have seen me running around the island a couple of times a year in my first 10, 11 years in the company. Now, do you see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, awesome. The reason why I'm here today is because this morning, Androski was telling you a lot of good things about Azure, and he was also mentioning a couple of courses that you can join. Actually, you are already joining to learn about Microsoft Azure fundamentals and AI, artificial intelligence fundamentals. Well, guess what? I'm the one responsible for those courses. And I'm so happy to confirm that as of today, about 2 hours ago, we already had 88 students from UTech already registered for those courses. So big hand for you guys, because you're that shows your willingness to learn and get not just trained but also certified by Microsoft. And I want to show you just two things. One thing is I want you to get you motivated and enthused of what you can do with Azure. I want to show you the power of Azure. So if you haven't seen this video this morning, let me show you this cool thing here.
Our vision was to bring artificial intelligence to the places where people never even imagined that they would be able to have it before, to help people right where we need it so decisions can be made right now.
Sorry.
We've got this great ruggedized 1-ton Suburban. We can take this car in a disconnected environment. There's a lot of different data collection devices that are within the vehicle. Everything from an in-car camera. We can actually capture images better than the human eye. We have a 360 by 240 degree spherical camera. The camera itself is GPS located. We're able to deploy drones from the vehicle. But when you really talk about power, the back is a little black case with the rugged Azure stack and AI that we're able to bring to the edge. The data is amazing, but it's the AI and the cognitive services that turn it into something that we can really use in the real world. So no longer do we have to go and connect and make our data meet the cloud. We create our own data processing in any environment that this car can get us into. In disaster relief, we have the ability to take in and start analyzing the infrastructure, be it bridges, roads, and we can find the most efficient and effective routes to be able to get aid into people. We can help figure out routes to get the people out of harm's way. If you look at it from an enterprise standpoint, increasing inefficiencies of processes will save companies millions and millions of dollars. Imagine power lines or windmills. Rather than having to send out entire crews to go out and do inspections, we can send a single guy in a drone and a vehicle like this. He's taking imagery of the power lines. We can run the analytics based upon the models that are already built, and now we see that this part can fail or everything's working fine. Being able to take the power of Azure Stack and AI to the edge, to those people that are disconnected all over the world, and bring them the ability to do things that we've never even been able to dream of before. And now we can do that.
Well, guys, that is the power of Azure. And the reason why we insist so much in Azure is because Azure is not just a bunch of data centers around the world or let's say the operating system of the cloud. Is the cornerstone of everything that you want to learn about cloud technologies. Let me switch to my other screen now. If every single week I talk to companies in the United States, and I ask them what are they looking, in talent when they are trying to hire new people to their companies. And one of the most common responses that they tell me is, we appreciate the diplomas and the certificates from all the universities, but when we're talking about technology, we also require a certification. And techs and developers that are really already into technology in those companies. And we also group them in solution areas. In solution areas, we have 5, we group it in 5, Azure, which you already know, Dynamics, which is business applications. What kind of business applications? Well, all the solutions that we provide to companies in terms of customer service, in terms of financial services, supply chain, ERP, and other manufacturing and other business applications that most of the companies use. Microsoft 365, Power Platform, which is creating apps and automatic flows and automatic processes without even coding, and of course, cybersecurity. And the main importance of Azure in all this process is that Azure is the cornerstone to start learning any one of all the other solution areas. So if you want to start your career in cloud technologies, this is the first course that you need to take, Azure Fundamentals. And of course, AI Fundamentals is also one of the cornerstones, but this is the #1 course. And then after you take Azure Fundamentals, like say you can continue your process becoming a developer, and you take more courses and certifications in Azure, for example. Or you want to become a specialized engineer in business applications. You have to take Azure Fundamentals, and then you have to take the Dynamics 365 courses and certifications that you need for the career path that you're following, financial, manufacturing, etc. Or if you want to become a cybersecurity expert, you have to take Azure Fundamentals first, and then start taking the security compliance and identity courses to become a cybersecurity engineer. So no matter where you go, Azure is your baseline. So my congratulations to all those 88 students that are already registered for the courses. We still have plenty of room. I have 2,000 seats per course. So if you still want to continue registering in those courses, please do it before they fill in. We started to promote those courses today in all the universities in the US. So you were the first one, actually, before the United States. So seats are starting to fill in. So register yourself. If you have questions, you have the local Microsoft team in Jamaica to support you. And if you have questions, you can even still ping me or send me an email, okay? Thank you so much, and congratulations for these amazing events that you're having. Yeah, man, and peace.
Yeah, man. Well, that's good, man. It's Jamaican-ish, man. It sounds that way. That's good. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I hope all of you guys were taking notes. I hope you're all taking notes. Hint, hint. Yes? Anyway, we'll continue with the next part of the segment at this point. And at this point, we are going to move to the Fireside chat. And the Fireside chat is with Onika, Casanova. So she's the manager of the MTFS Microsoft, and Kari McKinnon Cloud BDM at Intcomex, right? One big UTech family, because I remember teaching this guy some time ago, right? If he was a good student, is another question, but that's for another day, right? All right, but it's good company. So a fireside chat is a conversation. Do you guys have your mics, right, open? This reminds me of the days as the president of the Jamaica Computer Society. We have all these kind of sessions and engagement. So the conversation here is the Microsoft stack and the Azure stack. I see where Intcomex is big on that, the whole digital transformation of the retail and manufacturing industry. I know Intcomex doing a lot of work there from my own understanding. And Onika, you have been working with Intcomex, I'm sure, So let's get into the conversation. What is it that you both do together as a team in terms of that engagement? Yes, please. Yes, but I'm now handing over to that, and you will keep the session. Thank you.
No, and thanks for that. So it was interesting when I heard Intcomex, right? Because then it shows how we're all globally interrelated. So in my line of work, I'm in finance. So a couple of people are like, she handles the money. Well, I kind of don't handle all the money, but I handle incoming money to Microsoft, right? And Intcomex in the retail space or in the manufacturing space, we call it, they're great partners of ours. So glad to be here, and thank you, on behalf of your company for being a continued partnership with Microsoft. And one of the big things, how we relate, is we want to empower and change as much as we can. And we can't get to everyone on our own. But with partnerships such as this, we can enable them with our resources and services and products to reach the population that we couldn't hear. So we strengthen this partnership, and from here, we're empowering and we're creating change as we go along. So I would say that's the connection from our end.
Yeah, thanks. The way, as you guys probably, some of you know, some of you don't know, but the way Microsoft works is through partnerships, and you have different levels. So you have Microsoft, then you have the distributor, then you have the resellers, then you have the consumers, the end customers. So we're at the distributor level, where we engage with the resellers. We support them with the Microsoft products, training, various aspects of the cloud journey. We support them, and then in turn, they support the end customers. So we have a strong relationship with Microsoft as the first level of support for the ecosystem of Microsoft technology with the industry players.
So we're going to continue with the handoff here. All right, so I think it's Reckord. You're not hearing, right? All right, so like I said, this one is a good conversation for me. Now I have a direct partner with Intcomex, and next time I see their name on my spreadsheet, I can know who I'm speaking with, right? So Carrie here is the Cloud Business Development Manager. We talked a lot about the cloud space today, so now you're gonna hear firsthand from a cloud person itself who's in the industry. We're gonna talk about how did he get here, what is he doing, and the future incorporating a lot of you students who are joining us today. So I'm going to allow Carrie to introduce himself, and then we'll get back to the questions here.
All right, so thanks again. I'm Carrie, Business Development Manager. You guys heard me, right? Yeah, Business Development Manager for Cloud, but let me just go back a bit before I reach the business development aspect right now. So as Mr. Thorpe said, I was a student here in the mid-2000s.
You're a good student, man.
Well, so yeah, I was here, graduated in 2008 from UTech, from SCIT, computer program. I had a good time here. Mr. Thorpe he looked like he is more, he was very hard on us then. I don't know if he's still hard on you guys now. But, it paid off. So, had a good time at UTech. After leaving UTech, went into the IT space more in terms of teaching. So I started teaching high school students for CXC at the time, information technology, while I was actually at UTech. So I was doing that and then moved more into real hardcore IT after that. Since then, I became a Microsoft certified trainer, maybe about 5 years ago. And also was working for a Microsoft partner as an engineer, cloud engineer that is. So my focus was more on Office 365 and Azure. So I've worked on a number of projects around the Caribbean, doing different migrations from on-prem technology to the cloud. And then, like last year, an opportunity came up at Intcomex. I needed a BDM, and they asked me to join the team. So I've been there since January of last year as a business development manager. And in that role, it's more of a commercial role. So I'm leveraging my technical background to, bridge the gap with the commercial and technical aspect of the business. So in my current role now as a BDM, I'm responsible for growing the cloud business for Microsoft at Intcomex across the Caribbean. So it's not just Jamaica, right? And I work with the reseller space across the Caribbean to grow cloud and all the cloud products, support them on training, certification, and even we go down to the level of helping them with projects. So if they have a particular project to move a particular product from on-prem to cloud, we can help them with that. So that's what we do at Intcomex now. And obviously there's the hardware side of the business, but my thing is really cloud. So that's a bit about me.
No, thanks for sharing that. So I just want to go back, because a lot of students here are thinking, you're doing this computer science field, but you're not sure if this is where you should be. So what was it that identified it for you that technology is kind of like the area that I'll focus on, and what led to cloud computing itself for you?
All right, so to go even way back, the reason why I went into technology back in the 90s now, this is back in the 90s now, right? So I went into the 2000s, now I'm going back into the 90s. But I was in high school. Nobody had I didn't have a computer at that time. Very few persons had a computer, right? So whenever you went to information technology class, that was probably your first or your only interaction with a computer. So that was my first experience, and it kind of, you're not used to a particular thing, so it piques your interest at the time. So back then, if you wanted to get a computer to use at high school, you'd have to be one of the first persons in the class, right? Because of the limited resources at the time. So usually if you don't enter the class first, you have to share a device with somebody. So at that time, I tried to get into the class first so I could, be around the computer and stuff. Mm-hmm. So from then, my interest in understanding how networks work, being in the lab, I would always try and work with the lab tech, to understand, how is this computer communicating with the printer or communicating with another device. So from then, I knew that I had this interest in technology. So that's where my journey began. And then after I left high school, I had persons in my circle who were either at UTech or working in the industry. And, I liked what they were doing at the time based on what they told me and stuff. So that kind of drove me to have more interest in the technology field. Now, as it relates to cloud, I had a mentor, and this was back in 2015, because I was more in physical infrastructure at the time. In 2015, I had a mentor who worked at Microsoft, and he said, hey, Kari, cloud is where things are going now. What do you think about going into the cloud space. And I didn't know much about the cloud at the time, because, you know, IT back then was more physical stuff. But, you know, looking at it, I saw where the trend was going. And my first entrance into cloud was really around Office 365, right? So I started to work for a Microsoft partner that was selling cloud mainly. And then I started, you know, getting the certifications for Office 365. We started to migrate customers away from on-prem email solutions to more cloud solutions, and, you know, spending more time doing that, it kind of, you know, drove me to have more interest. And then now, maybe in 2017, we started to look at Azure. So I moved up a little bit away from the Office 365 space, now moving more to the Azure space. And that was driven because of some customer needs. At the time, they wanted to move infrastructure, their SQL Server and stuff like that, off-prem to the cloud. And that as well pushed me as well into the Azure space, and I became more and more interested in it. And going forward, I had another mentor who was a Microsoft certified trainer at the time. And he said, hey, Kari, you know, you seem to like this stuff. What do you think about becoming a Microsoft certified trainer? You know, that way you can help other people to understand the technology and become an evangelist then. That's what they call it in the space, right? Becoming an evangelist of the technology and stuff like that. So I said, okay, I'll try it. You know, I had the certifications already. Now I needed to start doing some training. So he allowed me to do, because at the time, the company that I worked for, they were doing trainings as well for whether end customers or companies, right? Mm-hmm. So he allowed me to do some trainings at the time, because I had to satisfy some trainings as well to become an MCT. So once I had the certification, I did a couple of trainings, then I did the requisite exams to get the MCT, and then I've been doing that since as well. So that's what really motivated me in the space.
No, it's pretty impressive. And then I want to point out again here what all the panelists are talking about, these certifications, right? At each step of the way, you recertified yourself, and that pivoted you to another level in your career. Well, you talked a lot about mentors in that conversation, and it seemed like your mentors became your sponsors. So when it was a time for a position, they called you, they said, what do you think about that? So for the students here who probably have not heard about mentorship or are not identified, how do you identify your mentors, and how did you leverage them to where they became your sponsors for positions?
Well, to identify a mentor, I mean, you have different ways you can find a mentor. Sometimes you have to seek them out. Sometimes, luckily for me, my mentors, well, one of my first mentor was actually my friend who was already working at Microsoft. So that one was already in my circle. But sometimes you have to seek out the mentors. They don't just appear, or they don't just come to you. So, you know, I would encourage students to join different organizations, the Computer Society, you know, join those groups and make yourself available to persons who can, you know, give you knowledge and things. So I would say seek out the mentor, you know. It doesn't have to fall in your circle. You know, you have to come out of your circle sometimes to get those mentors.
No, this is good. So then switching gears, now you're a real regional leader in this cloud computing space. And we talked a lot about it, but where do you see the industry trend from where you are sitting on a corporate, private sector part of view?
Well, the industry trend, it's rapidly moving. When you talk about things like AI, machine learning, you know, things are progressing at a pace that it's going so fast that, you know, you have to keep learning stuff. But the industry back when I started is totally different. And again, what has even pushed it even further or expedited the trends that are coming along was, obviously we know 2 years ago, COVID really impacted the way people do business, right? So a lot of processes are now online now. We are now in a period of digital transformation, right? So when you hear the term digital transformation, persons are moving processes away from the way they used to do it, right? Because they had to pivot back in COVID, right? So the trend that the industry now is more AI, robotics, and things like that. So that's a big space for you guys coming out of college to look at the different areas, because when I was going into the IT space years ago, it's not where you're going to be going into it now. If you're to leave UTech tomorrow or next year, you're going into an organization now that is, I don't even want to put a percentage on it, but most likely, if they're not fully cloud, they're a hybrid, right? So you're going into a space now that you're expected to have the cloud knowledge, because most organizations, yes, they may have on-prem footprint, but they have some form of hybrid identity, or they have some form of reliance on the cloud. And that was driven a lot by what happened with COVID recently. So I would say AI, robotics, those are the trends that are pushing the industry forward.
I appreciate that. And one thing you just mentioned, you talk about you can't leave UTech and go about business the same afterwards, right? So business came up today and how it interrelated with the technology. We talk about entrepreneurship, you know. Pastor Peter Walker talked about how he had some innovative solutions that became a real entrepreneurial idea for him. But for students here in Jamaica, what channels do you think exist towards that entrepreneurship drive? And if they don't exist, how can we make them exist for them?
Right, and that's a good thing. That's a good question as well, because not everybody is going to leave UTech and be hired by somebody, right? Some of you guys are going to leave UTech. Some of you already started your own business, right? And the cloud makes it even easier for you to start your own business. Some of you can write programs, right? The cloud makes it easier for you to start writing those programs. So there's going to be a section of the graduating class that has very innovative ideas that they can utilize. And even at Intcomex here, we have a program for persons who have good innovation and already have programs written that we can help them to push and stuff like that. So I'll say the channels, you know, you have to think about what it is that you want to, what you see yourself in, whether that's networking, whether that's the DevOps space, but the channels are there. I mean, like I said earlier, get yourself into a group, whether that's the Computer Society, whether that's linking up with, we can share our contacts. I can share my contacts. We know people in the space that are always looking for talent. So we are willing to look at those talents that are out there.
No, thanks for that. And you talk about, so that's the next question I have, right? Because everyone sitting here is like, where do they fit in the picture? We talk about needing talent. We talk about the growth in the AI space, but what are, like a company like Intcomex, and you don't have to speak to the company, but the industry, what are we doing to ensure that students get a space in this?
Oh, one interruption. The raffle, is there Lasana Harrison, you said? Okay, you're needed outside. Thank you.
Just repeat the last question.
Yeah, so, you know, we talked about, you know, like you said, you know, you leave your contact information, people can reach out, but there's so many students and such a need for that transformation. So as you're working for Intcomex and those companies within Jamaica, how are you hearing how they're fitting the students in to that overall picture?
Right, so how you guys are going to fit into the space. Right now, I can say this. The speed at which technology is going to be moved in Jamaica is equally dependent on the talent that is coming from university, right? So we find that the technology isn't moving as fast as we want it to be, and that is a lot dependent on the talent that is there to fill the jobs, right? So there are a lot of persons in the industry who are looking for talent around cloud, but the talent is not there, you know? I know a guy who's been looking for an Azure person for 3 months, can't find one. So I think that the gap that you guys are gonna fill is the workforce right now is dependent on students with cloud background, cloud knowledge, right? And there's a lot of jobs, not just in Jamaica, and it's easier now for companies to recruit students. So you can be sitting in Jamaica and working for a company in the US or in somewhere else in the Caribbean, right? Because of remote work is now where it's going for IT specifically, right? So you have an advantage over somebody who has to physically be in a specific place to work. You don't have to do that as an IT professional. So your options are much, much wider now in terms of where you can get a job. And I can tell you the job market is looking for talent, for cloud persons.
No, I like that. And the last question I have before I turn it over to the audience, because we talk about seriousness of cloud, but how fun is it? So tell the audience like the most enjoyable thing you have about this cloud computing world so they can identify and say, yes, sign me up for the certification next.
Well, you know, the best part about my job is that I'm not tied to a physical location, you know? So that's what I enjoy about the job that I do, you know, the remote aspect of it. The people you get to meet, that's a good part of the job. The transformation that you know you're impacting, right? So there's the digital transformation that's happening, and working with particular organizations to, when you see the end result, you know, it gives you a feeling of satisfaction that, you know, you've played a part in this journey of this company moving from where they were to where they are now. So that's the fun part about it for me, you know, meeting persons, seeing the impact we're having on the industry and on the society in general.
Nice. I like that. All right, so I'm going to allow the students some time to ask questions. I think we have one here, so please go ahead.
Final year computer science. My question is, so after you get certified and you have your degree, what would you say is the best place to work in terms of region? Would it be better to stay in Jamaica or to find work elsewhere?
All right, so I'm a big believer that we must build our country. So I'm gonna say that there's a talent gap here in Jamaica, right? I can't tell somebody I wouldn't say which is better, because it depends on where you get your satisfaction, right? But for me, I like ensuring that I'm impacting the growth of my country. So that's why I'm actually working here in Jamaica still. But in terms of where I would recommend you to work, it all depends on what aspect of IT you want to be in. Because let's say you want to go into robotics or artificial intelligence, I may say to you that, okay, being here may have a bigger impact on your career than being in Jamaica. But if you want to do the infrastructure, you cannot get the same level of experience here in Jamaica that you can get in a first world country. So it all depends on where or what aspect of IT or cloud you want to get into that would impact the decision and the location.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Yamile, I know as you sat forward, so if you want to chime in at anything there. Yeah.
Reading my assignment.
Yeah.
If I was to, where's the gentleman?
Over here.
Over there. But if I was to add anything to it, I would say that probably, you know where it's going to be better? I think it's going to be better where you are able to find yourself being passionate about what you do, enjoying what you do. That's when it's going to be better. And then there's a component to it that how good are you going to be negotiating where you want to be to the prospective employer that you're working on?
Yeah.
For some employers, sometimes, and it's the reality now. You tell them that, listen, I want to stay in my country, I want to live here, I want to enjoy going to the beach and eating a mango every now and then. And they will say, well, would you be willing to travel every 3 months? Would you be willing to come and meet us here for every 2 months? Would you be willing to go to the customer, or we have customers around the Latin America, and they will fire back something that no, you were not expecting. Suddenly, you find yourself staying in Jamaica, still going to Ocho Rios, wherever you want to go, having those wonderful mangoes and other things that
traveling, and there's other perks that they just come part of that. But if you surround yourself to only thinking, I have to stay here or I have to go abroad, then that's what you're going to get. That's what you're going to get. But if you learn, and it's important for all of us to learn now that that's a new market. You are now in a strong position to ask what they should offer. Is there remote offering on the table? I would like to stay in my country, I would like to do this, I would like to. That's an option. And it's the strongest option that we have today. And hopefully, you can leave the room today thinking that I no longer have to choose between living in my country and going abroad. And it doesn't mean, don't get me wrong, that if you are someone who wants to have the experience of living abroad, go for it. Go for it. But remember that there's a choice to stay and still work with us.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
The shortage of talent that we spoke about earlier is one of the real leverage that is out there now. When you say 3 months you're looking for someone in Azure, so you can imagine a company, I don't know where they're based, they're in Trinidad and is looking for someone in Azure, and they finally find someone in Jamaica. Also, you have the leverage because now they can say, I need this talent.
Right.
I want to stay in Jamaica, but I want to work with you. And that is part of what this whole ecosystem, this whole dynamic affords us now. We're in demand, a shortage, and that brings the need for employers and employees to have real flexibility in terms of how you negotiate your package.
Exactly.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you for that. Right. Go ahead.
I just wanted to bring up the point about the sociology of work. I would note it. But his question, what you were saying about working remotely now, that's the joy of what you do. And he's asking, should I stay here or should I go? The last 2 years has taught us that you have options.
Definitely.
Problem is, there's a culture, there's a society in Jamaica who must give you supervision to see if you're working. You can take that together or apart. They need supervision. They have to see you working in order. So there is a cavernous gap between what you're speaking about and the managers that are going to be interviewing persons. They have to catch up with the technology and the fact that yes, you can pick the mango, you can be on the beach and you're working in Trinidad. What is actually a confession, I'm a new teacher. I'm coming from corporate banking. I just started teaching last month.
Congratulations.
So this is the question they're asking in the pandemic. Now that you're forced to work remotely, forced, that's the option here, the operative word here. They're counting your keystrokes. So if you haven't touched the laptop in the past 10 minutes, you get a phone call, where are you? Which is now redundant. It's a redundant question. Where am I? That's irrelevant. And so they now fill the time with irrelevant work to make sure you are still working. And then they stipulate that remote work means you must be at your home, at the address you gave them prior to the pandemic. So you can't be working remotely in Cayman, because you can, while you're employed here. So we have to ask different questions now. Second point is, you want somebody who knows Azure, but you can't know what you don't know. And these traditional managers that we have don't know what they need. So you might very well put these things on your CV, send it out to a company that doesn't know they need it. So I want to know if technicians like yourself, engineers like yourself, are consulting with these traditional firms that need to get out of that mode of supervision and the traditionalist mentality. Change the sociology of work to match this postmodern culture, so that when they put out an application in the Gleaner, it's not asking for, somebody said C+ today? I'm not techie, and I know that is a has-been thing. You're not asking for things like that children in prep school are coding with. You're asking for the sexy one name is Python. Them thing there. So you're asking the wrong question, so you will get the wrong candidates.
What I would say though, you see, employers, right? Employers who are still in that frame of mind, I'm going to tell you straight up, they're not going to attract the good talent. Because if you have good talent and you're in demand, you have the leverage, right? So I don't think that persons who are sticking out on that type of thing are going to keep good talent. It's happening right now in the US. So employers who are forcing persons to come back into the office are actually losing good talent because other organizations are giving them the opportunity to keep that remote work. So at the end of the day, they are going to have to make a decision if they want to keep that talent or they want to keep that mindset. So some of that is going to be forced on them to get rid of that mindset. So I can tell it right now that that's what's going to happen. I don't know if I can say it any different than that.
I do agree with that. And the things that I totally understand the point. Me, myself, someone who has managed things for a long time, I would say, COVID has changed a lot of how I thought that the team should have been managed. And even though I was very open-minded before, I had totally, it's just like way more open-minded. Because even for myself, and this is the point that I wanted to make, for those who were, that had that narrow vision of I need to control, they found themselves into a situation where they were doing and realizing that they were being probably more productive and the things that they got to do, be with families, to learn more stuff. And they start learning on their own what it means really to be remote. I want to tell you a quick story. I was in Mexico a couple of weeks ago, and one of the managers was saying that he was to be the one person watching it. You know, in Teams when you go, you hello, meaning that you are away, and then when you're busy and a lot of stuff. He was still looking, and then when Colin came, he found himself on the other side where realizing that, well, you could be away and you could be on a phone call. You could be away and you're reading something that is important in a book. So that opened his mind to now recognize that the people could be at work and being efficient and productive. And that didn't mean that they needed to be green all the time or right in the meeting because the people would have been taking it. You open a call and then you're not doing anything but you're just taking the thing. You're just taking it because you want to show somebody that you're doing those things. So, exactly. So, when you think about that, it's going to be, and I keep referring to the same thing over and over and over, we need that change and transform the culture and the mentality that we have. And that's not going to happen overnight. So, guess where it's going to happen? Because again, when you are negotiating and you say that the employer is calling you and say, well, you don't offer or you are that hybrid is not an option for you, I guess I'm going to go with school. They're going to run out of time. So they're going to be forced a little bit to rethink positions, like many companies around the world are being forced now because when they call back their employees to full-time, people start resigning with mass. Because that's the reality of the game. And then the next point that you were making,
No, you're talking about like language.
Yes. No, and she actually mentioned when you send a resume and you have all these certifications and employers they don't understand. There was a very good point made by Androski, and I believe that Dr. Peter here, in terms of if you write a resume with technical things like a full stack engineer and I know about this and that, and you don't actually speak about what you have done, people who don't know, they cannot relate to the problem. I have transformed companies that were here and I was responsible for because they don't know that what you did actually took your company from 0 to 100. So you gotta be able to explain somehow in your resume, how did you, your achievement, rather than your whole technicalities that people don't know. Because as you rightfully said, you don't know what you don't know. So you put in some fancy words there and it will tell you. And I think that that's a very important takeaway for the person who are going into the market, into the work market, where how do you write, and let us take note of that, how do you write a successful resume coming out of university? Because your experience is going to be projects and what Mr. White probably asked you to do, and Dr. Sean, but how do you translate that to impactful things that actually help a real company to succeed? So the other person can actually say, I need you, because I didn't even know that that was possible. So I want you. More than I need you, I want you. Because when they want you, they will pay you.
Yeah.
That's a business opportunity, right? But your question, it is so salient. I mean, Satya mentioned in his recent talk about companies that make the requirement to return to work by policy, not realizing that people show up for work, not for policy, but for relationships.
It's social.
It's social. People can work anywhere, but they show up because of the social aspect. And so policy can't drive that, right? You know, again, in the managers, speaking to managers who they're using the tools that they historically have. They're not adapting the fact that what you want to show, what you want to see, what you want to measure is impact and value creation, not business. Okay? You know, and so, I mean, for my startups that I've run, we've always worked remotely. People who are motivated don't need to be monitored, because if you're monitoring keystroke, you already lost the game.
Yeah.
You already lost the game. It's too late, right? You want a vision where people feel invested, where in fact they're working to 2 or 3 in the mornings or whatever they're doing because they feel passionate about the value that they're creating. And so if in the absence of clarity of purpose, then you know, people regress into monitoring and management, into what we call micromanagement, which is the perfect way to lose good talent. And maybe that's one of the ways that these companies will adjust, because if managers won't recalibrate, then as people begin to vote with their feet, then in an environment where you have a shortage of talent, then they have to respond. And why are we losing people? What is it about our management style? How do we need to retrain our managers? How do we need to ask the question about what exactly are we looking for? So new metrics around where it becomes data-driven of how do we measure value, right? And I would say this one thing. You know, Microsoft made this mistake a while back of measuring productivity by lines of code written. It resulted in code bloat. That was absolutely horrible. And I think the company, you know, that brought with it all kinds of security problems. Because people will, rather than write one line of code that does the thing, they will write 10 that does the same thing to say, see, I'm productive. And so again, you know, anything that when you begin to measure things that are not value-based, people will gamify it, right? And they will say, see, I'm typing on my keyboard, but where are they typing? What are they really doing? They're typing and erasing, right? You know, and so anyway, so it really, so it really comes again to the fact that the shift from looking at business to looking at value creation is the impact. One of the ways, by the way, one of the big metrics in a software engineering world that you measure that is not by how much you check in, but how much of the features that people have developed land in production, gets into production, gets into a real product. That is real output. That is not a gamification or anything. You can say, oh, see this feature I built? It's in this release. It's in this release. And you can look at the CI/CD pipeline and your code repository. You can see all the evidences
of what that person is creating. So anyway, the point is, again, this whole dynamic is creating a need for lots of changes up and down. How value is measured, how value is observed, how people, also, maintain their own integrity. Because some people do gamify the system and say, hey, I'm working, but I'm not working. Right? They're doing contract work or something else. So there are all these questions that, as a sociologist, will keep you busy for years to come. Job security.
So, really good question. But coming into the software development field, it's really important to realize that you are not like any other employee. Mm-hmm. There's nobody that can do what you can do. So if you're with an employer and you realize that this is not going to give you the growth that you need, you can always go somewhere else. Now, to actually piggyback on what Peter just said, to show that you're creating value, you don't have to work for a company. We're giving you the tools today that will help you to track all the things that you work on. So Azure DevOps is giving you a complete CI/CD tool set where you can basically have your repo for your code. You can speak to what this code has done, how many people have actually forked your repo, right, to provide metrics. If you see a problem, solve it. That solution may not be successful, but the next one you build based on what you learned on the first one might be. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I think we have.
To all of you, when I saw your disruption slide, and now that I've asked my question and both of you have answered, in sociology we call that you're going to be changing the plantocracy system, the plantation system. You're disrupting the culture. And so you have changed the sociology of work catalyzed by COVID, where you don't have to wait to get selected because you have 10 subjects, and somebody with one subject can stand here in his capacity and demonstrate how this thing is going to work. So you will become your own employers, and you will interview for employees. He's a living example.
Well, I wanted to add it to your social studies students. So one thing we do, we're focusing a lot here at Microsoft, and we are building these center of excellences, we call them, right? Where we're really tuning into the voice of the customer and really listening and developing and bringing in engineers to create solutions for. So keep your, it might not be a tech role, an engineer role, but it's needed because we know the future, the way we can compete is by really creating value. And you heard that name, value and impact. So we need you guys at the front line to listen, to apply, and to tell them how to write best for our customers and partners. So thank you for you guys do as well. All right. Thank you. Yeah. I know we went really off script with that, but. All right, but before we do that, though, I just want to say a special thank you to Kari for being here and for really telling his story and engaging us as the audience. So thank you so much. So thank you so much, Kari, and once again, we appreciate you. Intcomex.
Thank you, guys.
And being a past graduate of UTech, we want to congratulate Kari as well. You're in the Bachelor's Computer Modeler program, BCMS, yes. All right, so drum roll. It's drum roll time, right? And you can't leave still, because there are still more goodies, But, want to get this out there.
All right. So, can you guys hear me? So we're just going to run a randomizer code.
You wrote a program.
Against.
To run the raffle. Simple. For the sociologists as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I wrote a randomizer function that parses the registration list and will generate 7 random people. So, so just so you know that this thing isn't rigged, right?
So drum roll. We're gonna do a drum roll.
All right, I'm gonna press run. Okay, so the first person here is
drum roll. You have to drum roll.
a Johnny Cole.
If the person is not here, hold on. Hold on, no.
Is the person online?
If the person is not here.
Huh? Well, you have to show ID.
Yes. Well, you have to can substantiate who you are.
If you don't have an ID, you don't have a talk, you know.
Yes. Boy, you're in problems. We have to call somebody to WhatsApp that to you now. With the credentials.
The next person is
drum roll.
Courtney Ann Robinson.
Oh, drum roll.
The girl in the yellow.
Yes, I saw her. She said she would call Mr. White.
She has to be here with her ID.
Yes, drum roll.
All right, next person.
And by the way, before you go any further, if the list that you exhaust are 7, no names can be identified from the list, you know you're going to have to run the program again. All right. That's all, bro. Boy, you guys look very happy over there, man. You like this.
Another UTech student, Jada Allen.
Drum roll. Look at those college men over there waiting to hear the list exhaust. The hope is them, you know. I'm telling you. Look at these guys here standing up waiting.
Next person, Kaim Patterson.
Drum roll. This is exciting stuff, man. Now I wish I was a student. But unfortunately, we cannot enter. Yes?
Renique McKay.
Drum roll. This is exciting.
Amoy Scarlett.
Drum roll. Keep going. Hold on. You reached 7 already?
7. All right, I'm going to run it again.
Run the program again, man. This is an exciting game, man. I feel like a student,
this is the second list.
I feel like I could enter.
All right. I've gone through 7 already.
You gone through?
176.
No, we're not going. We won't be going through 176. So you have to randomize from that large sample. 176. So all in cyberspace have to come out through your cameras and get inside here. No.
All right, hold on. Armani Thompson.
So hold on.
Alyssa Salmon.
You know, I tell people that they should not have left. Didn't I say that? I did caution.
Dwight Allen. Lamar Hay.
No, you have to run the sample, man, because
Xavier
you want to
Wallace.
give everybody a chance.
Kayla Wint.
You see what happens when they leave? You see when you go and tell them now that they won the opportunity and go and leave it. Go and leave it.
Dacian Perry. All right, I've run the program again.
Look at these guys waiting like it's a 100-meter you're going to run to get down here. World class of champions, man, ready for the computer. Hold on, is the first time is there a bug in the program? No.
The program. So, David, your name pop up, but you can't win.
You cannot enter. He's automatically disqualified.
All right.
Automatically disqualified.
Lafayne Burke.
I was the first one to register.
Well, you can't.
Kalila Burrell. Oh, that's another head of school. All right.
Yes.
Damani Bowen. Or
he was here earlier. No, you don't know it? Okay.
Kerry and White.
Kerry and White is a staff member, you know. I'm here to vet it as well.
Tyrion Gilpin.
So what do? We stop after 3 runs?
No, this is the what, 3rd or 4th run? Travis Williams.
My gosh. Hold on, dear. Hold on. You had an, hold on. You had an insight from the Lord or something. College man, you see what happened now?
Obviously the ID, you know.
If you had left, you know, probably you'd have won. Right?
That's fine. Yes.
Hold on, let me check. I'm the second auditor. I'm second auditor. Yes. The expiration of his ID is 2024. So he's in fact a valid student. You know, I'm on camera and I have to capture that properly.
Yes.
Well, Travis, I don't know, but it look like the Lord anointed you today special. Huh? No. I will not be the one giving you a gift. The young lady will have to come forward. Somebody should be giving you this gift. And Microsoft, as a representation here, you should hand it over officially, indicating. Drum roll. Give him a round of applause, man. But don't leave. A lot more goodies will be here shortly. Don't leave. No. What is he trying to do? Endorse it with special hugs? Oh. Hold on. It's big business you have, you know. Legion, Lenovo. This is game business, proper GPU inside it. You probably should pull it and tell them the specs, man. You should tell them the specs, man. What, you have a specs of what you get? Hold on. Hold on. You know what can go on with this kind of computer now, do you know? Hold on, you have to say something, man.
You know, I'm really happy to be here today. You know, I have to really thank Mr. David White because he really brought me through. I joined his club and he's been helping me with everything I'm going through right now in terms of my career. And I really appreciate it. And it's been a really good day, and I learned a lot, and I appreciate everyone who came to speak. And I think all the conversations I had were value add. And then there was this. Oh my gosh. I've never won a raffle. Yeah, it's really a day to remember, you know? Yeah. A day to remember. All right.
Excellent. Boy, the Lord anoint him, man. Your hands. Don't leave. Okay, you gone now? Boy, you don't want.
We have, so like my laptop bag, a Microsoft laptop bag.
A laptop bag.
We have another one of these. Well, it's a bag. You can put anything inside it. Oh, it's proper. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't wear it if it's not proper. Because my laptop heavy. Yeah, and we have a female, well, I can show you. We have a female Microsoft purse where you can just get phone and other items in it. And
what is digital transformation? Is a lady going to give that to? What is that term? What does that mean? Nobody don't want a hard question now. It's raffle. We won't put back that through a raffle. Digital transformation. Any other ladies want the bag? Going once, going twice? Huh? It needs to be raffled. I know some people saying that Just
Hold on.
star is a laptop I didn't want, you know.
So, for the bag, Russian green.
Oh. Yes. So a question.
Kalisha Nicholson. Jessica Williams. All right, so we have to get started because we have a young man here, Derrick, and Derrick is going to lead the working session. So maybe we'll wait until after Derrick's session to continue.
Microsoft know how to keep you here on a Friday evening. You have to give them credit. Strategically, and this is Heroes Weekend we're going into. Thank you guys for coming. You have been good sport, right? Yes. Don't all leave yet, though, you know. Please. You have some very powerful gifts still left here, you know. You have to catch the 4 o'clock bus. So the next session quickly now is the Microsoft Industry Experience or Virtual Tour. Is that correct, Mr. Spicer? The workshop. Okay.
Cloud can do. Derrick is going to show you. He's going to show you how quickly you can get your apps up and publish globally. So,
Okay. Oops. Can you hear me? right. Afternoon, folks. Yes. All right, great. So good afternoon. And I know it's been a long day, and thanks for those of you who are still here. Hopefully we'll get through this quickly, and everybody will be wiser for it. All right, so I'm going to give you a quick overview of Azure. Hands up who currently using Azure. Anybody here? As of yesterday. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. So, what question? Have you?
We're all using it, you know, because Androski just said that our UTech email is stored in Azure.
Okay.
UTech recently moved to Microsoft. So
Okay.
we're all using it.
Okay. All right. Good. 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 Well, so for those who haven't started, and even if you had started, you need to unmute. All good now? All right, sorry about that. So, what is Microsoft Azure? So Azure is a comprehensive set of services that Microsoft provides. And the aim is to ensure that users can really quickly and efficiently, okay, build and deploy applications. And this is on a global scale, okay? And how Microsoft does that is through a global network of data centers, okay? And Microsoft has the most data centers across the globe in terms of a cloud service provider, okay? Barring none, okay? And Microsoft itself, you know, in terms of being a cloud provider, is very committed, and it's, you can tell by the type of services and its range of products and services in terms of Microsoft 365, LinkedIn, Microsoft Dynamics, GitHub, okay, Power Platform. All of these products and services are part of the Microsoft cloud, okay? Now, many of you may have, you have heard about, cloud and wondering, what is it really? But I'm sure you may be consuming cloud services and probably not even realizing it. I mean, once you're using any of the popular email services, you're on social media, all of those services. You shop online, all cloud services, okay? But when you really start to enjoy the benefit of cloud is when you can quickly deploy. Okay? You have an idea, you see an opportunity, there is a need for a product or a service, and that idea can get from being a thought to being a product or a service in twinkling of an eye. That's the real power. That's when you really start to maximize the benefit of the cloud. And that is what Azure offers. Flexibility, adaptability, quick to market. Okay. So those are the benefits in terms of cloud services. I mentioned earlier that Microsoft is global, over 60 regions worldwide. And later on, I'll tell you what is meant by when you use the term region. Okay? Now, these regions are interconnected by communication cables, fibers, and so forth. And so there are about 160,000 miles of undersea and terrestrial fiber. They have over 160 edge sites, and these edge sites are sites that are global, and the aim is to bring Microsoft Azure services as close to consuming public as possible. Okay? And in terms of connecting to these edge sites, one of the tools that Microsoft uses is this product called ExpressRoute, and they have over 200 ExpressRoute partners. Now, Azure is a cloud service, and most persons consume those services using the internet. But there are some consumers, especially large corporations. The internet, consuming those resources over the internet would be a challenge in terms of the latency that the internet offers. So they want fast connectivity, and that's what ExpressRoute offers through partners. Now, in terms of the physical infrastructure, I mentioned that Microsoft has a wide and global presence, and it boils down to having data centers all over the world, right? And those data centers, the interconnectivity of those data centers in specific geographical location is what is meant by a region, okay? So let's say you will see term like US East when you use Azure, US West, Central US, Canada East, those are the regions. And a region is usually comprised of a minimum of one, but it's usually 3 or more data centers. And they're usually in close proximity to each other, and that's what constitutes a region. So as you can see, once you have those data centers in close proximity and forming a region, then you now have what is called zone availability, because having multiple data centers ensure you have high availability in terms of the Azure services. Microsoft guarantees provide SLAs in terms of the uptime of these services, and it's the multiple data centers within the region and regions being paired with each other to offer that resiliency and redundancy. That's why Microsoft can offer certain guarantees and SLAs in terms of the services that it provides. Okay. Now, in terms of the utilization of Azure, you consume Azure services via an account. You sign up and you get an account. The account is free. There's no charge for signing up. However, in order to consume and start, not consume, but in order to start building out resources on Azure, then you have to get a subscription. And the subscription is the billing component of the Azure service. That's how Microsoft bills you in terms of the Azure services that you consume. And in terms of, so under your subscription, you then can build your resources, and those resources are organized in what you call as, resource groups. So, and those resources are things like virtual machines, in terms of apps, in terms of IP addresses, stuff like those, SQL databases. So you're an application, you're a developer, and you want to write your program and publish a program, then you sign up for your subscription and you build up your resources via your resource groups. Right? So now in terms of consuming cloud services, I don't know if you're familiar with terms like infrastructure as a service and platform as a service and software as a service. You are? There you go. All right.
Can I just interject? So earlier we spoke about subscriptions, and we spoke about the Azure for Students starter offering, right? Sorry. Protocol. All right. Yeah, so earlier we spoke, this morning we spoke about Azure for Students starter subscription. And within that subscription, you get a subset of services. I need you guys to activate this. I recommend that everyone starts with this subscription because you are safeguarded from billing. You don't need a credit card to activate it. And you only get access to a subset of services that you can actually start using, and you have it as long as you're a student. Okay? And you don't need to renew that one. The other one, which is just a student subscription, that one you get $100, and then you have to stick within the free tier to not be charged. So please start with the starter offering, understand the cloud, have some experience before you switch to anything else.
Okay, just to be clear. Okay, all right. So, give me an example of software as a service. Anybody? There you go. There you go. There you go. All right. And now, what this slide is pointing out is in terms of when it comes down to cloud service, you have to be mindful that it's a shared responsibility. The service provider has certain responsibility, and you as a consumer have certain responsibility, right? And the responsibility kind of shifts depending on the service that you're consuming, okay? So as you can see, the software as a service is where the service provider has the most responsibility and you as a consumer has the least. You just turn up with your computer and get the software, and you provide your credentials, and away you go. You're responsible for security and your data, and the service provider does everything else. And then on the other end of that spectrum is the infrastructure as a service, where the service provider provides, servers, networking, and that's data center, and that's pretty much it. And then you have to take care of everything else, right? Persons who have not been enlightened as yet, and they are still doing things the old way, then they're responsible for the entire stack, right? So, and one of the main thing I must say in terms of the cloud services is that, I always said in the early days when cloud is in its infancy, one of the terms that they always use is utility computing, okay? And so you think of computing and utility, and you think of electricity, right? And you take it for granted. You walk up to a socket, you plug in your appliance, and boom, you get your power, right? And you don't have to worry about what goes into producing that electricity to get you that convenience. It's a lot of heavy machinery and a lot of labor and all those transmission lines and stuff. But not having to worry about that allows you to focus on what your business, get on with your life, focus on what you have to do, okay? And the same thing with Azure. If you're in the business of software development, you don't want to be worrying about servers and network and data center and keeping data center cool and all stuff like that. You want to just focus on doing your code and being as efficient in that as possible. And that's what the cloud offers. Frees you up to can focus on your thing. Leave that other part of it to the person who do that best. So today, in terms of the demo, I'm going to be doing just a few things. I mean, Azure is huge, right? But I'm just going to give you a little taste of what it is in terms of the services that are provided and the power and flexibility that Azure offers. So I'm going to be talking about things like virtual network, virtual machines, availability sets, and machine scale sets. And you'll see what those terminology, what that's all about, as we go through. All right. So, without further ado, let's get the party started. All right. Any question? Question? Anyone? No? Okay. Okay. Mr. Giveaway, man, giveaway.
For example, if you're listening well, right? What is Azure region? Azure, no, man. You're not going to give anybody else a chance, man.
Combination or a network of availability zones, right? And that work together with different
right, so I'm not on the right track. Can't give boy lecture hard, boss say but the thing is not that me up there. Yes? Right. Wait, people.
Hey you, Derrick here. And Azure region is 3 clusters of data centers interconnected by fiber path.
You must write it down. All right, you're doing that, boy. Well done, man. Well done. So at 4 o'clock, people still listening, right? Man, make sure that he collects something before he leaves. Anyway, Mr. Presenter, please continue your session and we'll keep the people alive, yes? So we'll see who's...
While Derrick gets this comes up, who's familiar with a traditional data center? Who's familiar with a traditional data center? Okay, go ahead. No, man. Just tell me, like, in order for you to connect to a server, what needs to happen before you can even connect to that server or get that server, accessible to users? All right, I'll tell you. So Derrick and I, many, many years ago, we worked in the Cisco stack. And in order for you to actually get a machine accessible by anybody in the network, you have to have access layer switches, different layers of switches. And all of that has to be configured properly before anybody can get to anything, right? Yeah. Today, Derrick is actually going to show you that that world is obsolete to you, right? And how easy it is to go from 0 to 100, even at the network level.
Yeah, it's all about quick to market, being agile, and leveling the playing field, right? One of the things that COVID brought to fore is in terms of how fragile the whole global economy is. And based on the various lockdowns in various markets, one of the things that is impacted greatly is the whole supply chain, right? So in terms of the traditional data center approach and the approach to IT, if you're going to purchase, say, a server to deploy your application, the lead time nowadays can be anywhere from 3 months to 6 months. So imagine, and for larger deployments, it could be a year, in terms of, ordering, going through the whole process of speccing, ordering, and so forth. Okay, so it is important from that perspective. You're going to see how Azure allows for certain efficiency. Are you seeing my screen? Yes? Okay, great. All right, so I've signed into Azure. The first thing, you're going to, when you sign in, you're at the portal. That's where I am here now. And remember, earlier, we mentioned in terms of consuming resources on Azure, you need an account. Okay? But before you can configure any resources, you need a subscription. Okay? So I have my subscription here. I've signed in with my account. I have my subscription, and this is the name of my subscription. So having a subscription, I can now configure resources. Now remember, before resources are like your servers, your virtual machines, your networking, your virtual network, and resources are contained in resource groups. So the first step in setting up a resource is that you have to create a resource group. So now, you don't go into Azure and do things just for the sake of it. You have an end goal in mind. And one of the things I want to emphasize is that you need to plan. Plan. Planning is very important. Okay. Oh, problem again?
It was the application that was shared, not the window.
Oh. I'm not accustomed to the single screen.
Understood. All right. Is it this one?
Yes.
Just check it.
Okay. All right. All right, so you're going to start by creating a resource group. Now, a resource group is containing resources, and one of the good things about having a resource group is that, and grouping your resources within a resource group, is that once you're through, especially in terms of for you as a student and you're doing testing and so forth, once you're through testing, you can just delete that resource group, and all the resources are deleted with it. Okay? It is a good thing. It can also be a bad thing, because it's resources that are deleted when you delete the resource group are not retrievable. So, word of caution there. Right. So, I was saying earlier, in terms of the end goal in Azure, is that let's say you're developing an app, okay, or you want to publish an application. You set up your storefront, right? In the days gone by, it's a physical store. Now it's an online store. So you have your products, you're ready to go to market, you're going to develop your website. All right. So in order to develop a website, you need a web server. Okay? That web server is going to be installed on a server. Okay? So what we are going to do here is I'm going to demonstrate to you how easy it is to create a server, deploy that server, launch a web server on that server, and in 2 tools, you have your website up and running, and persons can access your website. Okay? Cool. So let's call our resource group, let's call it, say, UTech demo RG. It's RG1. Now, I mentioned earlier, planning your deployment is very important. Naming convention and so forth, very important. So, important. Now, remember we mentioned earlier region. This is where now you'll see the practical application of a region. Your resources have to be deployed within a region. And that region is data center. So you have your data center, and that's where you're deploying your resources. And within that data center, there are Microsoft has its networking and racks and so forth. So that's the region right there. All right, so we're going to use ECUS. Now, there are no Azure regions in Jamaica. And if your consumers are in Jamaica, now consumers are global, but one of the things that you try to do when you're deploying resources is that you want to deploy your resources as close to where your consumers are as possible, right? Because there's no point you are targeting a market in whether Jamaica or the US, and you're going to deploy a resource in, say, Australia. Yes, it's a global network, but it's still going to take a finite time to connect. So that is something to bear in mind, okay? All right, so we're going to create a resource group, and that's it. 2 clicks. Azure will go through a validation process to make sure that you're complying with certain standards. Validation pass, and your resource group is created. So that's the first step, all right? So I have my resource group. I can go into my resource group, and I can now start deploying my resource. I mentioned that I'm going to start by deploying a virtual network. That resource is fundamental in terms of deploying any resource within Azure. That's the building block. It's like the foundation of your of building, doing your making a building. That's the foundation, your virtual network. So we're going to start by creating virtual network. Azure has this marketplace where all the various resources that Azure actually can access in Azure are in the marketplace, okay? And it's not only Microsoft products that are in the marketplace. The Azure marketplace, Azure is offers a huge ecosystem for various partners, software developers. So you have an idea, you have a software that you think that could do well in terms of a service, you can publish it, Microsoft partner with you, and it can be published in the Azure marketplace. All right. So it's not only Microsoft branded products that are there.
Question, does the 100 US for students and staff cover, does it cover these resources?
No. So with the student subscription, what Microsoft is actually doing is trying to get you guys to get experience in the Azure environment, right? So again, there are 2 flavors. It's the student starter, and then you have the student subscription, which is just, you get $100, when at $100, so if you use anything that generates costs, you're gonna be charged. I recommend, again, start with a starter package, right? Understand the cloud. You don't get all services, but you get enough services to build something usable and useful.
Okay.
That being said, there's a business opportunity here. So if you're solving a problem and you're confident that other people can actually use this, you can get it published in the marketplace. And when somebody actually purchases that, you get that revenue directly. That goes straight to your bank account.
Okay. All right, so in the marketplace, I'm going to do a search. Select virtual network and create. Now, as I said earlier, a bit of planning must be done in advance and have all this documented. You don't want to be doing something like this on the fly because you have to think in terms of, okay, how scalable do I want this? Will I have other networks? What will I be deploying in my network? So advanced planning. So there are some parameters to be added. So in terms of the basics, of course, your resource, your virtual network need a name. So let's call it demo VNet 1, okay? And it's in the same region as your resource group, okay? Next, IP addressing. IP address is important because that's how you're going to be communicating within the virtual network. When you think of the virtual network, think of it as a physical, kind of related to physical environment. You're joining equipment into a network within, anywhere, either wireless network or physical. You're going to need an IP address in order to connect. So the IP addressing is fundamental to a virtual network. All right. Azure pre-populate in terms of the IP addressing. I don't know much you know about IP addressing, but just wanted you to know that it's critical and some planning is required in terms of your network addressing space. All right. So two very important things, the overall address space and then the subnets within that address space. And Azure does some pre-population of that. And if that is in line with what you have planned out, then you can go ahead and accept that. I'm going to change the default name for my subnet and change it to demo subnet 1. And notice I'm doing this in terms of highlighting that a naming convention is important as you roll out your network. You devise your naming convention and you stick to it. Must make sense. All right. So I have my virtual network and I have my subnet. You'll always have subnets within your virtual network. Okay. In terms of security, now there's just one component that I'm going to change in terms of security, and I'm going to add what is called a bastion host to my virtual network, right? And now I mentioned that you're rolling out a network, right? And the aim here is to deploy a server, right? Now, typically when you install a server, you're going to have to do some configuration on the server and so forth. So you're going to go to the console of the server. You're going to log in, similar to you go to your laptop and you can go in and log in and do stuff, right? So when you deploy the server in Azure, you're going to want to access the console, right? Now, Microsoft, let's say it's a Windows server, you can access a server console remotely using the remote desktop protocol, right? Now, the remote desktop protocol is well known. It's a well-published protocol. Everybody knows the port that it uses and so forth. Now, because it's well known, everybody knows this, it represents a vulnerability in terms of hackers accessing and being able to access over the internet your server console. So the Bastion host offers a secure way for you to work with your server console without having to expose it to the internet. So that's what it offers, okay? So that's why I'm going to add it here, okay? Of course, we're going to give it a name, demo Bastion host 1, all right? It's going to need an address space, and I have to have that planned out. Now, my IP addressing was 10.0 and 10.0. I'm going to do .1 for the Bastion host, and I'm going to give it 26. Oh, hold on. 10.0.0/26. Okay. I'm going to need a public IP address for the Bastion, so I'm going to create a new public IP address, right? And I'm going to call it Bastion.
So when you create that public IP address, will you have to go outside, like from some
No, Microsoft provides you with that IP address.
Oh.
Yeah. So Microsoft have its pool of IP addresses that is provided. Yeah.
Yeah. And
right. The addressing that he's using is called logical IP addressing, you know, because everything that we teach in the computing discipline is mapping back, as he said earlier, to a physical set of devices with a physical set of IP addresses. So the network address translation is that the logical IP, that setting that he's putting there, must map back to a physical disk with its local IP addressing.
Okay.
Right? This is a reminder of 101 computer architecture and operating systems.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay. So it's good when you can see how it all ties together.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. All right. So I've created my public IP. I just give it a name. Microsoft will assign the IP address, physical IP address. Okay. All right. And that's it. And I review. It will do its check, validate, validation pass. You're good to go. Okay. All right. So I've just created a virtual network, and Azure has gone off and done this thing. The virtual network by itself doesn't take a long time to be configured. The Bastion is it's a platform as a service. There are a number of components within the Bastion service, some gateways and some other devices. So it will take a little bit of a while to be constructed. So we'll leave that and we'll then move on to something else while that goes on in the background.
So just to interject here, what Derrick just did, traditionally, takes how long, Derrick?
Oh, yeah.
It can take 6 months to a year to do what Derrick just did in the physical world.
Yes, man, he's talking the truth.
6 months to a year. You have to go and you have to get the IP address from the provider. The provider have to give you an IP address, right? You have to apply for these things. You have to buy the switches, you have to buy the routers, you have to buy the firewalls, and you have to buy the server that acts as the Bastion host.
Precisely. Yep.
And then you have to configure them yourself.
Yep.
These things are pre-configured for you. You're simply saying, I need a network with X number of IP addresses, I need a Bastion, and I need to connect to it. That's all you basically said just now.
Yeah.
And it's going to spit out an entire usable network for you.
Okay. Just a few clicks and it's all done.
Derrick, I don't know, you haven't mentioned that, but Derrick comes from the telecom industry. We used to work together on the cell phone and do a lot of projects, so he knows exactly, we know exactly what is taking some time to get a customer from A to B.
You see why you guys have to come to the classroom? You see why the industry have to come to the classroom?
There's a lot. Even us being the provider, sometimes internally to just get to issue an email address was IP address was a drama.
Precisely.
And I used to lead the project management unit, and he was in the pre-sales, leading pre-sales, so we can say
We can relate.
Yep.
about that. So it's interesting for me to see how he actually can demonstrate to you. And he was so quiet and so humble. He did. And I know that he has the experience to say otherwise what I'm doing today in 5 minutes was less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What I'm doing today in this time, it took me before in the real world months to get it done.
Yep.
Happy customers and frustration and fighting with the PM team, and we stopped talking and it was bad.
Yeah. Yep.
So on very good terms.
So yeah, it's very, very important, guys. It's kind of look like we're taking it for granted, but we have come a long way. Yep. All right. Okay. So while the Bastion is going on, so the Bastion has its IP address. Now, remember now, your objective here is to deploy a web app, okay? Now your customer is going to need to access that website. You're going to need an IP address, okay? You need a public IP address. So let's create that public IP address. It's going to be a separate IP address from the Bastion IP, okay? So we go into the marketplace again, and we search for public IP address. And this is what Yamile just says. You have to go through a long process to get an IP address from a service provider. So here, with a few clicks, I can create IP4 or IPv6, right? I'm using a standard IP address. It's going to be regional as against global, right? And I'm going to have to give it a name. So I'm going to call it demo. For the public IP, as long as you want it. But you can also, you will see later on when I create the virtual machine, there's an option that says delete IP address with virtual machine. And at that point, you give up that, release it back into the pool. Okay. All right, so I gave my public IP a name. In terms of scalability, again, okay, maybe I might need a second public IP, so let me just put one there. So, you always have to be thinking in terms of plan ahead, all right? There are some other options there that, we will leave for now. The important thing is that the IP address is in the same region as your resources, so East US, and I'm good.
In terms of class, is there any specific class or whether it's
it's going to give you, I don't know what Microsoft uses in terms of its. This is just one IP address you're getting. It's not, you're not getting an IP range of IP addresses, just one IP address. Yeah.
Are you referring to the SATA range of the public IP address space, or are you referring to the SATA range of the VNet? Because
for the VNet, it's a class A. It's a class A. Yeah. So you have.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
It's actually classless interdomain routing protocol, right? So we're no longer really talking about class A, B, or C, right? What he has is a /24. Traditionally, they would say it's a class A, right? But it's a SATA range. So that specific SATA range gives him 240 IP addresses, of which several aren't usable, right? Because of broadcasting.
I remember they are logical IP addresses. A very important principle here is to understand the abstraction. It looked like in computing and engineering, if you're listening to these guys, indicate by a show of hands if you understand half of what is being said so far. I just want to see by a show of hands.
Yeah.
For you to understand how this works.
Right.
And then when we think about that, the new IP format is no longer that new.
Right.
We have unlimited. So it's no longer a concern.
Right.
Which is another very good thing. Again, coming from a telco, we've had a lot of problems because we were in IP4 before.
Right.
And then we ran out of IP addresses.
Precisely.
That's another story, yes.
We're still not using
we run out of it. But on IPv6, this has been addressed because so many people use time to think about it. When the internet came to life, there was not even the slightest idea that we were run out of those millions of kills. So IPv6, I guess, that is just making sure that at least while I'm alive.
And that's a whole other kind of worms, right? Because IPv4, private IP address space, well, IPv4 by default is private. right? RFC 1918, space is private. But then you get into the realm of IPv6, and cloud providers provide global unicast addresses, which means that they're globally accessible by default. So even though they're assigned to a machine, once you have an internet gateway, you can actually get to it. So that's a whole different kind of worms. It's exciting because, I mean, you're getting millions of IP addresses being provided to you. Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Right.
As part of your design of your architecture.
Yeah.
That's no longer a concern. Used to be.
Yeah.
The only concern right now is that you don't want to have overlapping address space.
Correct.
That's it. That's it.
The question you just asked is if everybody understanding the abstraction, we'll have to go back to cloud computing 101 in computer architecture and operating systems, where we do the hard background of this. All these telecom engineers you're hearing here talking, you hear how they're talking, they know what they're saying. But I know that some of you up there don't understand some of this.
Some of these guys don't know because they have done...
Including lecturers too. Hold on, man. Hold on, Tim, man. So let's get this thing right now. What's a bastion host? I want to see if they're listening to your professor. Validate them. A bastion host. Talk up in the mic, man.
Are you hearing?
Yes, man.
Yes,
come
sir.
down, man. Come down. Talk.
So a bastion host is a server, is a host server, is a server whose purpose is to provide access to a private network from an external network, such as the internet. Because of its exposure to potential attack, a bastion host must minimize the chance of penetration.
You give him? Hold on, you give him to him? I asked the professor if I should give you the...
So that was taken directly from the slide.
They get A for effort.
Hold on, at 4 o'clock in the evening or to 5, this is a test to determine if people are keeping up with you on the evening. So this is my pulling out the questions, yes? You did well, yes. So these terminologies that are being used, don't let them be lost on you. One more question. The trainer said he had assigned this to an edge, but I don't think he had defined the edge for them, this can be running over edge services at the time. Anybody know what an edge service is? Yes, EDGE, as a part of edge computing. Engineering and computing students are here. Are these terms new to you? I work here, so don't disappoint me. Yes? You don't know. All right, research it. The first person who research it and come back with the answer get. You want to try? Go ahead. Because you have to learn and hear what the professor up here is saying. As you can't just sit down and listen to him and then come out and don't understand what's going on. What's that? Go ahead.
If it's a similar concept to AI edge computing, then edge computing is simply just after you've created the software product via the cloud service, then you're taking it and you're mapping it to like the physical hardware that you need it to use. That way it can work offline, basically.
Well, you're trying, but I don't think we're close enough to it. So hold on, professors all, this Microsoft Day is a very important event, such that even though we teach things in the core OS and architecture curriculum, there are many students who are leaving here who don't understand these terms. I remember in 2009, I was in New Kingston, and I was one of the first who said cloud, and then went and did a PhD in cloud computing. Nobody was listening to me. And I flew to Miami, and they had a forum. Microsoft, Cisco, and everybody were already moving to the cloud. In Jamaica, we didn't start. Androski, when you were here, we started doing cloud computing assignments in cyber and so on, Now, the situation in 2022 is these students need to know it to the back of their hand, but I'm watching all of them listening to you, and I don't think they know, all of them understand everything. So I'm going to run another class in this.
Call to action. That's
outside of this.
The question is, what's the call to action?
What's the solution? Yes.
What are we doing?
The solution to that is that there are courses. I run sessions in that, but I think what is also missing is that faculty members don't understand this themselves, and the students, in terms of their self-direction, only very few pay attention to this detail. Coming to my class or your class is going to be very hard for them. You see, you're using terms, unicast and all these addressing scheme, unless the students here have a full appreciation of that in networking, both in engineering and computing, that electrical and computer engineer over there, so who does win the computer? Is that him supposed to go and do? Are you doing that in the classes? Between year 1 and year 4, electrical and computer engineering? Right, but you remember these things? You understand it? Okay.
Yeah, that's
good for you, right?
That's good.
That's good. So at least there is. So there's that argument.
But that's again about the transformational culture. How do we transform the mind
lecturers, yes.
and how do we transform the way that we teach them?
That's right.
Because while it's important to understand how internet was brought up and born, etc., and IPv4, about IPv6 and how the cloud fixes, it got to be taught.
Yes.
If we don't tell them, then they will show up here talking about something else.
They'll think the cloud is in the sky. You know? You understand? No, you have YouTube University, as we said. However, you must know the core. If you don't know the core, it's like you're learning code. If you don't know the core, you can't appreciate the abstraction.
I totally agree, and I will defend that until whatever time. It's just like a assembly. You know, you need to understand certain things, so you know how basic things work, so now you can have an appreciation for what you're getting, right? And it's the same thing for this. But I think that there is a very important call to action here on the side of the program director and the dean of the faculty.
Of course.
What needs to be done?
And
right?
the solution is to get all of you back in the class.
Oh, there you go.
So let's gentlemen go. Well, let me say this before you go, sir. So I don't want to be lost here, right? Most organizations that I go into, that I went into 7 years ago, they were like you. They had no idea what a cloud was. None. Absolutely none.
And this is where, in Jamaica or overseas?
Overseas. And I'm talking about large organizations. Because again, in the beginning, IT was created to solve problems, but the complexity of the tools that we had to use caused us to not be creative in how to solve the problem, but in managing the infrastructure. That's gone now, right? You guys are at a specific point in time where if you don't take the initiative, you're going to be left behind.
Yes.
It's really important that next year when we come,
I like that. Next year, when, you know, a round of applause. Next year when you come, that's happening. You speak it in.
Well, if we should come here next year.
It's a slip of the tongue, but it's a slip of the tongue which we will accept.
You would have taken the initiative. You would have read upon just the core fundamental services of the cloud, of which VNet is one of them, right? You don't have to be a CCNE or a CCMP, but you have to understand the fundamentals of how networking works. Those who do that write great applications because you understand that when you click enter, what is actually happening, right? So the initiative now, or the call to action, one of them, is outside of your lecturers and outside of the executive board, you're going to take the initiative and learn. At Amazon, they have this principle, this leadership principle, which is called bias for action. Now, everything they do, they actually think about, am I actually exhibiting bias for action? Am I learning and being curious? These are leadership principles that Jeff Bezos and his team. So, yeah.
So what's a virtual network? Who wants to take it? So you have 2 more flash drives nearly. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so before you address the virtual network question, I was going to address your edge computing question.
Oh, go ahead.
Right? So what I understand is that edge computing are basically data, right, and, well, networks and devices, right, or that are near the user. So what this means is that data is basically being generated. Data is closer to where it's being generated at greater speeds and volume, leading to greater action that lead to results in real time.
All right, so in principle, you're right. It's an academic setting, but I wonder if you have any other terminology to use for it. They are really cache services, You don't even know about that term. In other words, another way to, you read that from something a while ago. But if you were in my class, you have to give me an alternative. I know, you paraphrase it, yes. All right, so you got a drive. Go ahead. Who was going to answer virtual networks for the professor? Remember, you need to learn what he's saying, Virtual networks. What's a virtual network? It's been used repeatedly. And then somebody tell me what's a resource group. I want to see if you're learning.
Oh.
Yes, man.
I'm going to attempt.
It looks like I have to go carry these things to class when I'm running a regular. It looks like it's incentivizing people to learn. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
What virtual network is, I think this is the component which allows cloud resources, such as like virtual machines, to communicate with each other within a network.
You agree, sir?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. What's a virtual network? He used a conflation of terms. The professor here is saying you're using a conflation of terms. All right? But you're getting a flash drive for actually the effort. It's not necessarily the correctness. Because, yes, go ahead. You must make the distinction. Yes, why is it virtual? Mr. White, you know that we have to go take the courses and run back this thing, because it's an indictment on the lecturers too, and the students. I'm telling you straight up, I don't turn my mouth sideways. No, because you're supposed to know if you are in the discipline in the school. You ought to know. But go ahead.
All right, sir. So virtual network is, oh my God.
Oh my God, you said?
Virtual network is basically using virtual machines to connect to communicate using the softwares, different softwares. Yes.
So virtual machines are virtuals. They're software defined. So in order to actually communicate, right, within the virtual space, you have to layer on top of the physical hardware this software-defined network. So once upon a time, we had to log into a router and configure an IP address on a port, right? Because of virtualization, we can now define the network. Sorry, go ahead.
You just introduced another new term to them, software-defined network. So hold on. It can be, it's not necessarily new in the general space, but it can be new in the context of defining this. Where are you from? Which program are you in?
CNS, Computer Network.
Computing and Network Security. All right, it's a new degree, right? So in operating systems, you know about the physical disk and the segments on the disk. The physical segments on the disk map back to logical memory, which are pages in memory. Yes. Students here from operating systems, the pages in memory are your virtual machines. The pages in the memory, the page memory, is the virtual machines. So in other words, these industry guys, I'm going to say these industry guys come on telling you about this. In your primary texts that you're learning in the university, these are to be understood. If you don't understand these things, you can't relate to what they're saying. Yes, please.
Very difficult for them to relate to what we are saying.
Yes.
Because I have never seen their cloud born. They are the children of the cloud.
Or digital natives.
Yeah. They probably never seen a switch.
To get us the raw
Yes, 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 yes. I know it did. Yes, yes, yes. That's a drama experience. Yes.
They cannot establish that relation. It's very easy for the rest of us, and Derrick, who is a specialist, to say, virtual network, software-defined network, because we are establishing the relation to what was before. They can't.
Yes,
So
yes,
it's a new concept altogether.
So we have to come back to the classroom. You know, Thorpe alone is one individual. I'm here defending, you know, I have to defend UTech and make sure you look good. You understand what I'm trying to say? But at the same time, I want this to be a learning experience for you all because you all sit here until 5.
But guess what?
You understand?
I'd like to make it there.
Yes, an effort. Come. Give her a mark for an effort. No, you must get a flash drive for that. Yes, please. And a bottle. Okay. No, yes, that's very good. Derrick, you can continue with the presentation. This is how you keep the class alive, man.
All right. So, after that very interesting break, let's get back on track. So, what have we done so far? We have created a virtual network. We have created a bastion within that virtual network. And remember now, the bastion is there to provide secure console access to your virtual machine that we're going to deploy later on. Okay. And we have deployed a public IP. And that public IP is how your customers are going to access your website. Okay? To connect the dots. All right, so the next piece of the puzzle is your virtual machine. Okay, so again, we're going to search in the Azure Marketplace for virtual machine. We're going to see a Microsoft virtual machine. We're going to create. And we have some parameters here to fill in. Okay, so we're going to need a name, sticking to our convention. Now,
so this section would be when you're setting up a virtual machine on your machine.
so think of it, your purchase kind of related to the physical world, okay? Your virtual network, you went out and you purchased a switch and you configured it, okay? Now you're going to purchase a server, okay? Actual server on which you're going to load on your operating system and load on your application. But the difference is we're not doing it physically. We are creating a virtual machine. It's all software. All that I'm doing here, guys, is all software. Microsoft has built out a data center with all the hardware stuff, the networking and so forth. They put in racks, they put in switches, interconnect them. You don't have to worry about that. On top of that hardware, they have deployed what's called a hypervisor, that layer of software, and that is what allows us here now to do the virtualization. Okay? So, good. All right, so now, server, it's going to be a web server, okay? So we're going to give it a web server. So we have demo, web server, and scalability, so we call it number 1. Region, it comes here with a default region of West US, is that correct? There you go, paying attention, good. All right. All right. Now, there is what is called an availability option. Remember earlier, I mentioned in terms of regions, and a region consists of one or more. There you go. And when you have multiple data centers, that's where you have availability comes in now, okay? Because you can spread your resources across different data centers and make your solution more resilient to failover and so forth. Going to deliberately not deploy any availability option here now, just to show you, demonstrate the weakness of not considering availability options. Okay? All right, so no infrastructure redundancy, security standard, and we're going to deploy, in terms of image, we're referring to here now the software image that's going to be operating system that's going to be deployed on your virtual machine. We're going with a Windows operating system. All right. So the latest and greatest. Oops. All right. So we're using a Windows image, and the size refers to the size in terms of your virtual machine, in terms of CPU, memory, okay? The power of that, the computing power of that virtual machine, right? And that impacts cost and so forth. And that is usually driven by application and anticipated needs. Okay. You're going to need to be able to log into this virtual machine, so you need a username, and this is the administrative user now, the person who is going to be in charge. So let's call it demo admin, right? And a password, something I can remember. Okay. Pretty much. Okay.
Can somebody tell me what a VCP is? Yeah, so it's a hyper-threaded core. Basically, it's a virtualized CPU core. So what you find in applications that require an entire CPU core, they basically disable hyper-threading. Hyper-threading is terminology that's virtualized, that allows to virtualize.
You understand what Mr. Spicer is saying, right? Virtual CPU. So that's a page in memory still, mapping back to your physical disk and segments on the disk. So the virtual CPU, that's why you can have virtual machines, virtual servers, virtual storage area networks. They are nothing more than pages in memory.
Yeah. 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 Oh, the older notebooks don't expose that functionality, but you find that the newer notebooks do. Yeah. Yeah. So in Windows and Linux, you can turn hyper-threading off and get access to the full CPU core.
There was a good column when it says about understanding the business impact. Have you ever heard about economy of a scale? Yeah. The term. This is what it is. In technology today, economy of a scale, this is what it is. It is that the cost, and it was mentioned before, the cost that you would have had to make to develop this or to deploy this web server, buying the physical, the memory, the thing, and then you got it, and remember, most of the time we over the spec.
Precisely. Precisely. Right.
As he hits more and more and more and more, we
Right,
want to
right.
make sure that we have capacity there,
Right.
and you don't have the time to buy more RAM, you don't have the time to get another disk, so you over-expect the server.
Precisely.
Economy of scale, what it's doing at this point in time, we have, as a technology, Microsoft Azure has been able to diminish the cost for you of deploying a server. So if before it was costing you how many thousands, Derrick, when you were between the Windows license, the server, the hardware, and the this and the that, blah, blah, how much it would have cost you to do that? Now when you create a VM, so we spoke about time, now we are speaking about the cost itself of the device, and then here will come the agility and the facility of you implementing that. So I think that is very important, the term economy of scale, to stick to it, because that's the value. For those who are trying to sell their resumes to other persons who don't understand, this is where the key relies.
I had a question, Sir Jim. I read that Microsoft and other giants in the industry are leading the charge. I think Microsoft is one that's at the forefront in eliminating the password. I mean, we have SSO now and so on. But I noticed a while ago that you still entered a password. Is there a way as we move to cloud? Well, can you speak about the elimination of password? Do you really have to put in that password? Or if my students graduate and go to some larger organization where they have a multitude of these servers, is there a way, like one logon, single logon or so on? Or would they have to put in all those admin passwords?
Oh, no, yeah, there is, I mean, you have the Azure Active Directory provide the facility. Now remember, one of the first requirements in terms of deploying resources in Azure is your account. And that is, once you create that account, that's an Azure Active Directory account. And Azure Active Directory has various authentication mechanism, okay? And you're right, the drive is to move away from password, so you can use unique characteristics like, bio, fingerprint, tokens, and have my app on the phone, multi-factor authentication, stuff like that. So, yeah.
That's a whole different kind of world, eh?
Whole different. So that's about security, a whole different kind of worm there.
Yes, yes, sir.
So my question is, does Azure auto-add the members to the server?
When I say members, I mean as in users?
So if I created a new user, would it automatically set up the new user to that network? Because based off what I learned, that whenever you have a server, and add a member, you have to manually put in the information to add the member to the server. Does that just, as you create a new one, it just say boom on server?
Well, you have the option, there is the option of allowing persons to send an invite, so to speak. You can send an invite to someone. Let's say you come inside here in the lecture hall and you want persons to be able to access certain resources. Then once you reach within the physical environment, you log on to the network, you will get an invite to access the resource. And once you authenticate, once you provide credentials, then you have the access to the resources. So you don't have to answer the question, you don't have to go in and type in, John Brown, and you can self connect to the resource and put in your credentials, and I can then set policy as to what you can or cannot access.
Okay.
Yep. Precisely.
It's a very interesting, but there's a lot of that is linked to Azure Active Directory.
Right.
So we all experience that at Microsoft when you do one thing and then automatically
Yeah, the different forests. I mean, identity is a whole different.
Whole different animal.
Animal, yes. But to I mean, and it's a complex thing, right? Because you asked a very complex question. Active Directory, Azure Active Directory is not Microsoft AD. So when you create Azure Active Directory in the cloud, your AD on premises doesn't get automatically replicated unless you configure a sort of AD Connect proxy. And then you can configure how those two different identity stores interact.
Androski, we're going to have to do a course. All right?
Yeah.
Simple. A full workshop. Right, to include.
Yeah.
No, they need to know more.
And let me tell you something else that I love to see here is everyone has taken their phone, has taken notes, and
Yes, which is very good.
Yes.
So everybody should get a prize now then.
but I really love to see you guys doing that.
Yes, I agree. I don't think we have enough prizes left. Yeah, they're right now because everybody wants to win these prizes. What are you taking this thing for? You think you don't want to leave here without the prizes?
It is absolutely fantastic to see this. I have so much to share with my teams and here.
Yes, based on this.
I love this.
Yes. Don't cry now. Don't cry. Don't cry. Resource groups. Anybody know what's a resource group? I'm giving away this.
A resource group is basically a collection or container of all the resources you're going to be using on the platform, right?
All right.
But
Yes,
the reason why I'm standing is also to ask a question.
Well, you're winning something. Who don't get a prize here? I have to get something.
So my question was
like it hard on your man. You don't win anything yet. You get a lot of things already. Who don't get it? Come for this, man. Come. You're giving away everything. But, yes. We have been here for a full day. Derrick, as you wrap up on your session, please go ahead.
So, my question was, right? I heard Mr. Spicer spoke about that we should ensure that we entangle ourselves in the starter subscription, right? Activate, right? And there was this other gentleman that came on the screen told us that 88 persons have already registered from Jamaica, right?
Weeks ago.
So is that the same link that allows us to register for today?
No.
Okay.
It's in your groups. It's in the students.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, as we get back on track in terms of getting close to deploying our virtual machine or virtual server. Now, to show in terms of connecting the dots, remember one of the resources that was deployed was a Bastion, and I explained the reason why. Now, as you can see here, in terms of inbound ports to the virtual machine, this is where persons coming in over the internet can access. And I indicated that one of the reasons for deploying a Bastion is to protect the virtual machine from having to publish well-known remote desktop protocol on the internet. So here you get a security alert. If you should decide to select RDP as an inbound port to your virtual machine, it's alerting you that this is risky because it is well-known and it will pose a security risk to your virtual machine. Hence the reason why the Bastion was deployed. Now, this is a virtual server this is a web server, and we want person to be able to can access it over using HTTPS. So we are not going to use RDP, but we are going to use HTTP and HTTPS, right? Right. So those are the two protocols for inbound communication to your virtual machine, your web server. All right, so next tab over is disk, and we're gonna accept all the defaults. Disk are again, it's all virtual, all logical. So a virtual disk that you're going to attach to your virtual machine to store your application data, your web server information, and so forth. Right? We're gonna go with default, we're gonna go with networking. Now remember now, the virtual machine is gonna be sitting on within your virtual network. So as you can see, Azure has automatically added the virtual network to the virtual machine. It has automatically added the subnet, and we need now to add the public IP. It is suggesting that it's want to create a new public IP, but remember, we had completed that step before, so I just need to go down now and select my demo public IP that I had created before. In terms of network security group, that is a whole lesson by itself, so I'll leave that at the default. Already selected the inbound ports, and now remember I mentioned a question was asked in terms of the IP address and the lease. So this is where the option you can say delete public IP when VM is deleted. So that IP address will return to the pool. Okay, all right. Also the network interface, the virtual network interface on your VM, it is configured as a separate entity. You can use it elsewhere. You can also select that is deleted when the VM is also deleted. Remember now, all of this guy is in software. It's not anything physical.
Absolutely.
Not anything physical, okay?
It's a whole abstraction.
All right. And there are some other options in terms of management, monitoring, and so forth. Those are advanced features. All that we have selected so far are the basics that will allow you to can deploy your web server. So we can accept that, review. Azure will go through, run some checks, verify that all the parameters that you have entered are valid, and if it says okay, then we're good to go. And see, now, one of the good things about Azure is that it is consumption-based, you know. So just as how you can, you consume electricity and you're always mindful of your light bill and so forth, Azure knows that since it's consumption-based, you ought to be mindful of the cost of the resources. So before you commit to create the resource, it gives you an idea of what the cost is going to be. So it tells you 18.8 cents per hour for this. So you can then make a calculation and say, okay, can I afford this? Do I need to go back and reconfigure it to something that I can, will it fit in my monthly budget, right? So, you know, that's very good. So once you're good, you hit create. And within a few minutes, you're gonna get a server that would normally in the physical world, it probably takes 6 months to get. Okay.
Excellent. So this is where computing is going. So we don't have to spin up physical device servers anymore. There are many projects out there in this public space that need this type of solution. And we need the practitioners. I think this has been an excellent forum. Give it a round of applause for the record. This has been one of my longer days, I must admit, right? It's like a full day. And I think the initiative has served itself well. We have to have a part 2. We have to have some mini workshops. You know, I even propose a book that we need to write about this. Probably need to put it in a book. I did spend it up this morning that we need an advanced software engineering book. And I'll write the book and we co-author it and put it out there quickly, right? I encourage my colleagues to write, right? It's not a plaything, it's serious business.
Hey, guess
right?
what?
Because, yes, that is good, but I'm saying we need to write because all of it cannot be said in a day. It is so much, You agree? It is so much. But I think I must thank very much the Microsoft team for coming to UTech today. They are part of the UTech family. Many of these persons who are here are engineering and computing graduates, right? From the Faculty of Engineering. So it's motivation to you all and testimony to the fact that they are practitioners, no lip service. In other words, it's either you know it or you don't know it. And your objective in life is to know it. When I'm hiring and interviewing, you know, it's either you know it or you don't know it, you know. It's a serious business. If somebody comes to write code in the academic institution to teach as a lecturer, we are insisting that they can write the code before they get the job, just like how the private sector puts you before. I have persons come to me already writing code. They don't have a clue. They have masters and PhDs. I tell them to leave. But I'd rather hire you if you know what you're doing. Mr. Spicer here with the one subject. I never know you have one subject, you know, but you have done well. Hard. Oh, you correct me. You have done well. It's inspiration.
Yeah,
it's
man,
inspiration.
No. Yeah, I am.
Inspiration.
You know, when you see a lot of students out there and you see somebody flunk out of high school,
yes.
And it's generally it's generally not understanding why you're in high school. There are a lot of students in high school and they have no idea why they're there. So they don't pay attention. They think that mommy and daddy are always going to be there, you know? Yeah, but I had one. Now I have many. So. Yeah.
All right, so to show you in terms of, so you can see for real what virtual machine that have been deployed. So
I think that's been a wonderful day. Listen, Spicer, if we follow you, we don't leave here. So, and there's another Microsoft event.
So just to show,
here that
hold on there, Prof. So just to show, the web server are being deployed, the virtual machine. I go on, and now I want to connect to the console so that I can do my stuff. Right? I go to connect, and remember now, I have a Bastion. I'm going to connect using the Bastion. Connect. This is where now I'll put a username. And let's hope I remember the password.
You have to pay attention. I mean, we're wrapping up, you know, but I'm ensuring that we are properly constituted with the gift giving. I have to thank the team who has been, you know, filming this event for the whole day, you know.
And voila, you connect to your server.
Excellent.
Okay, so your server is up and running. You're ready now to deploy your web server, deploy your application, and Bob's your uncle. Okay. Easy as that. Question? Yes, sir. Fire away.
The Bastion, you said it was for penetration protection, right?
Yes.
Is it like a honeypot or more like a firewall?
It's more like a firewall, right? You could put it that way. But it's, as I said, so I'm now connected to the console. If I didn't have the Bastion, as I indicated, I would have to have published the RDP. I would have to have indicated in setting up the virtual machine that I want the RDP protocol to be allowed inbound. And because it is a well-known protocol and a well-known port, hackers can target it in terms of trying to access your virtual machine. And the vulnerability comes in because, you know, persons, say an administrator, lapse in concentration, might use a password that is not so secure. So a hacker target that port, use a brute force attack, and get in using by guessing the password. and they now have console access to your server. There you go. All right. Back over to you, Prof.
Listen, you guys listen. Clap yourselves all. Boy, this feel like we just started. The vision has come true, Mr. Spicer.
It's the start of it.
The vision, the start of the vision. Let me thank you all again today for your time and your courtesies. Let me thank, all the staff, the academic staff, the administrative staff in my team, Ms. Leslie, who had worked tirelessly to ensure that this proceeding also came together. Let me also thank the staff from LTSU who have been working assiduously behind the scenes to ensure that this event actually materialized. Let me thank the general populace related to this event who are here in person and who are also now online as we close off Microsoft Day 2022, the inaugural staging. There are many takeaway lessons for us. One, we're going to have the industry more in the classroom, especially as it relates to using Microsoft technologies as a proof of concept for you to learn some of the skills. And we're going to be encouraging staff to go out there and students to go out there in terms of externship and internships, and we'll do training sessions ongoing. So I think the bandwidth that you demonstrated today was very good in taking 8 hours of your time to be here on the Heroes Weekend.
Yeah.
Yes, don't forget that. It's a holiday weekend. So we appreciate this. This will be streamed. It will be available to the entire community. I know LTSU will ensure that this becomes available for playback and listen, and it will now allow both UTech and Microsoft to go back to the table to plan the upcoming events for the upcoming year, right? And we want to do more than one, because one day, as you see, is a real starter. But excellent done. Clap yourselves again, please. So, on that point, ladies and gentlemen, have a good afternoon. I have been your master of ceremonies. I want to thank our final guest speaker who came and delivered on a very good session for all to appreciate. They are now all a part of the UTech family ongoing to ensure the continuity of education. So thank you. Have a wonderful weekend, and you will hear from us in the days and weeks ahead. And at least you know the faces behind all of this. You can stop me in the campus and ask questions on these matters. All right? Thank you all. Thank you.
Very, very much so, man.
All right, everyone, have a good evening.
All right.
All right.